Jon Snow stood on the ramparts of Winterfell, the chill of the morning air nipping at his cheeks as he gazed upon the courtyard below. He heard the distant clang of steel against steel as the garrison drilled at arms, and the sound rang with an almost musical quality like some herald's call to conflict. He wrapped his cloak more tightly around himself, willing warmth into limbs that would not easily thaw. The gray sky overhead matched the stone and wood of his father's keep, a place he had always called home yet never truly felt his own. Bastard of Winterfell, the world would name him, though it was his father's name he carried, however unofficially. Still, he had known no other life but this, the quiet corners of the great hall, the unspoken half-acknowledgments from guests, the quiet sense that he was always set apart. He felt the subtle weight of that name, Snow, each time he glimpsed his reflection in the polished steel of his sword or in the waters of the courtyard well. It whispered to him that he was lesser, that he stood behind Robb Stark in every line of succession, and that all the doors of inheritance would remain shut. Yet for years he had tried to accept that fate. He was a child of the North, and the North was harsh, unyielding. Men here took what they were given and made the best of it. Jon had often told himself he would do the same. That was what his father, Eddard Stark, had done, quietly carrying the North on his broad shoulders, forging his own sense of honor in a land where none else would remain true. But a part of Jon questioned whether there was another way. He had almost believed that the Night's Watch would give him freedom from the name Bastard, that the Black Cloak would wrap him in a dignity no one could ever wrest from him. The Watch took no note of birth or station, so men said. It was a noble calling, the last bastion against the perils that lay beyond the wall. It was a place for second sons and disgraced knights. And yet it felt like an escape, a self-exile. Once he took the Black, there would be no going back, no further claim to anything more. He would be Jon Snow forever, guarding an ice wall at the end of the world until the day he died. Perhaps that was an honorable calling. Perhaps it was even a grand one. But it would seal his fate forever, leaving him no chance to rise, to do more, to be more. He found himself drawn into restless nights, turning these thoughts over in his mind like a millstone that would not still. He thought of his mother, the phantom woman whose face he had never known, whose name his father refused to speak, and wondered if there had been a flicker of love between his mother and Eddard Stark. If so, might his father be willing to do something more for him than simply grant him a place in Winterfell's shadow? But that was not the father Jon knew. Eddard Stark was honest to a fault, but in that honesty Jon felt a certain distance, a boundary that Eddard would never cross for fear of dishonor. To speak openly of Jon's mother, to risk the wrath of the Lady Catelyn, to rouse the gossip of 1,000 tongues, no, that was not how Eddard Stark lived his life. Yet the idea took root. What if there were another way than the wall or servitude in Winterfell? What if King Robert, riding north to name Eddard as his hand, could be convinced to do something extraordinary? If Robert Baratheon was the father's friend, perhaps he would heed a plea. That single thought bloomed into something dangerous, something wild. When Jon had first told Robb, his half-brother had laughed, good-natured but dismissive. "It's not so simple," Robb had said. "That's not how things are done. Even if father wanted it, how could he bring himself to ask? Lady Catelyn would never allow it. Neither would the lords of the realm." But Robb was only 14 name days old then, not yet a man grown, and the conviction in his eyes told Jon it was not malice that drove Robb's doubt but simple realism. The realm had no love for bastards. To legitimize one was to upset the delicate hierarchies that shaped the 7 kingdoms. Jon did not speak of it again for many days. But that small spark would not die. It fed on each slight, each cold stare, and each whispered rumor. In the yard, when Ser Roderick Castle directed the arms practice, Jon would surpass the other boys. He bested Robb on occasion, and while no one voiced it aloud, Jon could see the suspicion stirring among the watchers. Those feats felt hollow, though, knowing that a bastard outshining a lord's trueborn heir only heightened tension. Why should he remain in a place that silently resented his presence? Why not see if Robert Baratheon might restore him in the eyes of the world? If King Robert named him a true son of Eddard Stark, who could question it? Days before Robert's arrival, Jon resolved that he would ask. He would find the moment, kneel, and beg the king to acknowledge him. Robert was known to be open-handed with friends. They said he had fathered more bastards than any king in history, that he was not a man who scrupled over lines of blood so much as lines of loyalty. Why not implore the generosity for himself? Certainly, Eddard Stark would never ask, and Lady Catelyn would despise it. But if Jon Snow knelt on his own behalf, if he made the king remember his father's unwavering friendship, who could say what might happen? That single hope blazed in his chest, a smoldering ember that might yet catch the forest of fate and set it aflame. In the days that followed, the king arrived in pomp and splendor. Huge in stature, Robert Baratheon seemed scarcely the man Eddard Stark had known in his youth. He had grown stout and ruddy-cheeked, but he still carried the air of a man who found joy in life's simpler pleasures, wine, women, and the brotherhood of arms. With him came Queen Cersei, proud and poised, along with their retinue, knights in shining armor, ladies of the court dressed in rich velvets, and a host of servants to match. That evening there was a grand feast. Jon ate in a corner, as he always did, feeling Lady Catelyn's eyes upon him. But he kept his gaze on the king, memorizing the man's gestures, the way his laugh resounded across the hall like thunder, the way he clapped his father on the shoulder and called him Ned, as if they were still young warriors fresh from a battlefield. Jon bided his time until the next day when Robert took Eddard aside to speak in the crypts, going to pay respects to the memory of Lyanna Stark. That left the king in a somber mood. Jon followed at a distance, his heart pounding in his chest. It seemed disrespectful to approach then, yet time felt suddenly short. The king would soon lay his great request upon Eddard that he become Hand of the King, and then they would ride south to the capital. Winterfell would be left behind, and with it Jon's one chance to speak for himself. So he mustered his courage and knelt in the yard as the king emerged from the crypts, Eddard at his side. At first, Robert paid him little mind. The king's brows were furrowed, his thoughts elsewhere. Only when Jon spoke, his voice trembling slightly but firm in purpose, did Robert pause. "Your Grace, I am Jon Snow," he said. "Bastard son of Lord Eddard Stark." Robert looked at him then, eyes taking in his features, the dark hair and gray eyes reminiscent of the north. Jon could almost see the wheels turn in the king's mind, working out the delicate nuances of the situation. Eddard stood behind them, stern-faced, his jaw clenched. But Jon pressed on, explaining that he had come to beg a boon. "If it please your grace," he said, "I asked for your mercy and your justice, that I might be named a true-born son of Eddard Stark." A hush seemed to fall over the courtyard. The stable boys stopped their work to stare, the guards shifted uncomfortably at their posts, and somewhere in the distance, Jon was certain he heard the cawing of a crow. Robert Baratheon's face was impossible to read. First confusion flickered there, then disbelief, and finally something that might have been curiosity. "You dare ask this?" Robert said, his voice low and thunderous. Jon heard the unspoken threat. He was only a boy, a bastard. He had no right to petition a king. Yet he could not stop now that he had begun. "I do, your grace," Jon said, voice soft yet unwavering. "For the sake of your old friendship with my father. For the memory of your battles fought side by side. If ever you found a kindness in your heart, I beg you find one more for me." Eddard Stark stepped forward, placing a hand on Jon's shoulder as if to pull him away. But Robert gestured for Eddard to be still. The king's gaze flicked from Jon to Eddard and back. "The boy is bold," he said, and there was a note in his voice. Whether anger, grudging respect, or amusement, Jon could not tell. "I'll give him that." Jon could almost feel Eddard's quiet disapproval coursing through the air. But the king only shook his head, half smiling. "We'll speak of this later," he told Eddard. "In private." And so, Jon's fate hung in the air like an echo. Nothing more was said that day or the day after. But at night, Jon could hardly sleep, replaying the scene in his mind. Had he been too rash? Had he doomed himself to the wall or to exile by daring to approach the king without his father's leave? Or might Robert Baratheon, in a moment of brash generosity, decide to grant the request and legitimize him? If that happened, what then? Would Lady Catelyn bar him from the Great Hall? Would Robb resent him as a rival? The possibilities haunted him, but excitement warred with dread in equal measure. And in the darkness of his chambers, Jon caught himself almost smiling, daring to hope that he might soon hear the word Stark appended to his name, written in the annals of history, forging a new path he had never thought possible. The hall was dimly lit when Eddard Stark finally sought Jon out. A single torch guttered in its sconce, sending shadows dancing across the walls. Jon was seated on a bench near the hearth, the embers still faintly aglow from the evening fire. His father's footsteps echoed, and Jon rose at once, inclining his head in respect. He waited in a hush that felt thick as grave soil, bracing himself for a reprimand. Eddard's face was grave, his voice measured. "You should have come to me," he said. "This was not the way, Jon." Jon met his father's eyes, searching for anger, but found only deep concern. "I'm sorry," Jon said quietly. "I feared you would say no." Eddard looked away, his expression shuddered. You know what this means if by some chance Robert should grant your request? It is not a small thing you ask. I do know, Jon replied, though he was not entirely certain what shape the consequences would take. He only knew that he had wanted to be more than a bastard, to carve out a place in the world that was his own. Eddard drew a slow breath. Robert and I have spoken. He broached the subject in a half-joking manner at first, testing my reaction. I fear that if he decides to humor you, it will be more for sport than for any true sense of mercy. He enjoys appending the established order. Yet, if he does grant your request, it will not be undone without scandal. The lords of the realm will ask why, and some may suspect it is a slight against the Lady Catelyn, or against the Tullus, or even an affront to the crown's sense of propriety. Jon swallowed, his heart pounding. Do you wish me to withdraw my petition, father? Eddard closed his eyes a moment, wrestling with his own thoughts. I wish you had not made it in the first place. That said, Robert is the king. If he so decrees, there is little to be done. But hear me, Jon. If he does legitimize you, your life will not necessarily be easier. It may well become more dangerous. You would stand as a Stark, but you would always be the bastard-born, legitimized or not. That is a label that does not wash away so easily. And you would stand in Robb's shadow as well. If men see you as a rival, it could threaten the unity of the North. A flicker of hope rose in Jon. I would never seek to supplant Robb, he said almost desperately. He is your heir, your true-born son. I only want to name my rightful name if it can be so. Eddard placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. I know. You have my blood, whatever the world names you. Remember, though, that sometimes the greatest gifts bring the greatest burdens. Jon felt a rush of warmth that his father would speak so openly to him. They had rarely shared such moments. For all the distance that had existed between them, this moment felt precious. I understand, Jon said, though in his heart he wondered if he truly did. The next morning came with a pale light, the sky blanketed in wintry clouds. Word reached Jon that the king had requested his presence in the great hall after the midday meal. The hours dragged in a haze of anxious anticipation. He heard the swirl of rumors whispering through the corridors. Some said the king was furious at a bastard's presumption, others claimed Robert found it amusing and had boasted he would do as he pleased in the North, even if that meant legitimizing Ned Stark's boy. By the time the midday meal ended, Jon felt sweat gathering at his brow despite the chill. The great hall was nearly empty when he arrived. King Robert sat at the high seat, a goblet of wine in hand. Queen Cersei was not present, nor were most of the courtiers. Only a few guards and Eddard Stark were there, along with several of Robert's closest men, Ser Barristan and Selmy, Varys the Spider, Littlefinger, and a few others Jon recognized from earlier glimpses. The king beckoned him forward with a casual wave as though summoning an old friend. You've caused quite a stir, boy, Robert said. He eyed Jon with a mixture of curiosity and faint amusement. Your father wishes me to refuse you outright. Says you belong at the wall. Jon's heart dropped and he shot a look toward Eddard, whose face remained impassive. And what do you say, your grace? Robert leaned back in the seat, drumming thick fingers on the armrest. I say it pleases me to keep my friends close, Ned Stark included. But let's see. If I were to do as you ask, grant you the name Stark, what would that achieve, The realm will talk, no doubt. But let them talk. A grin tugged at his lips, wolfish. I was never one to tremble before gossip. He glanced toward Littlefinger, who gave a small shrug of disinterest, and then to Varys, who steepled his fingers. It might be seen as a slight against the Tullus, your grace, Varys ventured in a soft, measured tone. And there is Lady Catelyn to consider. She might not be overjoyed to see her husband's bastard raised to equal footing with her true-born children. Robert snorted. I've never known a wife who was overjoyed to meet her husband's bastard. That hardly matters. The question is, does it amuse me? And will it cause more trouble than I'm willing to endure? His gaze settled on Jon. You want to be a Stark, to stand as your father's son. And then what? Will you ride south with us when I name Ned my hand? Will you stay in the North and trouble your lady stepmother's happiness? Or do you plan to vanish off to the wall after all? Jon's cheeks burned. I had not decided, your grace. But I wish to serve as a son of House Stark, to do my duty as best I can. Robert's laugh boomed across the hall. Duty, he says. By the 7, you sound like a miniature Ned. If only you had his long face, I might think you were a perfect copy. Well, you cannot remain a boy forever. If I grant you the name, you'll need to decide what to do with it. I'll not have you lingering in corners, calling yourself Stark while hiding from the world. Jon swallowed, feeling hope surging in his chest so strongly that it threatened to escape in the shape of tears. "I won't hide," he managed. "I will fight for you, serve you, do whatever is needed if it pleases your grace." King Robert studied him a moment longer, then drained the last of his wine. "Enough, I've heard all I need. On the morrow, I'll give my decision before I depart Winterfell. Off with you now." Jon bowed, heart pounding so loudly in his ears that he hardly heard the words of dismissal. He walked from the hall with measured steps, trying to maintain composure. Only when he was alone in a small corridor did he press a hand against his chest, letting out a shaking breath. Never had he felt such raw possibility swirling around him. Later that day, he crossed paths with Lady Catelyn. She was alone, emerging from the solar. Their eyes met, and Jon felt a cold tension coil in the air. She halted, and for a moment neither spoke. She wore a fur-lined cloak, and her auburn hair gleamed in the torchlight, a regal posture that reminded Jon of how highborn she was. And how he was not. Not yet. "You've done a great disservice," she said at last, her voice low. "And not just to me, but to your father." Jon found his mouth dry. "I never intended." "You never intended to humiliate him, is that it?" Lady Catelyn's tone was sharp enough to draw blood. "But you have. The king is trifling with you, can you not see that? And when he grows bored, it is your father who will bear the weight of that jest." Jon felt a flood of guilt, a flicker of anger, and a deep-seated sadness all at once. "If I am a jest, my lady, then let it be on my own head. I never wished to shame my father." Her eyes glinted, and there was a moment where Jon sensed that she might lash out further. But her next words were quiet, almost trembling with repressed emotion. "Whatever name you wear, I shall not see you supplant my children. If you gain this boon, do not imagine it makes you Rob's equal." Jon lowered his head in acknowledgement. "I do not wish to supplant Rob. I only wish to find my place." She turned away abruptly. "It would have been better for all if you took the black," she said. "And it may yet be better if you do, even after this foolishness. Remember that if the king's generosity ever turns to scorn." And then she was gone, leaving Jon standing alone in the cold corridor. Her words stung, but they also hardened his resolve. Perhaps he was a fool, but the desire to be something more than a snow would not leave him. He would see this through to the end, come what may. Night fell, and in the quiet of his chambers, Jon tried to steel himself for the king's decision. Sleep came grudgingly, haunted by half-formed dreams of ancient halls where voices chanted his name, Stark, 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 only for them to warp into cruel laughter. Morning dawned. The king and his entourage prepared to depart, a flurry of activity filling the courtyard. Jon dressed in his warmest cloak, then joined the throng, searching for a glimpse of the king. Eddard was beside Robert, both men speaking in subdued tones. Arya and Sansa lingered near Lady Catelyn, while Robb stood near Theon Greyjoy, glancing often at Jon. A horn sounded, and King Robert signaled for silence. He raised a gauntlet hand, his voice echoing across the yard. "It seems I cannot leave this frozen land without finishing some business first. Here stands Jon Snow, who dared to petition me for a name." The entire courtyard seemed to hold its breath. Jon could feel every eye upon him. He willed himself not to tremble, stepping forward and bowing low. Robert's grin was crooked. "Your father, Ned Stark, has told me that you are a fine lad, though headstrong. He urged me to spare you the trouble you invite. But a king does as he pleases in his realm, and I find I am in a giving mood." A murmur swept through the onlookers. Jon risked glancing at Lady Catelyn, whose lips were pressed thin, her knuckles white where she gripped the folds of her cloak. "Jon Snow," Robert proclaimed, "I name you a true-born son of Eddard Stark with all the rights, honors, and burdens thereof. Let the realm know it was by my decree, and let them say what they will. Rise, Jon Stark." It seemed a silence fell that was deeper than any Winterfell had ever known. The wind itself might have ceased to blow. Jon's heart soared and pounded at the same time, disbelief warring with exultation. For a moment, he could not move until King Robert gave an impatient wave and Eddard Stark caught Jon's elbow, gently urging him to rise. He did so, standing tall, scarcely able to believe that his ears had not deceived him. He was Jon Stark. The king had spoken. The realm would have to accept it or choke on it. "Now," Robert said, "we depart. Ned, you'll come south with me, as planned, to serve as hand. And Jon Stark," he paused, letting the words ring out, "you may choose whether you ride with us or remain here in the north. Either way, your father has 1,000 matters to set in order, and I'm sure he can find a use for you." Jon bowed again, still astonished. "I would be honored to accompany my father if he will have me." Eddard nodded, though there was a look of concern in his eyes, a silent caution. "You shall ride with us then," he said. And that was that. Within the hour, the royal procession began to wind its way out of Winterfell's gates. Guards, knights, ladies-in-waiting, squires, and servants, an elaborate and boisterous train heading south. The newly named Jon Stark rode near the front beside Robb for a time, though they spoke little. There was an unspoken tension between them, but also familiarity. Robb clapped Jon on the shoulder, forcing a brief grin. "I know you, brother," was all he said. "This changes some things, but not everything." Jon nodded, grateful for those words. They were the closest to an acceptance he might hope for right now. Still, he couldn't help noticing Bran, Arya, and Sansa watching him with wide eyes as the procession advanced. Arya's look held excitement, as though she found the entire business of her half-brother becoming a Stark both thrilling and bizarre. Sansa's expression was more reserved and Bran's was filled with bright curiosity. Lady Catelyn alone showed no warmth. She stood alongside them, her face as frosty as the winter wind. And then the gate swallowed them all, the king's retinue merging onto the King's Road heading south. The journey proved arduous, though they had provisions aplenty. Robert seldom rode for more than a few hours before calling a halt to drink, eat, or simply stretch. At each stop, Jon worked alongside the other young men to tend the horses, gather firewood, and help make camp. He sensed the eyes of the court upon him, measuring him, whispering behind their hands. Bastard-born, newly legitimized. Some pitied him, others viewed him with suspicion or distaste. Yet Jon discovered a strange new sense of confidence stirring within. He was a Stark. The king had named him so. The days of bowing his head to whispered insults might be behind him, at least to some extent. One afternoon, while the king hunted boar in the woods with a select group of lords, Jon found himself at camp with the remainder of the retinue. The women of the court retired to their tents to rest or gossip, while various guardsmen lounged around fires, trading stories. Jon sat at a small fire with Robb, Theon Greyjoy, and Jory Castle. The conversation meandered from one topic to another: tales of the North, the rumored wonders of King's Landing, the skill of the Hound in a tourney, and so forth. Theon, smirking, turned his attention to Jon. "So, you're a Stark now," he said, raising an eyebrow. "Does that mean we should call you, my lord? Or is it too soon to tell?" He chuckled, and Jon knew it was half jest, half challenge. Robb bristled slightly. "Watch it, Theon. You know better than to taunt." But Jon only shrugged. "Call me Jon," he said. "That's who I've always been. No fancy titles needed." Theon grinned, evidently satisfied that he'd gotten a reaction. "That's for certain. You can't suddenly start acting like the Lord of Winterfell now, can you?" He glanced slyly at Robb, who stilled. "Not while Robb here stands in your way." Jory Castle cleared his throat. "That's enough. We're all here to do our duty, not squabble." Robb turned the conversation by speaking of the swordsmanship they'd seen from Jaime Lannister on the road. But later, as the fire's warmth died and the sky turned lavender, Robb pulled Jon aside, out of earshot of the others. "Theon's words are nonsense," he said softly, "but that doesn't mean no one else is thinking it. Some will wonder if you have your eye on Winterfell. If you become your father's heir, what does that mean for me? For my claim?" Jon shook his head vehemently. "That's not what I want. My only wish was to have a name, to be something besides the snow. I have no claim to Winterfell, nor do I seek one." Robb studied him for a moment. The tension in his posture slowly ebbed. "I believe you. Let's hope the rest of the realm will as well." Jon exhaled, relieved that he and Robb at least had some understanding. He had never wanted to pit himself against his brother. They had grown up side by side, and though they were not always close, a bond was there that Jon valued. As the days passed, the party journeyed ever southward. Fields turned green, the wind grew gentler, and the warmth of the southern sun surprised Jon, who had spent most of his life in Winterfell's cooler clime. The king's mood also shifted. He grew restless, sometimes jovial and full of laughter, other times brooding. Often he would grip Eddard's shoulder and complain about the burdens of kingship, lamenting that he must endure the tedious complexities of court in King's Landing. "Just wait until you see the vipers I keep in my council," he would mutter. "Harmless enough as long as you don't turn your back." Meanwhile, the queen and her brothers rode at a regal pace, the procession parted to accommodate them. Jon occasionally glimpsed Cersei's green eyes flicking in his direction, but she gave no sign of approval or disapproval. Jaime Lannister, the Kingsguard Knight of golden hair, regarded Jon with a certain distant curiosity, as if appraising him. Jon did not know whether he found admiration or condescension there, and he dared not approach to find out. On one cool morning, the watchers caught sight of Moat Cailin. Its ruined towers rose out of the swampy terrain, once the gateway to the north, now a remnant of old wars. King Robert halted for a brief rest, muttering about how the place gave him the creeps. As the retinue milled about, Jon found himself momentarily alone with Ser Barristan Selmy, who was adjusting the saddle on his horse. You have the look of him, you know, Ser Barristan said quietly, his weathered face thoughtful. Jon blinked, uncertain. Look of whom, Ser? Ser Barristan's gaze drifted toward Eddard Stark in the distance. Of your father. In the eyes, at least, and something about the bearing. I've seen many men in my time. Some carry themselves with honor naturally, as if it were sewn into their clothes. Your father is such a man, and I see the beginnings of that in you. Jon's chest tightened. Thank you, he managed. I hope to prove worthy of that. Ser Barristan nodded. Well, remember that it takes more than a name to be a true knight in spirit. Honor, loyalty, justice, those are what define a man. Not the letters on a parchment. Jon mulled over those words as they rode onward, the land flattening into the fields and roads that would eventually lead to the Trident and beyond. Night after night, he slept fitfully, aware that he was leaving one life behind and heading toward another he could not yet comprehend. When they finally reached the Crossroads Inn, the king declared a day of feasting and rest. Tents sprang up and the smell of roast meats and fresh bread filled the air. Musicians played lively tunes. Jon Stark found himself in the swirl of a busy camp with knights singing bawdy songs, merchants hawking goods, and local farmers gawking at the royal presence. He was unused to the bustle of so many people in such close quarters. At Winterfell, the crowds during a feast day never seemed this clamorous. That evening, as torches lit the campsite, Eddard summoned Jon to his tent. Jon entered to find his father seated at a small wooden table, looking exhausted. Maps lay strewn across the table along with a few letters bearing seals. Eddard motioned for Jon to sit. How do you find this journey? He asked, voice low and weary. Jon shrugged. It's overwhelming. But I'm eager to see King's Landing to learn more of the court. Eddard's lips pressed into a thin line. Be cautious at court. There are games there you have never imagined, and your status may make you a piece on the board whether you will it or not. Jon hesitated. I will heed your counsel. But father, what do you see for me in the future? If you are to be hand, what am I to do? Eddard let out a long breath. I had once thought you would join the Night's Watch, serve as I once served at the Vale, or find some other path. But now everything is different. You are a Stark in name and law. There will be expectations. The lords of the North will look to you in times of need, just as they do to me and will one day do to Robb. Perhaps you could squire under a knight or train in the ways of governance. I cannot say for sure. He looked away. Part of me still wishes I had said no to Robert. But it's done. Something in Eddard's tone caught Jon's attention. You regret it? I regret that Lady Catelyn is wounded by it, Eddard admitted. I regret the stir it will cause. But you are my son, Jon, and I love you, however rarely I've spoken those words. I wish the world were simpler. Jon's throat tightened. He had longed for such words for as long as he could remember. Thank you, father, he whispered. I'll try not to disappoint you. They spoke late into the night, discussing the responsibilities of a lord's son and the complexities they would face in King's Landing. The conversation left Jon feeling both exhilarated and uneasy. He was no longer merely a bystander to the politics of the realm. He was now a participant, albeit a minor one. At dawn, the journey resumed. The king pushed onward with renewed vigor, eager to return to his capital. The scenery changed again as they approached the area near the Trident, fields giving way to rolling terrain. On the day they planned to cross the river, dark clouds gathered overhead. Rain pelted the travelers, turning roads to mud. Progress slowed, tempers flared, and horses stumbled in the slippery mire. Jon found himself soaked through despite his cloak. Mud clung to his boots, and the chill of the rain seeped into his bones. The king, riding at the head of the column, cursing the weather with every other breath, pressed on, determined to cross before nightfall. They reached a rickety wooden bridge near the spot where Robert had once slain Rhaegar Targaryen, though the king did not seem eager to dwell on that memory. Instead, they made the crossing quickly, the wagons creaking ominously as they rolled over the slickboards. Beyond the Trident, the road was marginally better, though the rain persisted. That evening they set camp in a dreary field, puddles forming around the tents. The king dined in his own pavilion with Eddard, the Lannisters, and several high lords. Jon, not yet accustomed to courtly feasting, took his meal with Robb and the household guard. The conversation was subdued, drowned by the patter of rain on canvas. Before retiring, Jon stepped out of the tent, letting the rain wash over his face for a moment. The night sky was inky black, the moon obscured. Somewhere in the distance, he heard the howling of wolves or perhaps the wind twisting around trees. This was the same river where, in a distant war, Rhaegar Targaryen had fallen and Robert's rebellion had changed the fate of the Seven Kingdoms. Now Jon Stark stood here, redefined by the stroke of a king's whim. It felt like standing on a precipice with no clear view of how far he might fall or where he might land. Still, in that moment, for all the uncertainty, he felt a flicker of determination. He had yearned to be more than a Snow, to stand as a legitimate son of Eddard Stark. Now he had that chance. The path ahead might be perilous, but he would walk it for better or for worse. They pressed on for another week, the weather gradually improving as they approached the Crownlands. The king, impatient to be under his own roof, drove the company harder each day. At last, one evening, the walls of King's Landing came into view. Jon's breath caught. He had heard tales of the sprawling city, its crowded streets, the Red Keep perched on Aegon's high hill, the smell of salt and sewage mingling with the scent of spices and baking bread. Nothing could have prepared him for the sheer scale of it. Even at dusk, torchlight and lanterns glimmered across the cityscape, 1,000 little stars upon the ground. King Robert led them through the massive city gates, lined with gold-cloaked guards. The streets were thronged with common folk who peered out of windows, doors, and alleyways to catch a glimpse of the king's return. The procession moved slowly, eventually winding up the hill to the Red Keep. At last, they reached the courtyard of that towering fortress, and the king dismounted with a groan of relief. Servants swarmed to tend the horses, unload baggage, and show each notable guest to their quarters. Jon found himself in the largest, most imposing castle he had ever seen. Stone corridors seemed to stretch endlessly. The rush of the Blackwater Bay was faintly audible in the distance. Torchlight flickered on red stone walls. Court functionaries bustled about, directing the newly arrived guests. Jon was shown to a modest chamber not far from where Robb and Theon would be staying. He set down his belongings, feeling out of place and exhilarated all at once. So began his first night in King's Landing as Jon Stark. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. The court was a nest of intrigues, and he would have to find his footing amid lords, knights, and whisperers who already wondered what to make of him. For now, though, he peeled off his damp cloak, collapsed onto the bed, and let the hum of the city lull him into an uneasy slumber, uncertain but resolute in the knowledge that he had chosen a path few bastards dared even dream of. Jon awoke the next morning to the clamorous activity of servants rushing through the corridors. He could taste the city's pungent air even within the Red Keep. The scent of refuse and brine wafting in through open windows, mingled with the rich aromas of spices. 1,000 conflicting smells pressed upon his senses. He rose and dressed quickly, determined not to appear a lost boy in a foreign place. Navigating the Red Keep's labyrinthine halls challenged him. Torchlit corridors branched off in unexpected directions, and the guards stationed at various doors eyed him curiously. He felt relief when he finally emerged into a courtyard where sunlight streamed in through high walls. There he found Robb and Theon, similarly wide-eyed, discussing their plans for the day. "Father wants me to observe the small council," Robb said, adjusting the sword belt at his waist. "He says it'll be instructive to see how the realm is governed." Jon nodded. "I should like to join you if possible." They made inquiries and soon discovered that only those explicitly invited by Lord Stark or the king were permitted to attend council meetings. Jon felt a pang of disappointment. His father had not mentioned inviting him. Instead, Eddard suggested Jon spend the day getting to know the city and meeting those who might be useful allies in the days to come. "Speak with Jory Castle," Eddard advised. "He will show you around." And so Jon found himself accompanying Jory through the Red Keep, learning the layout of its main halls, feasting chambers, armories, and libraries. Each passageway seemed designed to confuse. Jory offered practical advice. "Take note of the tapestries and statues at each juncture. They're markers of sorts. There's a statue of Aegon the Conqueror at the corridor leading to the library. The tapestry of House Targaryen marks the hall to the Queen's apartments. If you see a tapestry of King Aerys, you've gone the wrong way entirely." Jon tried to absorb it all, wondering if he'd ever feel at home here. At length, they emerged onto a high balcony overlooking the city. The sprawl below amazed Jon. Rows of houses packed tight, winding streets that coiled like snakes, the glitter of the Blackwater River, and beyond that, the sea. The city was a world unto itself, alive and teeming with energy. It both exhilarated and unsettled him. After their tour, Jory led him down to the yard, where the men of the City Watch trained. Jon observed for a while, noting their discipline was far less precise than Winterfell's guards. "You see the difference?" Jory murmured. "Many of these men are sellswords, mercenaries seeking coin, loyal enough as long as they're paid and fed." Jon nodded thoughtfully. In the north, loyalty was earned through shared hardship and honor. Here, coin seemed the binding thread. He wondered how such an army would fare in a true war. Later, Jon found a moment alone to explore. He drifted into a quiet corner of the Red Keep's gardens, seeking respite from the noise. To his surprise, he encountered Arya perched on a low wall, gazing wistfully toward the city. "You followed Father south too," she teased, swinging her legs. "Do you like it here?" "I don't know yet," Jon admitted, joining her. "It's so large. It makes me feel small." Arya snorted. "You? You're a Stark now. Everyone's whispering about you." Jon grimaced. "What do they say? That you're a bastard made noble by a king's whim? That you might be trouble for Robb? Or for me and Sansa and Bran? You know how people talk." He nodded. "I suppose I do. Let them talk. We know the truth." Arya's gaze softened. "If anyone dares treat you poorly, I'll set needle on them." She patted the small sword she carried. Jon grinned, ruffling her hair in a brotherly gesture that made her scowl and laugh at the same time. They parted ways soon after, Arya racing off to a lesson with Syrio Farrell, her dancing master. Jon remained in the garden, letting the sunlight warm him. He recalled the countless hours he had spent outside at Winterfell, practicing archery and swordplay, sometimes alone, sometimes with Robb. That life felt distant now, and yet the memory brought a comforting pang of homesickness. As the shadows lengthened, Jon realized that he had yet to eat. He made his way back into the keep, eventually finding the kitchens and requesting a simple meal. The head cook eyed him, uncertain what courtesy to extend to this newly minted Stark. In the end, she gave him a trencher of thick stew and a heel of bread, which Jon devoured gratefully. He ate standing, leaning against a wall while servants bustled around him. For all the city's opulence, he found solace in the familiarity of plain food. That evening, a short feast was held in honor of Lord Stark's official induction as Hand of the King. The great hall in the Red Keep gleamed with banners, the crowned stag of Baratheon, the dire wolf of Stark, and the roaring lion of Lannister. Jon stood near Robb and Theon, uncertain of where exactly he belonged in the pageantry. He was a Stark, yes, but not the heir. And the courtiers who gave him cursory nods seemed uncertain in how to regard him. During the feast, he observed the interplay of personalities, the king's boisterous humor, the queen's aloof regality, Jaime Lannister's confident smirks, and Peter Baelish's sly, calculating eyes. Lord Varys floated through the hall, all silken whispers, while Grand Maester Pycelle pontificated on old lore to any who would listen. Jon felt like a listener to a song he had not yet learned. But he watched and learned, seeing how each lord angled for favor, how each lady appraised potential alliances. He noticed how the queen would occasionally direct a meaningful glance at her brother Jaime, how Littlefinger hovered near Sansa, paying her compliments that made the young girl blush. He was aware of the constant swirl of politics and alliances, a dance in which he had not yet learned the steps. At length, the feast wound down and Jon excused himself. He wandered through the corridors until he found a small terrace overlooking the moonlit city. The sounds of laughter and music gradually faded behind him. He took a deep breath of the night air, letting it fill his lungs. This was his new reality, carrying a Stark name, dwelling in a place where cunning might matter more than skill at arms. It was daunting, yet a small spark of determination burned within him. He had chosen this path, and he would not shrink from it. A shuffle of footsteps announced someone's approach. Jon glanced back to see his father. Eddard joined him at the railing, silent for a time as he too regarded the city lights. "It's a lot to take in," Eddard said finally. Jon nodded, swallowing. "I feel like I'm trying to catch a fish with my bare hands. Every time I think I understand something, it slips away." Eddard placed a reassuring hand on Jon's shoulder. "You'll learn. And if the day ever comes when you feel overwhelmed, remember you have a home in the north. You are a Stark. That will not be taken from you." The weight of those words filled Jon with a quiet resolve. He bowed his head. "Thank you, Father." They stood there together, father and son, gazing over the sleeping city. Far below, torches flickered like distant fireflies. Jon's mind whirled with uncertainty, but he took strength from his father's presence. He was not alone, and for all the challenges yet to come, he would face them as Jon Stark, rightful son of Winterfell, and he would not waver in that truth. Jon rose to the sound of distant bells tolling across King's Landing. They reverberated through the Red Keep's corridors, a low, melancholy song that set his nerves on edge. Even on a new morning, the city had a way of announcing itself, harsh, cacophonous, alive in a manner Winterfell never had been. At first light, servants were already scurrying about, bearing trays of bread, wine, and fruit to whichever lords or ladies demanded them. Outside, through a narrow window, he glimpsed the streets. A mass of roofs pressed against one another, wagons lumbering through the mud, ragged children weaving among them. He splashed water on his face from the basin a page had brought and dressed in clothes befitting a northern lord's son. Sturdy breeches, a dark doublet embroidered with a small direwolf on the breast. That new sigil still felt strange against his heart. Direwolves were for those of true Stark blood, but a royal decree had placed him among them, and each morning since arriving, he tried to square the sense of gratitude with the guilt that gnawed at him. He had demanded something that might never have been intended for him, yet he had it now. By the king's grace, he was Jon Stark. His path took him to a small courtyard within the Red Keep, surrounded by rosebushes and high sandstone walls that glowed faintly in the dawn. He recognized Arya's voice before he saw her. She was practicing with Syrio Farrell, the dancing master from Bravos, who circled her with measured grace. Syrio's wooden sword tapped lightly against Arya's attempts at defense. She moved fast, faster than Jon had ever seen her move in Winterfell. She danced more than fought, weaving and spinning on nimble feet. "Good morning," Jon said softly when Arya paused, sweat beading on her brow. She shot him a quick grin, chest rising and falling with rapid breaths. "You woke early." Syrio turned, bowing with a theatrical flourish. "Jon Stark," he said in accented common tongue. "You come to watch the water dance, yes?" Jon inclined his head. "If you don't mind." "Not at all," Syrio said. "The girl improves, but she must remember that a dance is only as good as its ending blow." He raised his wooden sword, and Arya lifted her own, her face set with fierce determination. Syrio advanced with remarkable speed, and Arya parried, though not without stumbling. Jon watched, impressed. He saw the potential in her movements, the raw energy that might someday become lethal precision. She was unpolished, yet unstoppable when she found her rhythm. He stayed a while, giving them space but studying each footstep, each shift in posture. When Arya took a brief rest, he offered her a drink from a skin of water. She gulped it down, panting. "You should learn this too," she said. "Then we can spar for real." Jon smiled. "Maybe later. My father asked me to attend him if he has time after his council meeting. I'm still trying to find my place here." Arya made a face. "King's Landing is rotten. Too much talking behind closed doors. Too many sly faces. At least with Syrio, I feel like I'm doing something real." Jon could not disagree. Everything in the city felt like a performance. "Keep at it," he said. "I'll join you one day when I can do more than flail." He left her to her lesson, footsteps echoing in the corridors as he made his way toward the great hall. At this hour, the hall was mostly empty. Only a few guards stationed at intervals, along with functionaries scurrying in and out of adjoining chambers. A quick inquiry led Jon to the Tower of the Hand where his father now resided. Though not as large as the royal apartments, it was still imposing, with a high door flanked by House Stark guardsmen wearing the dire wolf crest. One recognized Jon at once and waved him inside. He found Eddard Stark in a small solar adjoining his main chamber, reviewing parchments with Maester Pycelle, whose long white beard nearly dipped into the ink pot whenever he leaned over the table. Ned glanced up at Jon's approach and gave a faint nod of welcome. Pycelle pressed a wax seal onto a rolled letter, then carefully shuffled off with measured steps, leaving father and son alone. Ned set the parchment aside. "You're learning your way around?" "Slowly, yes," Jon said, trying to mask his unease. "I've seen a portion of the Red Keep, but it's easy to get lost." His father's eyes flicked over him with quiet concern. "It's too large by half, and the city beyond is larger still. I worry about Arya and the others running free, but it seems impossible to keep them all under watch." Jon hesitated, then asked, "How was the small council this morning?" Eddard sighed. "Tiresome. The king sits in session only rarely. Most of the tasks fall to those who gather in that chamber: Littlefinger, Varys, Renly Baratheon, and Pycelle. Peter Baelish is the master of coin. He insists the crown's debts are, in his words, a manageable burden. But I suspect we're in deeper trouble than he admits. Varys mostly listens, or so it appears, but we both know he's listening for more than just words. Renly tries to keep things lively, though I sense tension between him and the Queen's brothers. As for me, I feel like a fish pulled onto the shore, gasping for air in a world I wasn't born to navigate." But we do what we must. Jon nodded, not knowing what to say. He sensed the weight pressing on his father, the intangible swirl of alliances and enmities. You wanted me here. Is there something I can do? For a moment, Ned's gaze lingered on his son in that thoughtful way that always made Jon both proud and uneasy. I could use a pair of eyes and ears, I trust, Ned said quietly. If you were in Winterfell, you'd help keep the peace among the small folk, work with Lord Vayenpool or Roose Bolton's men, whatever tasks needed doing. Here, well, I don't want you entangled in politics beyond your ken, but I also don't want you idle. Perhaps you can learn your way around the city. Talk to people, get a sense of what they think of the crown, the king, the Lannisters. But do so discreetly and stay out of trouble. Jon straightened. I won't do anything to bring you shame. Ned's mouth curved into a half-smile. I trust you, Jon. You remind me of myself at your age, minus the rashness of youth. And keep an eye on your siblings, especially Arya. Sansa's taken well enough with her new surroundings. She's enthralled with courtly life, though that has its own dangers. Bran remains in Winterfell, so that's one less child for me to fret about here. But Arya needs a firm hand from time to time. Your presence might steady her. Jon promised to do so. Then, as Ned returned to his parchments, Jon excused himself. He lingered momentarily outside the solar, absorbing the hush of the Tower of the Hand, before deciding to roam the castle again. He had no illusions that he could solve any great mysteries, but if his father wanted eyes and ears, he would do his best. He found himself drifting toward the training yard of the Red Keep, a broad space paved with rough stones. A few young knights practiced their swordplay under the watchful eye of a grizzled arms master who, from a distance, reminded Jon a bit of Ser Roderick Castle. The clang of steel on steel always stirred something deep within him, an echo of the north, of the yard where he and Robb had once dueled every morning. He stepped forward to watch, staying at the edge of the yard so as not to disturb their drills. Soon, the arms master noticed him and beckoned. Are you the king's new champion, or do you only look on? He called. His tone was teasing but not unkind. Jon managed to smile. Only looking for now. Might I have a turn if you have a spare sword? One of the knights, a lanky youth with a narrow face, tossed Jon a blunted practice blade. Jon caught it smoothly, rolling his shoulders to test the weight. He stepped into the center of the yard, awaiting an opponent. The arms master directed the lanky knight to face him. They circled each other, two watchers setting aside their own bout to observe. Jon tested the range with a quick thrust that the knight parried. Their blades scrapped, steel on steel. Jon felt the familiar surge of focus in his veins, the sense that nothing else mattered but reading his opponent's next step. The knight lunged, forcing Jon to shift to the side, the practiced sword slamming against Jon's blade with a resounding crack. Jon held his ground, pivoted, and thrust back with disciplined strength. His father's training, hours upon hours in Winterfell's yard, guided his sword arm. After a few exchanges, Jon found his opponent's rhythm, spotted a gap in his guard, and exploited it. He tapped the knight's ribs, then retreated before the youth could strike back. The onlookers let out a murmur of approval. Jon was no master swordsman, but he fought with a Northman's directness and a surprising agility that defied the usual slow, heavy approach of larger fighters. The knight, determined not to be embarrassed by a newcomer, pressed the attack more aggressively. Jon's arms strained under the repeated blows, and he had to give ground. But the moment the knight overextended, Jon fainted low, then rose with a quick diagonal cut that landed a clean strike on the man's shoulder. The arms master halted the bout, calling it well matched. Jon stepped back, breathing heavily, blood pumping with the exhilaration of a friendly contest. The knight removed his helmet and offered Jon a grudgingly respectful nod. You're better than I expected, he said, though his tone carried the faint edge of wounded pride. Jon Stark, is it? Jon inclined his head. Yes, you fight like the North, but you've got some southern speed in you. The arms master spoke with quiet approval, slapping Jon on the shoulder. Try us again tomorrow. We'll see if you can keep up with some of the others. Jon thanked him. He wiped sweat from his brow, returning the practiced sword and slipping away from the yard. It was a small victory, nothing more than a bit of training, but it felt oddly affirming. He was used to the sense of being overlooked or dismissed because of his bastard birth. Now, though not all doors were open, at least he was not scorned on sight. The king's decree had done that much. He left the Red Keep to venture into the city, accompanied by a single guardsman assigned to him at Ned's insistence. The man's name was Holt, a quiet fellow with a thick mustache and a stoic disposition. He wore the Stark sigil on his cloak, which drew more looks than Jon would have liked as they passed through the gates. Still, it was safer not to walk King's Landing alone. Already the midday sun beat down, the stench of refuse thick in the air. Flies buzzed around piles of rotting rubbish in the gutters. Hawkers cried out from every corner, selling skewered meat, fruit, cheap wine, or trinkets of uncertain origin. Jon moved carefully, minding where he stepped on the uneven cobblestones. After a short walk, they came upon an open market square. Dozens of stalls clustered around a central fountain, though the fountain was scarcely more than a cracked basin with trickling water, half-choked by algae. Here, the crowd was dense. Peasants carrying baskets, tradesmen haggling, mothers scolding children, sells words guarding wagons. Over it all, the city's heat pressed like a smothering blanket. Holt kept a watchful eye as Jon approached a stall selling sweet pastries. He purchased two, handing one to Holt and biting into the other. The pastry was surprisingly delicious, filled with honey and a touch of spice. He ate slowly, scanning the market. If his father wished him to gather impressions of the city, he might as well start here. A gruff-looking peddler recognized the Stark cloak and leaned over his cart. "You're one of Lord Stark's lads, ain't you?" Jon glanced at Holt, who gave a subtle nod that he should speak freely if he wished. Jon turned back to the peddler. "I am," he said simply, "Jon Stark." At that, a flicker of surprise passed the peddler's face. "Stark? The one King Robert named? Ha! Didn't think I'd be meeting you. Well, best you keep your wits about you, boy. This city can eat a man alive." Jon swallowed the last of his pastry. "It seems so," he said. "What do the folk here think of our new king's hand, if I may ask?" The peddler shrugged. "They say Lord Stark's an honorable man. A fair man. We could use that after that lot that's been running things. Not to speak ill of the king or nothing, but it's the ones around him that worry me. Gold cloaks come around for bribes, see? Or them Lannisters always sniffing out gold for themselves. But maybe the new hand'll set it right." Jon thanked him and moved on. They paused at another stall with a pottery seller who complained that the crown's collectors demanded more taxes than in years prior. A woman selling fruit claimed the gold cloaks turned a blind eye to cut purses so long as they were paid. The sense Jon gathered from these small snippets was that the city was far from content, though Robert Baratheon was still beloved by many for his victory over the Targaryens. The people's real anger lay in the labyrinth of officials, bribes, and corruption that festered under the crown. After an hour in the market, Jon had gleaned enough impressions to understand the city had grown used to a kind of low-simmering discontent. He headed back to the Red Keep, sweat trickling down his temples. Just as he and Holt passed under the main gate, a loud horn announced the arrival of a new party. The gates opened wider, and a column of horses trotted through. They bore the sigil of House Tyrell, a golden rose on a green field. Their leader, a tall, stately knight in shining armor, guided a palfrey with calm assurance. Jon stepped aside with Holt, watching as the Tyrell party was greeted by a royal steward who escorted them into the courtyard. They must have been expected, for the steward seemed to know exactly who they were. Jon caught a glimpse of the knight's face, serious and proud, with a short black beard. Mace Tyrell, Lord of Highgarden, or perhaps Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, though Loras was rumored to be young and strikingly handsome, while this man looked older. Jon recalled hearing that the Tyrells might come to King's Landing for a tournament that Robert was planning in honor of the new hand. Or so the rumor said. He had half a mind to follow, but Holt tactfully cleared his throat, reminding Jon they should not be seen loitering like curious children. They made their way inside, and soon Jon parted ways with Holt to climb to the Tower of the Hand again. He found his father absent. A steward informed him that Lord Stark had gone to the royal stables with the king. Jon decided to head there as well. He navigated the winding corridors and eventually emerged into the stableyard, blinking at the sudden sunlight. Men were busy grooming horses, stacking hay bales, and polishing saddles. The sweet, pungent smell of horses and straw filled the air. Ned stood with King Robert near a large black stallion. Jon approached, keeping a respectful distance until his father noticed him and beckoned him closer. The king stood turned sideways, his once muscular frame going to fat, but there was still power in his stance. Robert Baratheon had a face made for laughter, though it often bore a note of impatience these days. "Ah, here's our newly minted Stark," Robert said jovially. "I hear you've been exploring my city. How does it please you so far?" Jon bowed briefly. "It's impressive, your grace. And overwhelming. I had not realized so many souls could live within these walls." Robert let out a bark of a laugh. It's a rat's nest, but it's my rat's nest. Are you a fighting man? I suppose you must be, given your father's blood. I'm planning a tournament soon, something to celebrate Ned's arrival as hand. You'll take part, won't you?" Jon's stomach flipped. He'd never competed in a grand tournament. Winterfell seldom hosted such large-scale events. "I've never fought an attorney," he confessed. "I can hold my own in a spar, but this is different." Ned laid a hand on Jon's shoulder. "Attorney isn't mandatory, Robert." "Bah," the king scoffed, swatting away the objection with a meaty hand. "It's fun. Let the boy see how he measures against real knights. The melee is open to all. Maybe not the joust if you haven't practiced. We can't have you unhorsed on the first tilt and break your neck. But the melee is a brawl, just keep your guard up and your wits about you, and the crowd will love you if you show some skill." Jon's pride warred with caution. The thought of standing in a melee among trained knights thrilled him, even as it filled him with doubt. But what better chance to prove he had a rightful place here? "If it pleases your grace," he said, "then I'll do my best." Robert grinned, clapping Jon on the back so hard that Jon nearly stumbled. "That's the spirit. I knew Ned's boy would have some fight in him. Soon enough, we'll make the Lannisters see what a real Northman can do." Jon glanced at his father, who looked faintly uneasy. "We're grateful for your confidence," Ned said quietly, "though I'd prefer no life-threatening injuries if it can be helped." Robert guffawed. "You Northmen worry too much. A few bruises never killed a lad." He signaled Ed to a stable hand to bring him another mount, then swung his gaze back to Ned. "Shall we ride out, old friend? I'm told the hunting in the nearby woods is passable. I could do with some fresh air. My damned council keeps me under roof too long." Ned did not look entirely pleased, but he acquiesced. "As you wish, your grace." He turned to Jon. "If you'd like to come, fetch a horse. But it may be a dull affair unless we get lucky with game." Jon, wanting to spend more time with his father, and curious about the king's manner, agreed at once. Soon, the three of them, along with a small retinue of guards and huntsmen, set off beyond the city walls, crossing the muddy roads that led out into the surrounding countryside. The fields were dotted with farmsteads, and though it was early spring, the land showed signs of growing warmth. Green buds poked from branches, and the wind had a gentler bite than the north's. Robert rode at the head, his laughter booming whenever a retainer made a joke or when he spotted a passing curiosity, like a pair of small children racing each other in a field. "I remember being that young," Robert said with a hint of nostalgia, "when all you needed were strong legs to run and a friend to chase after." Jon listened, saying little. Ned rode silently, scanning the horizon as if searching for stags or boars. After a time, they veered into a wooded area where the huntsmen spread out, keeping the king in sight but giving him space. They trotted along a narrow path. Branches arched overhead, forming a green tunnel that dappled them with shifting sunlight. "I never liked these woods as well as the Kingswood south of the city," Robert muttered. "But it's better than nothing. So, Jon Stark, is it? How's it feel to bear a new name?" Jon, riding just behind him, felt his cheeks warm. "I'm grateful, your grace. It's what I dreamed of, though it's taken time to adjust." Robert turned in the saddle, half smiling. "No regrets, I hope. We can't have you pining for the wall." Jon tried not to bristle at the teasing. "No regrets," he said. "I only hope I serve House Stark well." Ned gave Jon an approving nod. Robert spurred his horse forward with a grunt. "Good lad. You'll do fine, so long as you keep your sword arm keen and your ears open." He rode on, calling to one of the huntsmen to check for fresh tracks. Jon fell back beside his father. The older Stark lowered his voice. "Robert means well, but keep your wits about you. His generosity can be as dangerous as his anger." "I understand," Jon said. I won't let it go to my head. They progressed deeper into the forest, though they found little sign of game beyond squirrels and the occasional hare darting away through the underbrush. Robert grew irritable. Eventually, one of the huntsmen signaled that a small stream lay ahead, so they might rest. The party dismounted near the stream, letting the horses drink. Robert cursed the lack of boar or deer, but soon his mood brightened when a guard produced a wineskin. He drank liberally, insisting Ned share it, but Jon's father merely took a polite sip. Jon refrained altogether, content to watch the swirling water as it wound between rocks, the sun shimmering in ripples. For a moment, it felt almost like the wolfswood near Winterfell. A quiet glade, the hush of nature surrounding them. Yet the illusions shattered when Robert began to talk of tournaments again, describing half-remembered glories from his youth. He talked of a time he nearly unhorsed Rhaegar Targaryen in a lesser joust, well before the war. Ned said little, but Jon could sense the tension in him at the mention of the Targaryen prince who had died at the Trident. Whatever bitterness or sorrow Ned carried on that account, he kept it behind a mask. They rode back before dusk, a few huntsmen bringing back a pair of rabbits for the cookpots. Hardly the boar or stag Robert had hoped for. By the time they reached King's Landing, the king had become uncharacteristically quiet. He bade Ned and Jon farewell at the gate, spurring his horse off to the castle stables with only a wave. Ned dismounted with a sigh. "Your Grace's humors shift like the tide," he muttered, more to himself than to Jon. They led their horses back, stable hands rushing to relieve them of the reins. Jon walked with his father toward the Tower of the Hand. The city was alive with torches now, the sky a deep purple. Ned paused at the bottom of the steps, glancing around as if searching for watchers. "Jon," he said, his voice low, "I have a task that may be ill-suited for you, but I can't trust many here. I'd ask you to accompany me on certain errands soon. There are questions I must answer about Lord Arryn's final days and the business he was pursuing." Jon recalled that Jon Arryn, the previous hand, had died under suspicious circumstances. Some said it was illness. Others whispered poison. "I'll do whatever you need, father," he said. Ned nodded. "I'd send you back to Winterfell if I could, to spare you. But it seems you're bound to me now, thanks to Robert's decree. Best make use of your presence. We'll begin tomorrow. For now, rest, and be careful of what you say to anyone." Jon spent a restless night in his chamber, thinking of what might lie ahead. Investigation felt a world away from the simpler trials of the sword. Even so, if this was how he could prove useful, he would not shrink from it. The next day he rose early, half expecting Ned to summon him at dawn. But no one came. After breaking his fast with a plain meal of bread, eggs, and salted fish, he grew impatient. Perhaps it would be wise to visit the training yard for a while, to keep his sword arm in practice. He had barely stepped into the corridor when he encountered Arya darting past, nearly colliding with him. She was out of breath, her hair in tangles. "Jon," she gasped. "Syrio let me off early. I heard there might be a red priest preaching by the Dragon Pit ruins. I want to see it." Jon blinked. "Why would you care about a red priest?" Arya shrugged with that defiant tilt of her chin. "I'm just curious. The city's full of different kinds of people. I want to see how they worship. That might not be safe." Arya rolled her eyes. "If father wanted us safe, he'd have locked us in our rooms. I'm going with or without you, but I'd rather have someone to watch my back." She batted her eyes in mock sweetness. Jon tried to suppress a smile. "All right, let's go quickly then. Just for a short while. But if father calls for me, we come back at once." Together, they navigated through the keep and out onto the streets. It felt odd to be escorting Arya around King's Landing, but he supposed that was part of what his father wanted, someone to watch over her. They took a winding route, asking a few passerby for directions to the so-called Dragon Pit. More than once, the locals snickered at the idea of a young northern lord and his little sister trotting off to see a street preacher. Arya hardly cared, forging ahead with determined steps. The Dragon Pit itself was a ruin perched on a hill overlooking the city. Jon had read that in the days of the Targaryens, great dragons had been kept there, though it was hard to imagine it now. The structure was mostly collapsed, blackened stone archways looming like the ribs of a giant beast. A smattering of folk had gathered near what remained of one entrance, where a red-robed priest, an acolyte of the Lord of Light, if Jon guessed correctly, was preaching in a resonant voice about the coming of darkness and the need to prepare for the night that never ends. Arya slipped into the crowd, pulling Jon with her. The priest, a gaunt man with shaved head and piercing eyes, gestured grandly as he spoke. "Shadows are rising in the far north," he cried. "The cold winds blow and the White Walkers stir from their slumber. Only the flame of Lawlor can keep the darkness at bay. Look to the light, all of you. Look to the red dawn that shall break over the ice." Some of the crowd scoffed, while others listened with uneasy fascination. Jon felt a chill despite the heat of the day. White Walkers were the old tales old Nan used to speak of ancient evils beyond the wall. As far as he knew, they were just stories to frighten children. But the priest's fervor was unsettling. Arya nudged Jon. "You hear that? Maybe you were right to want to join the Night's Watch," she joked quietly, though her tone was not entirely jesting. "I don't know what to believe," Jon muttered. He felt strangely uneasy, remembering that the wall stood in silent vigil and that once he had dreamed of being part of that brotherhood. Suddenly, a spat broke out near the front of the crowd. A city watchman accused the priest of inciting fear without the king's approval. The priest accused the watchman of ignoring the truth of the coming winter. Voices rose. Arya grabbed Jon's sleeve and they wisely stepped back. More watchmen arrived, forcibly dispersing the gathering. The priest shouted warnings about the darkness, his voice echoing in the archways of the ruined dragon pit until he was dragged away. Arya's eyes were bright with the excitement of it all, but Jon felt only a knot in his gut. Something about the priest's words resonated with an old dread. He did not believe in old fables blindly, but neither could he forget the tales old Nan had spun of the long night, the others, the White Walkers. He and Arya made their way back toward the Red Keep, her chatter a quick, nervous staccato. "Did you see him?" He believed every word. "Do you think it's real?" "The White Walkers." Jon tried to keep his voice level. "We can't know. Father says the Watch has seen nothing of them in centuries. But still, it's unsettling." When they returned, they found a bustle of activity in the courtyard. Horses were being saddled and Ned stood conferring with Jory Castle and another guard. He spotted them and waved them over. "Where were you two?" he asked, though the look in his eye was more harried than angry. Arya fidgeted. "We went for a walk. To see the dragon pit." Ned frowned but let it pass. "I need Jon for the day. Arya, go find Sansa or Septa Mordane. Jon, mount up. We're riding to speak with someone who may know about Lord Aaron's last inquiries." Jon quickly followed, leaving Arya behind with a wary glance. He joined his father, Jory, and two other trusted Stark men as they made their way out of the castle and into the streets once more. This time, the route took them to a district near the Street of Steel, a place known for its smithies and armories. The clang of hammers on anvils rang through the air like a constant heartbeat. Sparks flew as blades were heated and hammered, the air thick with the smell of molten metal. Ned led them to a modest forge set apart from the busier street. A sign overhead depicted a helm and a hammer. Inside, a young apprentice was sweating over a blade. He glanced up at their approach, wide-eyed, then scrambled to fetch the master smith. The man who emerged was tall, burly, his leather apron stained with soot. "My lords," he asked with cautious respect. Ned spoke quietly. "I'm told you took on an apprentice some moons ago at Lord Aaron's recommendation." The smith's gaze flicked from Ned to Jon, then to Jory. "Aye, that's so. Is the lad here?" The smith jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "Gendry," he called. A moment later, a youth emerged from the back, wiping sweat from his brow. He had dark hair, strong arms for his age, and a wary expression. Jon noticed the slight resemblance to someone he couldn't place, maybe to the king, a certain set of the jaw, the coloring of the hair. Gendry bowed clumsily. "Lord," he said, looking at Ned. Ned asked a few mild questions about how he came to be an apprentice, whether Lord Aaron had visited him, and what had been discussed. Gendry seemed baffled by the attention. He stammered that Lord Aaron had asked about his mother, about his age. All Gendry knew was that the mother had died long ago and that he knew nothing of his father. Lord Aaron apparently had seemed pleased and had told Gendry to keep working hard. Jon, standing to the side, took in the youth's features. Robert's eyes, a voice whispered in his mind. He recalled rumors of Robert's bastards across the realm, fathered in taverns and royal feasts. Could Gendry be one? Was that what Jon Arryn was investigating? Possibly. Ned's face gave little away, but a grave understanding settled over his features. He nodded, then calmly thanked the smith and Gendry, leaving a few coins for their trouble. They left without explanation, mounting their horses in thoughtful silence. Jon gathered his courage to ask, "Father, who is he?" Ned hesitated. "A bastard of King Robert's, I believe." He doesn't know, and I doubt Robert does either. Jon Arryn was investigating, for reasons I'm not certain of yet. Jon felt a strange empathy for Gendry. Being a bastard was a lonely burden, though in Gendry's case, no one had granted him a new name or a place in a great house. Jon found himself wondering if Gendry had ever yearned for something more, or if he was content to remain at the forge. He doubted the boy had even considered the possibility that his father might be the king. They rode on, visiting another location that day, a small house near the Mudgate, where a woman who once served as a wet nurse to another of Robert's rumored offspring lived. She was not at home, but neighbors recalled her speaking of a fair-haired child. Ned left them with the same thoughtful expression, as if adding puzzle pieces in his mind. By dusk, they returned to the Red Keep, and Ned asked Jon to remain behind in the solar after Jory and the others departed. Ned paced the floor, clearly troubled. Jon Arryn was chasing after Robert's bastards, he said softly. He visited at least 3, perhaps more. Why would he do that? Robert never cared to acknowledge them, not that I've ever heard. Jon recalled the Targaryen lineage debates he had read about, the significance of lines of succession, how bastards rarely factored unless the true line faltered. Do you suspect he was worried about the succession? Ned let out a low breath. Perhaps. Or there's something else. Lord Arryn died so suddenly. I can't ignore the possibility that what he discovered led to his murder, if indeed he was murdered. Robert's children with Cersei, he trailed off. We'll speak no more of this until I'm sure. But I value your help, Jon. Your presence gives me the freedom to move quietly. Others might not suspect a newly legitimized boy of being my accomplice. A stirring of both pride and unease flickered in Jon's chest. I'll do what you ask, father. Just tell me how to help. Ned nodded gravely. Good. Tomorrow, we'll attend the tourney the king is so eager for. Perhaps more clues will emerge among the lords and ladies who gather. In King's Landing, secrets have a way of whispering through the crowds. Jon left his father's presence with his mind abuzz. He took a light supper, then slipped out to the yard with a practice sword to burn off his tension. Robb was not here to spar with him, nor were any of the other northern men. He felt oddly alone, an outsider among courtiers and intrigue, despite bearing the Stark name. The yard was nearly deserted at this hour. He struck at a wooden post, imagining the swirl of thoughts as foes he could beat back with each blow. Footsteps approached. He turned to see Theon Greyjoy strolling in from the shadows, a sly grin on his face. Jon Stark practicing alone? Theon asked. I thought you might be at some feast with your father. Not tonight, Jon said, stepping back from the post, breathing heavily. He wasn't sure if Theon was teasing or genuinely curious. Theon shrugged. I heard about the tourney. You'll fight in the melee, they say. That's what the king wants. Theon's grin widened. Be careful. The melee can be brutal, and some knights will take offense at a northern boy who's newly made a Stark. They might decide to show you your place. Jon gave a curt nod, refusing to let Theon's needling get under his skin. I'm prepared for bruises. They talked a moment longer. Theon boasted about a night on the town he'd had, how he planned to watch the tourney from the best seats possible, mocking the city's attempts at culture. Jon found him insufferable but recognized a hint of loneliness beneath Theon's smug exterior. They were both out of their element here, in a sense, though Theon masked it with bravado. Eventually, Theon drifted away and Jon finished his drills until his arms ached. He returned to his room, limbs trembling with exhaustion but mind sharper. Sleep came fitfully, filled with odd dreams, a flicker of green fire, a whispering voice speaking of snow and ice, Gendry's face melding into Robert's, and a tall figure in armor with bright blue eyes set in a face of death. He jolted awake, heart hammering, and spent a sleepless stretch staring at the ceiling. The day of the tourney dawned clear and hot, the sky an unbroken expanse of blue. Outside the Red Keep, crowds thronged the roads that led to the makeshift lists and pavilions erected on a broad field near the city's outskirts. Banners fluttered in a riot of colors, lions of Lannister crimson and gold, roses of Tyrell green and gold, the Baratheon stag in black on yellow, and many more. The Stark dire wolf was also present, though fewer in number. Jon felt a pang of pride every time he saw it, tempered by nerves about his upcoming melee. He arrived in the competitors' area early. Master of the lists was a herald in bright red and gold livery, calling out names as knights and freeriders checked in. Jon wore simple mail over boiled leather, no surcoat or fancy device beyond the gray dire wolf pinned discreetly at his shoulder. He recognized a few famous knights, Ser Barristan Selmy, though rumor was he might not compete today, Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers resplendent in shining armor with a flowing green cloak, and others from houses small and great. The stands were filling with spectators, lords, ladies, small folk who could afford a seat or at least gather along the edges. The king would arrive soon to preside over the justs. The melee was scheduled after the initial tilts. Jon paced, trying to steady his breathing. This wasn't Winterfell's yard. If he failed spectacularly, every eye would see it. A hand clapped his shoulder. He turned to find Jory Castle, who gave him an encouraging nod. "You'll do fine. Keep moving, don't let yourself get cornered. Watch for knights forming alliances in the melee to eliminate promising fighters early." Jon tried to smile. "Any alliances for me?" Jory chuckled. "If I see you in trouble, I'll lend a blade if I can. But we can't hold your hand. Just don't be a hero too early." Ned arrived just before the opening ceremonies, standing in the shade of a pavilion with the royal family. Jon went to him for a final word, but Ned merely squeezed his arm and said, "Fight with honor and caution." Lady Catelyn was not present, staying in the north, so he had no scornful eyes upon him from that quarter. Sansa stood by her father's side, wearing a gown of pale blue, eyes shining with excitement. Arya was perched on the railing near them, looking impatient as though she'd rather be in the lists herself. Trumpets blared, signaling the king's arrival in the royal box. Robert took his seat with an exasperated sigh, the queen by his side. Jon glimpsed the golden hair and green eyes of Cersei Lannister, her expression carefully composed. Joffrey sat beside them, wearing a sneer as he surveyed the assembled knights. Tommen and Myrcella, the younger royal children, watched with more innocent interest. The justs began. Jon stood at the edge, near the competitors' enclosure, watching tilt after tilt. Loras Tyrell unhorsed two lesser knights gracefully, his floral-adorned lance splintering upon their shields. Ser Gregor Clegane towered over his horse, delivering brutal blows that saw one hapless opponent carried off unconscious. The hound Sandor Clegane did not compete in the joust, seeming content to watch from the sidelines. Renly Baratheon, the king's younger brother, cheered for Loras, apparently enthralled by the Knight of Flowers. The crowd roared for each dramatic moment, shields shattering, lances flying. Amid the fanfare, Jon tried to keep calm. He had never felt so out of place. This was a spectacle, a performance as much as a contest. He saw gold changing hands among the small folk and minor lords wagering on each tilt. He wondered if anyone had bet on him in the upcoming melee. Probably not. No one beyond the Red Keep would know who he was, aside from whispered rumor of the bastard-born Stark. Finally, as the midday sun blazed overhead, a pause was called and the herald announced the melee would commence. The jousting lists were quickly cleared. Squads of men-at-arms gathered in the center, each sporting helmets with barred visors or open-faced. Jon took his place among them. He recognized Jory Castle, a few of the Stark guards, and some free riders from the Vale. On the opposite side, he saw an alliance forming already, knights from the Reach standing together, a pair from the Westerlands muttering behind closed helms. A drumroll sounded. The royal box rose to watch. Jon swallowed, lowering his visor. The heat was intense beneath the steel, sweat trickling down his temples. He clutched a blunted longsword in one hand, a small shield in the other, enough to protect himself, but not so large as to slow him. Next to him, a burly Northman gave him a reassuring nod. Around them, the crowd roiled with anticipation. The herald raised a flag. "Begin." Chaos erupted. Knights charged knights, steel clashed in a deafening din. Jon dashed aside as a pair from the Westerlands surged forward, trying to isolate him. He caught one blow on his shield, felt the reverberation rattle his arm. He struck back, forcing space. The second knight aimed for his flank, and Jon pivoted, dropping low to hook his blade behind the knight's ankle. It was enough to knock him off balance. A blow from Jon's shield helped send him down, though the knight rolled away before Jon could land a decisive strike. All around, fighters were falling or being disarmed. The large alliances turned on one another. Jory Castle was engaged with a bearded knight from the Vale, the two exchanging furious cuts. Another fighter rushed Jon, a short-hafted mace whistling through the air. Jon blocked, but the impact numbed his hand. He barely ducked the second swing. Desperation lending him speed, he bashed the attacker's elbow with the edge of his shield, then thrust forward. His blunted sword slammed into the man's chest plate, winding him and knocking him to the ground. Bells rang in Jon's ears. The crowd's roar mingled with the clang of steel. He spun to see Jory call a warning. Another man was diving at Jon with a raised axe. Jon sidestepped, hooking the man's leg with his own. The attacker crashed onto the churned dirt. A swift blow to his helmet ended that threat, though Jon's own breathing had grown labored. He looked around for potential allies. He saw a cluster of Stark men trying to hold their own, so he moved to join them, delivering quick strikes against any foe that tried to bar his way. A knight with a red boar crest on his shield tested Jon's defense in a quick exchange of sword blows. Jon parried as best he could, nearly losing his footing in the loose dirt. Another blow hammered his shield, staggering him. Desperate, Jon slashed diagonally, and to his relief, the knight miscalculated and took the strike to his visor. He reeled back, dropping to one knee, and Jon wasted no time bringing his sword down again, forcing him to yield. The melee whittled down to fewer and fewer combatants. Joffrey Castle still stood, his armor dented but his stance sure. Jon saw him unhorse a raging Sellsword with a well-placed blow. But then, from the corner of his eye, Jon saw a group of 3 Westerland knights converging on him. Joffrey was engaged, with no time to intervene. Jon braced himself, uncertain if he could handle 3 at once. They came swiftly, he barely registered their sigils, something gold on crimson. One aimed high, another low, the third circling to flank him. Jon blocked the first blow, hopped over the second, but the third hammered the rim of his shield. His arm flared with pain. The blow might have shattered a lesser shield. He staggered, heart-pounding. This was the brutal truth of a melee, there was no fairness, only survival. They pressed their advantage, the ring of steel echoing. Jon gave ground, breath ragged. One of the knights lunged too eagerly, and Jon twisted aside, driving his shoulder into the man's side. That sent him reeling, but a second knight's blade found Jon's thigh plate, denting it. Pain seared through him. He clamped his jaw shut, adrenaline surging. He flung his shield outward to bash the second knight's helmet, stunning him, then whirled to catch the first in the armpit with his sword. The blunt edge struck with force, and the knight groaned, dropping to the dirt. Only the third knight remained, the one who had circled behind. Jon turned, half expecting a sword in his back, but the third knight hesitated a moment too long, glimpsing his fallen fellows. That was all the opening Jon needed. With a fierce cry, he slashed, driving the knight into retreat. Their blades locked for a breathless heartbeat. Then Jon twisted, freeing his blade, and crashed it down onto the knight's shoulder, sending him to his knees. An official rushed over, pulling Jon back, signaling the knight's surrender. The crowd erupted in cheers. Jon blinked sweat from his eyes, trying to orient himself. Joffrey was nowhere to be seen, though the ring was noticeably emptier. Another pair of knights clashed at the far side. Then the herald's horn sounded, indicating the final handful of men remained. Jon found himself among them, battered, bruised, but still standing. His leg throbbed, and his shield arm felt as though it might fall off from the repeated blows. He recognized Joffrey across the field, also among the survivors. 2 other knights, both from the Stormlands by the look of their sigils, faced them. The 4 stared at one another for a tense moment. Then, as if by silent agreement, Joffrey and Jon paired against the Stormlanders. One knight charged Joffrey while the other came for Jon. The clangor resumed, Jon's knees threatened to buckle each time his opponent struck. This knight was strong, though not overly quick. Jon used the same tactic he had before, avoid direct blocks, deflect, sidestep, let the bigger man tire himself. Eventually, the knight lost patience and telegraphed a heavy overhead swing. Jon darted in beneath it and slammed the pommel of his sword into the knight's visor, sending him toppling. The horn sounded again. Cheers thundered across the stands. Jon staggered, trying to see who else remained. Joffrey Castle had knocked out his foe moments before. Now only the 2 of them stood, breathing ragged, battered, and exhausted. The crowd roared its approval. Joffrey shot Jon a grin. Well done, he managed between gasps. The herald stepped forward, raising both arms. 2 remain. Ser Joffrey Castle of Winterfell and Jon Stark, newly named son of Lord Eddard Stark. Do you yield to each other, or must this final contest decide the victor? Joffrey and Jon exchanged looks. They both knew if they fought now, it would be an even match given their states. But the crowd's cries of fight, "Finish it," echoed. Jon could see the king leaning forward in his seat, intrigued. Sansa watched with wide eyes, Arya was on her feet, and Ned had a worried furrow etched on his brow. Joffrey shrugged, a resigned but good-natured gesture. "No holding back, Jon." Jon forced a smile. "I'd never insult you like that." They raised their swords. The yard fell almost silent, the hush of anticipation. Joffrey struck first, a probing blow that Jon blocked with effort. Their blades met again in a ring of steel. Joffrey was a seasoned fighter, older and more experienced. Jon relied on quick footwork to compensate, dodging a powerful cut that would have rung his helmet like a bell. He pivoted, slashing at Joffrey's flank, but Joffrey's shield swung to block. Jon's arms screamed in protest at each impact. They traded several more blows, both slowing from exhaustion. Then Joffrey feinted high and struck low, the blunt sword cracking into Jon's calf. Pain jolted up his leg, and Jon nearly went down. He swung wildly, forcing Joffrey to step back. In that heartbeat of space, Jon tried to steady himself. He lunged, driving his sword at Jory's midsection. Jory parried, but the angle was off, and Jon's blade slipped past, wrapping Jory's ribs with a hollow thud. Jory grunted, stumbling to one knee. Jon raised his sword, hesitating. He did not want to injure a friend. In that moment, Jory seized Jon's hesitation, pivoting his shield up to slam Jon in the chest. Jon crashed onto his back, the breath knocked out of him. The crowd roared again. Dazed, Jon rolled, expecting a finishing blow. But Jory's sword struck the ground an inch from his side. Jon kicked out with his good leg, catching Jory's ankle. Jory toppled. They grappled on the dirt, each trying to get the advantage. Jon felt Jory's weight pressing him down, the smell of sweat and dust filling his lungs. In a final burst of desperation, Jon twisted his hips and managed to throw Jory off to the side. He crawled on top, pressing his sword to Jory's breastplate. A hush fell. Jory let his arms fall, breathing hard. Then he barked a laugh. "I yield." The yard erupted in cheers. Jon staggered to his feet, offering Jory a hand up. They leaned on each other, battered but grinning. The herald declared Jon the victor. Trumpets blared, and from the royal box, Robert Baratheon stood, raising his hands for silence. "Now that was a fight," he boomed. "Jon Stark, you show the North spirit. You've earned your victory this day." Jon's head spun with disbelief. He had won. Granted, it was a small tourney compared to the grand events at Harrenhal or in the annals of past kings. But for a moment, the stands chanted his name. Stark, Stark, Stark. Exactly as he'd once dreamed in Winterfell's lonely corners. He felt a pang of emotion so fierce he could barely breathe. He bowed to the king, then to his father. Ned's face reflected both relief and pride, though also concern for Jon's injuries. The crowd slowly filed away as the next event was prepared. Jon helped Jory from the field, meeting a swarm of well-wishers and curious lords who now eyed him with new respect. It was overwhelming, and the pain in his leg reminded him that he'd better find a maester quickly. Sansa appeared at the railing, her cheeks flushed. "That was splendid," she said with a shy smile, as though seeing Jon in a new light. Arya shoved past her, eyes bright. "You almost lost," she teased, but her grin showed she was proud. "I'll win next time." Jory chuckled, wincing as he touched his ribs. "We'll see about that, little wolf." Ned arrived at last, guiding them to a covered area where a maester waited with salves and bandages. He clasped Jon by the shoulder. "Well done, truly, but let's get you tended. This city might celebrate you one moment and forget you the next, so don't let it go to your head." Jon nodded, settling onto a bench while the maester set about removing his dented greaves. Pain flared anew, yet in his heart he felt a stirring triumph. For all the secrets swirling in King's Landing, for all the whispers about bastards and lineage, at least for this day, he had proved he could stand among the best and not falter. But as he sat there, sore and exhausted, he could not shake the sense that this fleeting victory was only a bright spark in a gathering gloom. He saw it in his father's eyes, in the tension behind the king's laughter, in the hush that fell whenever certain names were spoken. Something deeper brewed beneath the pageantry, something that might threaten them all. And he was in it whether he liked it or not. Jon Stark, caught between the warmth of new acceptance and the chilling shadows of the secrets that had brought him here. If nothing else, he told himself as the maester dabbed at his bruised leg, he would face whatever came as he had faced the melee, with courage, resolve, and the blood of the North pounding in his veins. Winter was coming, after all, and so was he. Jon woke the next morning to a throbbing leg and a dull ache in his shoulders, souvenirs from the tourney's melee. Pale sunlight crept through the shutters of his chamber, illuminating the battered armor and practiced sword he had left propped against the wall. Whenever he shifted, bruises protested. Yet for all the pain, he could not help recalling the rush of triumph in the yard, the roar of the crowd chanting his name, Stark, Stark, Stark. Part of him still struggled to believe it had truly happened. He had wanted recognition for so long, and in a single day he had earned a taste of it. He forced himself upright, swinging his feet onto the cold floor. The maester had bandaged the shallow cut on his thigh and insisted he rest, but Jon knew there would be no such luxury. In King's Landing, the pace was unrelenting, and his father had new tasks for him, investigations that might shape the fate of the realm. He washed his face with water from the basin, wincing at the bruise on his jaw, then dressed in a light tunic and breeches. The gray direwolf pin lay on the small table by his bed. He picked it up, holding it in his palm a moment, feeling the cool metal press into his skin. It still felt unreal sometimes to bear the Stark name. He remembered how the king had declared it in Winterfell's courtyard. Rise, Jon Stark. Those words were a turning point in his life. But the dust of that change had yet to settle, and beneath it all he sensed unspoken tensions: Catelyn's disapproval, the realm's curiosity, the Lannisters' watchful eyes. The melee victory might have softened some scorn, but suspicion did not vanish overnight. Fastening the direwolf pin to his left breast, he stepped outside. The hallway smelled of old stone and torch smoke. Voices echoed from the tower's stairwell, lords, guards, servants moving about. He descended toward the solar where his father often conducted business, passing a pair of Stark men-at-arms who bowed slightly at the sight of him. That too was new. In Winterfell, they had known him as the Bastard of Winterfell, respected, perhaps, for his skill with a blade, but never truly embraced. Now they addressed him as my lord more often than not. He found Eddard Stark already awake, poring over parchments at a narrow table. A single taper stood beside him, though morning light slanted through the windows. Ned's face was lined with weariness, yet he offered Jon a faint smile. I trust you slept, Ned said, setting down the parchment. Well enough. Jon saw the half-eaten loaf of bread near Ned's elbow and realized his father had probably been here since dawn, too occupied for a proper meal. How are you, father? Ned exhaled, tapping a finger on the parchment. Concerned. There's so much that remains unclear. I've been receiving correspondences about Lord Aaron's final days, about the movements of various lords, even about the gold cloaks and their captains. Varys sent me a cryptic note last night, implying there's more at play than even I suspect. Jon recalled Varys, the master of whisperers, the spider. He had seemed almost unnaturally calm at the feast, gliding from one conversation to another like a shadow. Have you learned anything certain? A few threads. Aaron was investigating bastards of the king, like that armorer's apprentice we met. Likely others. The question is why. I also hear whispers of tensions between the crown and the Lannisters over outstanding debts. The realm's finances are in a precarious state, apparently, but the king shrugs it off. And then there's the Tyrell presence. Mace Tyrell has arrived with a retinue, Ser Loras in tow. They claim they come to pay respects to the king, but in truth, I think they're sniffing out alliances. The Reach and the Crown have not always seen eye to eye. Robert might be glad for their coin, though, if we're truly so deep in debt. Jon listened, feeling the old sense of awe at how vast the realm's concerns were. Is there anything I can do? Beyond your errands regarding Lord Aaron's trails. Ned rubbed the back of his neck. I was hoping you could pay another visit to Gendry. He might recall details he didn't mention before, or we can see if anyone has visited him since we last spoke. Sometimes, pressure comes from unexpected directions. Of course, Jon agreed. I'll go as soon as I break my fast. Take Jory or another guard you trust. The city's not safe, especially not for someone bearing the Stark name. Jon nodded, but a small flash of independence flared in him. He had roamed the city with a single guard or none at all, but he knew better than to push back now. King's Landing was full of shadows. The last thing he wanted was to make his father worry more than he already did. Very well, Jon said. I'll collect Jory. Before he could exit, Ned touched his shoulder. Jon, be careful with your questions. If this truly ties to the throne's succession, we tread on dangerous ground. If Cersei or her family suspect we're investigating that matter, they could take drastic measures. Jon felt a flicker of apprehension. I understand. He found Jory Castle in the yard, limbering up despite bruises of his own from the melee. Jory flashed him a grin. You're walking well for a man who took a dozen hits yesterday. Jon shrugged, rotating his sore shoulder. I feel every one of them. But I'll live. Father wants us to visit that armorer again. Shall we? They mounted up, accompanied by a single Stark guardsman named Peter, no relation to Peter Baelish, thankfully. The morning sun glared across the city's streets, revealing the grime all too clearly. Vendors hollered for attention, wagons rattled over uneven cobblestones, and urchins darted among the crowds. Jon kept a hand near his sword, though he doubted anyone would be foolish enough to attack 3 armed men. At the street of steel, the clang of hammers enveloped them. Smoke rose from countless forges and the heat was stifling. They dismounted before the same modest armorer's shop and found the master smith at work on a breastplate. He recognized them immediately, set aside his hammer, and bowed his head in greeting. "My lords. Back again?" Jon nodded. "We'd like to speak to Gendry if he's available." The smith jerked his chin toward the back. "He's inside, polishing a sword." "Oi, Gendry," he bellowed, and moments later the lad emerged, wiping his brow with a rag. His dark hair was plastered to his forehead from sweat. Gendry fixed Jon with a guarded stare. "My lord," he said uncertainly. Jon gestured for Jory and Peter to remain at the threshold. He stepped closer to Gendry, keeping his voice low. "We came to see if anything unusual has happened since our last visit. Has anyone been here asking after you or Lord Aaron?" Gendry shook his head. "No, lord. No one but customers wanting armor." He hesitated, fiddling with the rag in his hands. "Is this about who my father might? TB? I can't imagine why you'd care or why Lord Aaron did. I'm just apprentice." Jon noted the flicker of hope or confusion in Gendry's eyes. "Lord Aaron was investigating certain family lines. We suspect he thought you might play a role in something larger." "I know that's vague, but it's all I can say." Gendry's mouth set in a stubborn line. "Maybe I don't want any part of it. I'm fine here at the forge. I make good steel, and the master says I'll be a journeyman soon." Jon understood that sentiment. Gendry's life was simple now, hot, sweaty labor, but honest and free of the intrigues that roiled around the Red Keep. "I won't force you to do anything," Jon said quietly. "But if someone does come calling, someone with power, asking questions about your birth, please send word to Lord Stark immediately. It could be important for your safety." The lad studied Jon a moment, searching his face as though looking for deception. Then he nodded. I'll do that." Jon almost reached out to clasp Gendry's shoulder, but it felt too familiar, too soon. Instead, he offered a small, encouraging smile. "Thank you. We won't trouble you further." They left the forge behind. Jory gave Jon a thoughtful look once they were out of earshot. "He's got Robert's features all right. I'd wager the king sired him." Jon sighed. "Likely so. He wants nothing to do with it. Hard to blame him. He's safe as a nobody. But I wonder what Lord Aaron planned if he confirmed Gendry's parentage." Jory shrugged. "It's beyond me. But your father seems convinced the truth about these bastards is dangerous. He's rarely been wrong on such matters." They rode back in silence, picking a path that skirted the heart of Flea Bottom. The stench there was even worse than the rest of the city, a sour mix of offal and rotted refuse. Jon saw beggars huddled in doorways, gaunt-eyed children rummaging through piles of scraps, and men with glazed expressions leaning against soot-stained walls. The war had ended years ago, but the scars lingered, especially for those at the bottom. In front of a grubby alehouse, a group of gold cloaks loitered, exchanging crude jokes. One recognized the Stark badges on their cloaks and stood straighter. Another spat into the gutter, but none interfered. Jon made a point not to stare. King's Landing might have guards, but they were as likely to demand a bribe as to keep the peace. They crossed a narrow bridge over an open drainage ditch and eventually found themselves at a broader avenue leading toward the Red Keep's gates. The swirl of traffic increased, a merchant train carrying crates of figs, a train of mules loaded with barrels of wine, and riders from some distant house with a silver falcon on blue. Possibly more lords arrived for the extended festivities the king seemed intent on hosting. Robert adored a life of feasts and hunts, tournaments and merriment, ignoring the coin that paid for it all. Jon reined in near the gate, letting a column of Lannister guards pass. They marched with polished helms and crimson cloaks, haughty expressions on their faces. He spotted one with hair the color of straw, typical of that lineage. A hush seemed to follow them, a faint tension that no one voiced outright. The Lannisters were the queen's kin, the power behind the throne, at least in gold. Ned had cautioned Jon to show them courtesy but not trust. Inside the Red Keep's walls, the courtyard bustled with activity. Jon dismounted, handing the reins to a stable boy, and thanked Jory for the escort. Jory asked if Jon needed anything else. When Jon shook his head, Jory excused himself to meet with some other Stark men. Jon took a moment to rub at his aching thigh, thinking about Gendry's quiet determination and the wariness in his eyes. If Robert learned of Gendry, would he care? Probably not. The king hardly seemed interested in acknowledging his cubs as the talk went. But that only deepened the mystery of why Aaron had cared so much. He lingered near the stables a while, letting the warm smell of hay and horses lull him. The capital's constant noise pressed in from every side. Part of him yearned for Winterfell's solemn halls and pine-scented air. Yet he was here, carrying a name he had fought for, determined to prove himself worthy of it. He told himself that once his father uncovered the truth, they might both return north. Turning toward the keep, he caught sight of Arya darting across the yard, her thin limbs pumping as she chased after something. Or someone. He couldn't quite see. An older guard called after her, scowling, but Arya only ducked under a wagon shaft and disappeared around a corner. Jon shook his head. That girl had a knack for getting into mischief. He followed, weaving between crates and passing near the wagons. Around the corner, he found Arya squatting near a barrel, breathless, her hair in tangles. She clutched a wooden practice sword. When she saw him, her face lit up with a grin. "Jon, I almost caught a cat." Jon raised an eyebrow. "A cat?" Arya nodded vigorously. "A black one with a torn ear. Syrio says chasing cats is good training. I nearly had it cornered, but it slipped away. I think it went under that fence." She pointed to a gap in the wall behind some crates. Jon peered at the gap, hardly large enough for a child to wriggle through, let alone a grown man. "Be careful," he said. "That space might lead somewhere unsafe." Arya just smiled in that fierce way she had. "I'm not afraid." He crouched beside her. "I know you're not, but you can't vanish without telling anyone. Father worries." She scrunched her nose. "Father's always busy. You're busy too, but at least you come find me." She sighed, standing up. "Is Sansa at her sewing again?" "She never wants to do anything fun." Jon brushed a strand of hair from her face. "Sansa's world is different. She likes the things a southern lady is meant to like." He tried to keep his tone gentle. "Give her time. Maybe she'll warm to you again." Arya rolled her eyes. "Not likely. She's too busy swooning over knights and lords." Still, there was a trace of sadness in her expression. They had been closer as little children before courtly expectations began dividing them. She tapped his side with the practice sword. "You won that melee. Will you stay a fighter, or do you have to become all lordly now?" Jon laughed softly. "I don't know. Maybe both. Fighting is what I know, but Father wants me to learn about the realm, the politics. I suppose I can hold a sword in one hand and a quill in the other." Arya snorted. "Better you than me." She peered at the fence again, then reluctantly let go of the chase. "Want to see if we can find a better place to practice?" "Syrio says I need to keep moving." Jon grimaced. "My leg's still stiff from the melee, but I'll watch and give you tips. Just promise not to lead me on a cat chase." They found a quiet corner of the yard where a few training dummies stood near a stack of discarded wood. Arya launched into her water dancer footwork, weaving and darting while Jon offered the occasional correction: bend the knees more, shift your weight forward, keep your eyes on the target. He marveled at how quickly she picked things up. Syrio's style was unlike the heavier, north-forged methods Jon had learned, but Arya was small and quick, perfect for that fluid, dancing approach. Watching her, Jon felt a surge of fondness. She was often overshadowed by her siblings, by Sansa's beauty, by Bran and Robb's place in line, yet she had a ferocity all her own. A part of Jon almost envied her clarity of purpose. She didn't care about titles or about how others might judge her skill with a blade. She simply wanted to be true to herself. Eventually, her arms trembled with fatigue, and they paused. Jon offered her a water skin. She gulped it down, panting. "I'll get better," she said, half to herself. "One day, I'll be as good as you. Or Syrio." Jon ruffled her hair. "I have no doubt." Footsteps approached, and they both turned. Sansa stood there, hands clasped before her, wearing a pastel gown. She seemed uneasy, her gaze flicking between Jon and Arya. "Father asked me to find you," she said, addressing Jon. "He wants you in his solar." Arya sniffed, picking up her wooden sword. "I'm done anyway." She started to walk off, but paused to glance at Sansa. "If you want to practice sometime, I could show you." Sansa's cheeks colored. "That's not proper." Arya rolled her eyes and trotted away. Jon caught the faint hurt in Arya's expression as she left, but Sansa's posture was just as stiff, as though uncertain she had said the right thing. Jon tried not to sigh. "All right, thank you, Sansa. I'll go see him." She nodded, and for a moment it looked as though she wanted to say something else. Her eyes flicked to the bandage peeking out where Jon's trousers met his boot, or perhaps to the bruises on his face. But she only curtsied in a small, formal way and left. Jon found Ned alone in the solar, arms folded as he stared at a tapestry that depicted the defeat of the Ironborn centuries ago. He turned when Jon entered, worry etched deep into his features. "We have a complication," Ned said without preamble. Jon tensed. "What is it?" Ned tapped a folded parchment on the table. "A raven came from Winterfell. There was an attempt on Bran's life." Shock rippled through Jon's chest. Bran? Is he alive? He was attacked in his bed, but Catelyn was there. She fought off the assassin with help. Bran is still recovering from his fall, though. And apparently, your brother has not woken fully from his coma since then. Jon sank onto a bench, relief colliding with fear. Who would harm Bran? He's only a boy. Ned's jaw tightened. That's what concerns me. Someone doesn't want him waking and talking about why he fell. It may be connected to what's happening here. Jon recalled that Bran's fall had always seemed strange. He was a good climber. You think the Lannisters? Ned held up a hand. I can't accuse without proof. But Catelyn's suspects so enough that she rode south to investigate with the dagger that was used. Word is she's been in the city, quietly, meeting with certain allies. She hasn't come to see me openly for fear of spies. Jon's mind reeled. So Lady Catelyn was here, secretly investigating who had tried to kill Bran. And she had not reached out to him or to Arya or Sansa. Likely her distrust of Jon extended even now. But that was secondary to the main horror. Someone might have tried to murder a helpless child in his bed. Ned spoke again, voice taut. I'd go to her, but she insists we meet in a secure location tonight. She's arranged with Peter Baelish, of all people, to keep the meeting hidden. He claims he can give us privacy. I don't like it, but we have no choice. I want you to come with me. Not into the room, perhaps, but near enough to ensure no treachery occurs. My guards can't move too obviously or will attract the Lannisters' notice. Jon nodded, anger and protectiveness rising within him. He had not been close to Bran in the way Robb and Bran were, but he still cared for his younger brother. The thought of an assassin creeping into Winterfell was unspeakable. I'll be there, Jon said. Just tell me where and when. Ned laid out the plan in hushed tones. That evening, Jon and 2 other Stark men would accompany Ned to a discreet location near one of Baelish's establishments. Catelyn would slip in from wherever she was hiding, they'd exchange information and then vanish again. All of it sounded precarious, yet better than sitting idle. The hours until dusk passed slowly. Jon ate little at midday, stomach churning with worry. He tried to keep busy. Checked in on the stables, took a short walk around the keep, even exchanged pleasantries with a few knights who recognized him from the melee. The day was stiflingly hot, the sky a relentless blue that offered no relief. When shadows lengthened, he returned to his chamber to strap on leathers and a lighter breastplate, not wishing to draw too much attention. He belted on his sword. In Winterfell, he had worn simpler gear, but in King's Landing, the threat of violence lurked in every alley. He told Arya he was out on business for father and might not return till late. She seemed content to practice with Syrio. Sansa was nowhere to be found, perhaps off with the Queen's retinue or daydreaming of some southern hero. At the appointed time, he met Ned in the courtyard. With them were Jory Castle and Tomard, another loyal Stark guardsman. They took a plain carriage, not the House Stark coach, to avoid drawing eyes. Ned wore a hooded cloak over his usual attire. Jon sat across from him, watching the city pass through the small window as the carriage rattled along the streets, the setting sun painting the rooftops in orange glow. Near the riverfront, they halted at what looked like a rundown row of buildings. Foot traffic was lighter here, though a few shady figures lurked by a boarded inn. Peter Baelish emerged from a side door, bowing with theatrical flair when Ned stepped out. His mocking, casual air made Jon bristle. How could anyone so flippant be trusted? But Ned only gave him a curt nod. You brought a small army, Lord Stark, Littlefinger said, eyeing Jory and Jon. Ned's expression darkened. I'll do as I see fit, Peter. Baelish shrugged. Fine. She's inside. Just keep it quiet. He led them through a narrow alley to a nondescript door. Jory and Tomard stationed themselves outside. Ned beckoned Jon to remain at the threshold just inside, so he could intervene if necessary. Jon caught a glimpse of a small, dimly lit room with a single table and flickering lantern. Lady Catelyn rose from a chair as Ned entered, wearing a travel-stained cloak that did little to hide her noble bearing. Jon watched from the shadows near the doorway, heart pounding. He saw how her gaze flicked to him, and for an instant her eyes hardened. Then she returned her attention to Ned, her expression full of urgent worry. Baelish closed the door, remaining inside as well, leaning casually against a wall. Ned and Catelyn spoke in hushed voices. She recounted the attempt on Bran's life. A catspaw with a Valyrian steel dagger, discovered and thwarted only by Catelyn's intervention and help from Summer, Bran's direwolf. She had traveled south to find answers. Peter claimed the dagger once belonged to Tyrion Lannister, or so he said. The story was that Tyrion lost it in a bet to Baelish, who in turn lost it to someone else. Exactly how it came to be in the assassin's hands was murky. Jon strained to hear. He heard references to Tyrion Lannister, to the Queen's family. The conversation turned heated, Ned's anger rising at the idea that the Lannisters had conspired to kill Bran. Catelyn demanded immediate action, but Ned, calmer, insisted they needed more proof. Baelish said he could help them navigate the secrets of the city, though Jon could sense how much Ned hated relying on him. At length, the voices dropped again. Jon caught only fragments. "We cannot act openly, not yet. The king must be told at the right time. Keep Bran safe in Winterfell." Then quiet fell. Ned and Catelyn embraced, and Jon looked away, feeling like an intruder. A moment later, the door opened, and Baelish slipped out, giving Jon a little smirk. "So dutiful. I hope you're not bored, Jon Stark." Jon's jaw tightened. "I do what I must, Lord Baelish." "Ah, truly your father's son. Shall I find a cat for you to chase? I hear your sister has become an expert in that game." Jon's eyes narrowed. "We're done here, yes?" Baelish shrugged, turning away with a grin. "Try not to get lost on your way back to the keep. The city can be a labyrinth for the unwary." He strolled off, vanishing around a corner. Jon let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Baelish's every word seemed coded in subtle mockery. Jory, standing just outside, looked equally wary. Soon, Ned emerged with Catelyn. She caught Jon's eye, her lips pressed tight. He wasn't sure if she would speak to him. After a moment's hesitation, she managed a curt nod. "Jon," she said in a careful tone, "I see you've grown since last I saw you." He bowed stiffly. "My lady." What else could he say? He felt a twist of old hurt, recalling her coldness in Winterfell. But they had more pressing concerns than their personal history. Catelyn looked as though she might say more, but Ned's hand on her arm guided her aside. "We must keep moving," Ned said. "Catelyn will return north in secret. We can't risk the Lannisters knowing she was here." Jon stepped aside to let them pass, tension pulsing in the narrow alley. Jory and Tomard scouted ahead. A single lamp flickered over a half-collapsed wooden awning, casting dancing shadows. Farther down, the alley opened into a slightly wider street. Their carriage waited at the corner, driver fidgeting anxiously. They reached it without incident. Ned and Catelyn shared a final exchange of quiet words. Then she turned away, pulling her hood low. "Good luck, my lord," she said in a voice that trembled despite her resolve. She did not look at Jon again. A moment later, she slipped into the gloom, presumably to meet whatever arrangements Baelish had made for her safe departure. Ned watched her go with an expression of deep worry. When she vanished, he exhaled slowly. "One more piece of the puzzle," he muttered. Then he turned to Jon. "Let's return. There's much to discuss, but not here." They climbed back into the carriage. Jory and Tomard followed on foot. The driver urged the horses forward, and the cramped wooden wheels rattled over the cobbles. Jon sat across from his father, gloom pressing in around them. Through the small window, the city's lights blurred in the darkness. Ned closed his eyes briefly. That dagger, Valyrian steel, was said to belong to Tyrion Lannister, though Baelish claims it's changed hands. If that's true, Tyrion is either innocent or someone wants us to believe he's guilty. Cat is convinced the Lannisters are behind it because of Bran's fall. Jon recalled that day Bran found lying broken in the courtyard of Winterfell. She believes Bran witnessed something the Lannisters wanted hidden. Ned nodded. Yes, the boy climbed everywhere. He could have seen something he shouldn't have. But what? Jon pictured Jaime and Cersei, both golden-haired, both arrogant. If it's a secret that big, it might be about the royal children. Ned's gaze snapped to Jon. You've come to the same suspicion I have. He rubbed his temples. If gods preserve us, if Cersei's children aren't Robert's, that would be catastrophic. Jon Arryn's interest in Robert's bastards might have been a way to compare their features to the royal heirs. A way to confirm whose blood truly runs in Joffrey's veins. Silence engulfed them, the carriage jolting over a pothole. Jon's mouth went dry. The ramifications were enormous. If Joffrey was not Robert's son, the throne had no rightful claim under Baratheon lines. The Lannisters could be the actual puppet masters, or if the truth came out, war might erupt. Ned spoke softly. I must be certain before I act. Telling Robert a half-formed theory could doom us all if I'm wrong. And if I'm right, he stared at the passing shadows. The realm could tear itself apart. Jon felt the weight of that future pressing down. If the Targaryens' ousting had taught anything, it was that challenges to succession ignited wars. Robert had seized the throne partly because Rhaegar Targaryen abducted Lyanna Stark, at least that was the story everyone knew, and partly because there was no rightful Targaryen heir left in Westeros. Now if Joffrey was legitimate, who inherited? Stannis Baratheon? Renly? Would the North be dragged into yet another war? What can I do? Jon asked quietly. Ned leaned forward. Keep your eyes and ears open. Be ready to leave at a moment's notice if matters turn dire. Above all, speak of this to no one. Not even your siblings. We can't risk rumors spreading. Jon swallowed. Understood. They returned to the Red Keep late. The courtyard was still, guards posted at intervals, torches flickering in the warm night air. Jory and Tomard went to their barracks. Jon walked with his father to the Tower of the Hands entrance. Before parting, Ned briefly squeezed Jon's shoulder. I'm proud of you, Ned said, voice low. You've handled yourself well, and not just in the melee. I never intended to burden you with these intrigues, but you've risen to the challenge. Remember who you are. Jon's chest tightened. I remember. Bastard-born, but named Stark by the king's decree, yet in his father's words he felt acceptance he had rarely known. It bolstered him, though a kernel of doubt lingered. Who he was might not be so simple. He gave Ned a silent nod and headed to his own chamber, mind swirling with half-formed worries about Bran, the Lannisters, Gendry, and the secrets that might ignite a storm. Sleep came in fitful spurts. Jon dreamed of Winterfell's Godwood, where he stood with a sword in hand, hearing voices echo through the weirwood trees. When he turned, the face carved in the heart tree bled red sap, whispering about lies and truth, about how winter devoured all. He woke drenched in sweat. Outside, the city bells tolled softly, marking some late hour. In the morning, he forced himself to function despite the restless night. He found a tray of bread and boiled eggs delivered to his door, courtesy of a kitchen servant. Chewing mechanically, he realized how accustomed he'd become to the Red Keep's routine. Soon, if Ned's suspicions proved true, that routine might vanish in chaos. He set about his day. Ned was summoned to a small council meeting early, so Jon spent time with Arya, ensuring she stayed out of too much trouble. He watched her train with Syrio. Syrio Farrell offered Jon a measured nod of respect, as though acknowledging Jon's own skill with a blade. Arya bubbled with excitement, peppering Jon with questions about the Catspaw dagger rumor, since stable gossip traveled fast, but Jon evaded them carefully. She was too clever by half. By midday, the entire keep buzzed with another piece of news. King Robert planned a lavish feast to honor the Tyrell's visit. Word had it Mace Tyrell wanted to propose some alliance or marriage arrangement. Perhaps Renly Baratheon was involved. Jon had heard that rumor whispered by the court ladies. The king, for his part, was only too pleased to have another excuse for excess. Lannister men were also preparing grandly. Cersei would be present, draped in gold and green to honor both houses if the gossip was accurate. Jaime Lannister had been seen in the yard, sparring in leisurely fashion, though no one dared challenge the Kingslayer too harshly. Tyrion was absent, presumably traveling somewhere. Or so the talk went. That evening, the Great Hall was transformed. Bright banners hung from the rafters, torches flared, and tables groaned with food, roast boar, glazed vegetables, fresh bread, spiced wine. Musicians filled the air with lively tunes, and courtiers dressed in their finest garb. Jon entered alongside Ned's retinue, once again uncertain where he was meant to sit. He caught the eye of a herald who guided him to a seat among the lesser lords and knights. That suited Jon fine. He had no desire to be at the high table with Robert, Cersei, and their immediate circle. He found himself beside Jory and a pair of northern knights who'd come as part of Ned's guard. The conversation around them was jovial at first, talk of the melee, the Tyrell's presence, the cost of living in King's Landing. Amid the merriment, Jon felt a prickle of unease. He scanned the hall. Robert presided at the central dais, draining cup after cup, his face already flushed with drink. Cersei sat beside him, expression cool. Mace Tyrell was on Robert's other side, beaming as he boasted of the bounty of the Reach. Ser Loras Tyrell sat a little farther down, receiving smiles and flirting whispers from half the ladies present. Littlefinger, Varys, and Grand Maester Pycelle were seated on Ned's side. Jon could see his father's stiffness, the line of tension in his shoulders as he listened to Mace Tyrell's extravagant praise of King's Landing. Perhaps Ned was fuming over the cost of it all. Or perhaps his mind churned with the knowledge of what he suspected about Joffrey's parentage. The feast continued with course after course. Jon ate sparingly, never comfortable overeating in public. He sipped watered wine. Jory told a story about a near miss with a boar on the journey south, earning a laugh from the knights. Now and then, laughter rose in waves across the hall as the king roared at some jest or story. At some point, the king rose, swaying slightly, to propose a toast to Mace Tyrell and the love and friendship between the crown and Highgarden. Mace Tyrell stood, puffed out his chest, and returned the gesture with flowery words. Everyone applauded. Cersei's face was unreadable. Ned clapped politely but didn't smile. Arya and Sansa were seated near the dais, each wearing an expression that revealed how little they had in common with each other. Sansa looked starry-eyed at the spectacle while Arya kept sneaking glances at the door as if itching to escape. When Robert resumed his seat, he beckoned for more wine. Cersei murmured something to him that Jon couldn't catch. Robert responded with a dismissive wave, draining another cup. The mood in the hall edged toward raucous. Servants bustled, clearing empty platters and bringing new ones. A few knights, flush with drink, began to brag about their feats of arms in the yard. Jon wondered if he should slip away. These gatherings often grew stale, devolving into drunken boasting and gossip. But he stayed out of courtesy to his father, nibbling on a pear tart while Jory joined a conversation with a pair of men from House Tyrell. The topic seemed to be the quality of steel in the Reach versus the North, which soon veered into joking references to how the colder climate bred stronger men. Amid the din, a hush abruptly fell over part of the hall. Jon looked up to see Jaime Lannister stepping near the dais, bowing to the king and then speaking softly with Ned. The tension in Ned's shoulders grew more pronounced. Cersei watched with narrowed eyes, leaning forward. Robert, half drunk, blinked in confusion at the abrupt hush. Jaime's voice carried just enough for Jon to catch fragments. "News from the west. My father expects." Ned replied too low to hear. Jaime's lips curved in a smile, but it looked more like a provocation. He moved closer, speaking directly into Ned's ear, then chuckled. A few nearby lords exchanged uneasy glances. Finally, Jaime turned and walked away, that faint smile lingering. Ned's face was grim as stone. Jon's heart hammered. Whatever had passed between them clearly was no friendly pleasantry. As Jaime departed, Robert roared for more drink, oblivious or pretending to be. The music resumed, artificially bright. Conversations restarted, some hurriedly, as though trying to dispel the tension. Ned remained at the dais, exchanging a brief word with the king. Then, pushing to his feet, he stepped away. Jon excused himself from the table and followed. Outside the hall, Ned strode down a corridor, jaw clenched. Jon hastened to match his pace. "Father, what happened?" Ned slowed, glancing around to ensure no listeners. Jaime brought word that Tywin Lannister demands the crown repay a significant portion of its debt to House Lannister. Or, if not, Tywin threatens to recall certain shipments of grain and gold from the west. Jon absorbed that. That's quite the power play. Ned's eyes flickered with anger. Yes, Robert's overspending has given the Lannisters leverage. Jaime came to me personally, no doubt enjoying the chance to remind the hand of the king that we depend on Lannister gold. That's only half of it, though. I suspect a deeper motive. Possibly they want to see if I'll bend. If I show weakness, they might press more demands. The corridor was quiet, lit by a handful of torches. The distant hum of the feast persisted behind them. "Will you talk to Robert about it?" Jon asked. "I must, but he's too deep in his cups tonight. Tomorrow, perhaps. For now, let's keep our wits." Jaime told me a few other subtle hints, like how interested the Queen is in my investigation of Lord Arryn's papers. Jon felt a chill. So they suspect something. Apparently, or at least they know I'm poking into matters of lineage. Ned rubbed a hand over his face. "I need solid proof before they make a move against us. Let them rattle their swords for now." Jon hesitated, then asked, "Should we consider leaving the city, Father?" If it's that dangerous. Ned shook his head firmly. Not yet. If I flee, I abandon Robert to the Lannisters' clutches. If war is to be avoided, we need calm heads here. I gave Robert my word I would serve his hand. I cannot abandon that duty lightly. Jon bit back further protest. Duty and honor defined Eddard Stark, even in a den of vipers. Then I'll stay as well, of course. Ned gave him a weary nod, placing a hand on Jon's shoulder. I appreciate it, but be cautious. The Lannisters don't hesitate to strike where one is vulnerable. They parted ways for the night, Ned returning to his chambers in the Tower of the Hand, Jon heading down a quieter passage toward his own modest room. His mind churned. It seemed every day brought a new threat: Bran's attack, the dagger's origin, the question of Joffrey's true father, now Tywin Lannister's demands. The city stank of hidden daggers and schemes. The next morning, Ned confronted Robert about the debt issue, only to emerge from the royal apartments more frustrated than ever. The king, hungover, had grumbled that they'd sort it out eventually. Robert even made some flippant remark about borrowing more from the Iron Bank of Bravos, ignoring Ned's warnings that deeper debts meant deeper vulnerability. Jon spent part of the day training lightly in the yard, trying to keep his sword arm strong despite lingering aches. A group of knights from Highgarden were there, practicing mounted archery. Jon marveled at their skill, though the northern style rarely employed such. He exchanged polite nods with a couple of them, but conversation was sparse. They seemed more curious about him than genuinely friendly. Word of his melee victory had traveled, but so had the whispers that he was once a bastard. Some men revered the name Stark. Others saw him as an upstart. Later, as he was taking a rest, he saw Ser Loras Tyrell arrive, all bright cloak and shining hair. The Knight of Flowers gracefully dismounted, speaking with a squire. Jon considered approaching, but something made him hesitate. Loras exuded a polished charm that felt very different from northern forthrightness. Instead, Jon drifted away, scanning for Jory or any other familiar face. He nearly collided with Sandor Clegane, the Hound, who appeared around a corner with a scowl fixed on his scarred face. The big man snarled a curse, looking Jon up and down. "Watch where you're going, pup." Jon stepped back, heart pounding. Sandor was sworn to Prince Joffrey's service, if rumor was correct. "My apologies," Jon said evenly, refusing to show fear. The Hound sneered. "You're Ned Stark's whelp, the one who won that pitiful melee. A lucky fluke, I'd say. Don't get cocky." Jon kept his voice calm. "No fluke. I fought well, but I have no quarrel with you." Sandor's eyes flickered a glimmer of contempt. Then he scoffed, turning away. "You're right. You're not worth the trouble." He strode off with long, aggressive steps, leaving Jon feeling a rush of anger and relief. Clearly, not everyone admired him for that display in the tourney yard. Or perhaps the Hound simply scorned everyone. In any case, Jon had no desire to provoke a fight with Clegane. He retreated to a spot beneath the gallery, letting his pulse settle. A pair of Lannister guards strolled by, trading jokes about northern wolves. Jon pretended not to hear. It was a test of patience. Being in the city, he never knew when a casual slight might escalate. All he could do was remain vigilant. That evening, Ned summoned Jon and a few others to ride with him to speak with the city watch commander. The Gold Cloaks had responded inconsistently to robberies in the streets, and Ned wanted them more disciplined. The meeting was brief, tense. Janos Slint, the commander, oozed servility in Ned's presence but shot sly glances at Jon as if curious why a young Stark was present. Jon didn't speak, just watched, noticing how Slint flinched at the mention of accountability. Another man stood behind Slint, a dark-haired officer who said little. Jon caught a flicker in the man's eyes, like cunning hidden behind a mask. He never offered his name. Afterward, Ned fumed that the Gold Cloaks were more loyal to the highest bidder than to the throne. "Robert neglects them, so the Lannisters fill that gap, I suspect," Ned murmured. "If the worst comes, we can't count on them." They returned to the keep under a sky streaked with crimson, the setting sun coloring the city with ominous brilliance. Jon parted from Ned at the stables, intending to cool his head with a walk along the battlements. He needed fresh air. The day's wait, the swirl of political tensions, the knowledge of Bran's danger, the precarious truth about the throne, made him feel caged. Mounting the outer steps to the ramparts, Jon welcomed the sudden breeze. From up here, the city stretched out below like a sea of rooftops and flickering lights. The harbor glowed with ships at anchor, lanterns mirrored in dark water. Far in the distance, the red mountains of Dorne were just a silhouette on the horizon, the day's last light gilding their peaks. Footsteps approached behind him. Turning, Jon saw Sansa. She wore a shawl over a modest gown, her auburn hair gently braided. She hesitated, meeting his eyes as though uncertain whether to speak. "Good evening," Jon said quietly. She came closer, resting her hands on the stone battlement. "I saw you leave the yard. You looked troubled." Jon was mildly surprised. He and Sansa rarely spoke more than a few polite words. "I'm fine. Just needed some air." She nodded, twisting her fingers together. "These days, everything seems so tense, doesn't it? I hear servants whispering about the Lannisters, about gold cloaks, about ill omens." Jon exhaled, gazing at the sky's gradient of deepening blues and purples. "The city's on edge. Father is worried, too. But we must trust in his judgment." Sansa's voice was small. "I miss Winterfell sometimes. I thought King's Landing would be a dream, with knights and songs and all the splendor. But it's not what I imagined." He glanced at her, seeing a flicker of the little girl she'd been, who once giggled with Arya over dolls before they grew apart. "It's not easy for any of us. Have you spoken to Arya?" Sansa's face tightened slightly. "She hardly listens. She's always running off, acting like a boy with her sword lessons." Then Sansa caught herself. "But I suppose I haven't tried that hard to speak with her either." A distant horn sounded from the direction of the port. The wind carried briny air. Jon rested his forearms on the battlement, thinking about how quickly families could drift. Maybe find a moment. She admires you in her own way. She just doesn't show it. Sansa let out a faint laugh, though it held little mirth. "It's easier for you too. She never liked sewing or singing. I never liked fighting or climbing walls. We're too different. But you're still sisters." She fell silent, perhaps considering his words. Then she cleared her throat, eyes shifting to him. "Jon," she paused, as though unsure whether to continue. "You've changed since you became a Stark. Are you happy?" A swirl of conflicted emotions rose in him. He thought about the sense of belonging he felt when the king had named him, but also the guilt and tension that came with it. "I'm grateful," he said carefully. "It's what I dreamed of, but there's more to a name than I realized. Expectations, responsibilities, and some still see me as a bastard, no matter what the king decreed." Sansa's gaze softened. "I don't think of you that way. Not anymore. I know I was never kind to you in Winterfell. I'm sorry." Jon's heart clenched. It was the first time she had apologized for the subtle slights, the times she'd followed her mother's lead in ignoring him or letting him feel like an outsider. He inclined his head. "It's all right. We were children. The world was simpler then, or it seemed so." She nodded, blinking quickly as though brushing away tears she refused to show. "Thank you." They stood in companionable silence for a while, the city's bustle distant and muted. Jon found it oddly comforting to share this quiet moment with Sansa, a fleeting reminder that they were both far from home, bound by the same name, if nothing else. Eventually, Sansa murmured something about returning before dark fully fell, and Jon walked her to the nearest stairwell. She left with a small curtsy, the most genuine sign of respect she had ever offered him, and he responded with a nod that carried its own unspoken acceptance. Alone again, he wandered further along the ramparts, lost in thought. He recalled the Red Priest's warning outside the Dragon Pit about White Walkers stirring. That seemed a distant threat compared to the immediate perils of the capital, yet the memory clung to him. Winter is coming, the Starks always said. Jon felt it in his bones, though King's Landing never truly felt winter's chill. In the end, everything might converge. The realm's fragile peace could shatter, the North might face old evils, and here he was, balanced in a precarious position between a father he idolized, a king who had legitimized him, and the swirling chaos of court. In the following days, Ned grew even more withdrawn, burying himself in genealogical tomes from the Red Keep's library, cross-referencing family lines from House Baratheon and Lannister. Jon sometimes accompanied him, though the dusty scrolls made his head spin. The repetitive listings of hair color, marriages, and children, gold of hair, black of hair, so on, felt tedious. Yet Ned studied them with grim intensity, scanning for the pattern that would confirm or deny his worst suspicions. Meanwhile, the king indulged in hunts outside the city, ignoring Ned's pleas for caution. Rumors circulated that Robert wanted to host yet another tourney for visiting lords, including some from Dorne. Ned nearly exploded at the mention of more expenses, but Robert brushed him off, laughing that a king must live large. Jon tried to remain alert. He spoke with guards, listened at taverns, gleaned whatever glimpses of the city's pulse he could. Whispers abounded that the gold cloaks were receiving secret coin from the Lannisters, that Tywin was amassing forces in the west, that a Targaryen girl lived across the narrow sea with a Dothraki horde. Rumors came in a flood, impossible to separate truth from fabrication. A week after the secret meeting with Catelyn, news broke that Tyrion Lannister had been taken captive by Catelyn in the Riverlands. The entire court reeled. Ned went pale with fury, denying knowledge of his wife's actions. Cersei seethed, demanding justice for her brother. Robert tried to calm the situation, but tempers flared. The Queen publicly accused the Starks of kidnapping an innocent Lannister. Ned retorted about the dagger used on Bran. The king roared at them to be silent, demanded they both drop the matter until Tyrion could be questioned. But Cersei refused, pointing out that Tyrion was currently a prisoner in the Eyrie, subject to Lysa Arryn's whims. Within hours, the Red Keep seemed on the brink of crisis. Jaime Lannister and a cadre of Lannister men rode out of the city, presumably heading west or perhaps to the Riverlands to seek retribution. Ned ordered more Stark guards to stand watch. Jon found himself praying that open hostilities would not break out in the streets. That evening, he dined in uneasy silence with Arya, Sansa, and a handful of the household retainers. Ned did not appear, closeted in council with Robert. Arya picked at her food, itching to leave. Sansa seemed distracted, eyes rimmed with worry. Even the servants walked on eggshells, aware that conflict simmered. When Jon left the hall, a messenger found him, saying the hand required his presence in the Tower Solar. He hurried there, heart pounding. Inside, he found Ned with a fresh bruise on his temple, leaning on the table as though in pain. His father looked up, relief and exhaustion warring on his face. "Father, you're hurt." Jon moved closer, seeing dried blood at Ned's hairline. Ned waved it off. "A scuffle with Jaime Lannister." Jon's stomach lurched. "What happened?" Ned's voice was tight. "He and his men attacked me in the street. Killed Jory and several others." His tone was thick with barely contained grief. "I only survived because the gold cloaks arrived." Jaime fled. Shock and rage rocketed through Jon. "Jory? Dead?" The loyal captain who had trained with Jon for the melee, who had become a friend. "Why would they?" "Retaliation," Ned said bitterly. "For Tyrion's capture." Jaime demanded Tyrion's release. "I had no knowledge of Cat's plan. Jory tried to defend me and Jaime cut him down." His voice cracked. "We lost 4 good men." Jon's entire body tensed with fury, sorrow. "We can't let this pass." "The Lannisters." Ned's eyes were cold. "I know, but we must proceed carefully. The king is furious with both sides. He demanded I keep the peace, forced me to remain his hand, though I wanted to renounce the office. He threatened me with treason if I left." Jon inhaled shakily, grief for Jory dulling his thoughts. The man had been a friend, a mentor. Now Jaime Lannister had cut him down in the streets. "What can we do?" he managed. Ned looked at his son, eyes haunted. "We hold. We gather our strength. We wait for the right moment. Right now, Robert wants me to bury the matter. He refuses to move against the Lannisters, calling it a family squabble. But I'll not forget Jory's death." Jon clenched his fists, sorrow twisting his chest. Part of him wanted to ride out after Jaime, but that was madness. A war might be coming. Ned bowed his head. "It may be, unless we can find a path to avoid it. But even as we do, we must uncover the truth about Joffrey's parentage. If that secret is as we suspect, it changes everything." Jon remembered the genealogies, the differences in hair color, Gendry's existence, the rumor that all Baratheons had black hair unless the child wasn't truly a Baratheon. "We're close?" he asked in a hush. Ned nodded. "I believe so. And once we have proof, I must decide how to tell Robert. Pray the gods watch over us when that day comes. In the meantime, watch yourself, Jon. The Lannisters might strike at you if they think it will wound me." Jon swallowed, the reality of danger more tangible than ever. He gently helped his father to a chair, calling for a maester to tend the bruise. Jory's death weighed heavily. The city felt like a tinderbox on the brink of erupting into flames. In the nights that followed, Jon scarcely slept. He dreamed of Jory's face, of the practice yard, of swords clashing. He dreamed of Bran lying unconscious, of a dagger glinting in the dark. Sometimes he saw the Hound's burned visage, or Jaime Lannister's confident smirk, or the coldly beautiful face of the Queen. Other times he glimpsed a crown of snow and an ancient menace beyond the wall. News arrived that Tyrion had demanded trial by combat in the Eyrie and won, securing his release. The Lannisters no longer had that grievance, yet tensions did not abate. Jaime was in retreat, either in the west or hiding. Tywin Lannister was reportedly gathering forces. The king refused to believe his friend Tywin would march against the crown, but Ned suspected otherwise. Through it all, Jon remained at his father's side, helping where he could, delivering messages, guarding Ned's door with the other northern men, gleaning talk in taverns or from stable hands about which lords were moving troops. He also tried to console Arya, who was devastated by the news of Jory's death and frightened by the looming possibility of war. Sansa was subdued, spending more time alone, perhaps grappling with the illusions of courtly life crumbling around her. One humid afternoon, Ned sent Jon to the royal library to fetch a particular genealogy. Jon walked the silent aisles, dust motes dancing in the sunbeams. The shelves towered overhead, filled with ancient books, brittle scrolls. He found the text, lineages, and histories of the great houses and tucked it under his arm. As he turned a corner, he nearly ran into Lord Varys, the Spider. Varys placed a hand on his own chest in mock surprise. "Jon Stark. My apologies. These old shelves are so cramped." Jon stepped back warily. "It's fine. I was just leaving." Varys smiled, his soft voice echoing faintly. "Always so quick to depart, good Jon. Is my company so dreadful?" Jon frowned. "I just have tasks to do." "Of course." Varys let his gaze drift to the tome in Jon's arms. "Lineages and Histories, that book seems quite popular of late. I wonder why." He laced his fingers together. "Oh, but I won't pry. The hand must have his reasons." Jon mustered a neutral tone. "I wouldn't know. I only fetch what Lord Stark requests." Varys's lips curved slightly. "A dutiful son indeed. You remind me of your father's sense of loyalty. I do hope you'll take care. The realm needs House Stark's honesty now more than ever. Storm clouds gather." Jon's pulse quickened. "I know that. But what do you want from me?" Varys's eyes flicked down. "Want? Merely that you keep your father from rash decisions. Lord Stark is honorable, yet sometimes the honorable path is the fastest route to the grave. We are in a city of illusions, dear boy, and illusions are deadly to those who see too clearly." Jon bristled. "I don't need your advice. Or your warnings." The eunuch spread his hands in a gesture of peace. "Nevertheless, you have them. A small courtesy in these times. Good day, Jon Stark." He stepped aside, letting Jon pass. Jon held the thick tome tighter as he hurried away, uneasy. Varys had a knack for appearing in the unlikeliest places, sowing cryptic words. It unnerved Jon how the Spider seemed to know everything. But he kept his head down and returned to Ned with the book, forcing Varys's riddles from his mind. The next day, Ned called Jon into the solar, looking drained yet resolute. On the table lay open books and a piece of parchment with numerous scribbled notes. "Jon, I found it," Ned said in a whisper. "Every Baratheon child in recorded history took after the Baratheon line in hair and coloring, except," he gestured at the notes. "Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen. They all have golden hair. Like the Lannisters. None show the Baratheon black. It can't be a coincidence." Jon felt his stomach twist. "Then they're not Robert's." Ned's eyes burned with grim certainty. "I'm convinced. Jaime fathered them with Cersei. That's what Bran must have seen, Jaime and Cersei together. That's why they tried to kill him." An icy wave washed through Jon. If the king's heirs were bastards in truth, that meant the Iron Throne had no rightful occupant from Robert's line. "What will you do?" Ned clenched his jaw. "I must tell Robert. Gently but honestly. If I let this lie, the realm rests on a false foundation." Jon remembered Varys's warning, the sense that the slightest misstep could lead to bloodshed. "Is there a safe way to do this?" Ned exhaled. "I doubt it. But better to face the truth openly than let the Lannisters keep their hold on the throne through lies. Robert may be furious, but I pray he sees reason." Jon's heart pounded. If Robert believed Ned, then the Lannisters might be declared traitors. Or if Robert refused to believe, Ned could be accused of treason himself. The city might explode in violence. "When?" he asked hoarsely. Ned closed the book. "Soon. Maybe tomorrow. Robert's returning from his hunt by midday. I'll request a private audience. The realm will change forever, one way or another." Jon shuddered at the potential consequences. He thought of Arya, Sansa, all the Stark men with them. If war ignited, would they be safe? He forced himself to speak. "I'll stand by you, father." Ned placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. "I know you will. We'll face it together. And if things go wrong, we'll do our best to escape the city, gather our banners in the north if need be. But I hope Robert's sense remains." Sleep was impossible that night. Jon's mind raced with images of the king's anger, the queen's fury, the chaos that would follow. Dawn came, bleak and gray, as if the weather sensed the tension. Ned rose early, dressing in sober gray. Jon readied himself as well, wearing the Stark sigil plainly. If they were to do this, let no one doubt their identity or their convictions. As the hour approached midday, word spread that the king's hunting party had returned in haste, something about a boar attacking Robert. Jon grew alarmed. If Robert was wounded, how would that affect Ned's plan? He and Ned hurried to the royal apartments. Courtiers stood outside in hushed clusters. The king's groans echoed from within. A maester emerged, face pale. "It's grave," he said. The boar ripped him open. "He's lost much blood." Ned pressed inside, Jon on his heels. They found Robert lying in bed, face ashen, the smell of blood and sweat thick in the air. Cersei hovered at one side, holding Joffrey's hand. Tommen and Myrcella wept quietly. Renly Baratheon stood near, face distraught. Others milled about, but Ned forced his way through, ignoring the queen's glare. Robert looked up, a flicker of recognition. His chest was bound with bloody bandages. "Ned," he rasped. "Gods." "I was drunk, the boar," he coughed, wincing in pain. Ned knelt by the bed. "My friend," he said softly, tears threatening. "You need rest, we'll fetch the best healers." Robert barked a faint laugh that turned into a groan. "They've tried. I'm done for. Damn me for a fool." His eyes rolled. "I cursed you for your caution. You were right. I was reckless." Cersei bent close, smoothing Robert's hair. Her face was a mask of sorrow, but Jon saw triumph glint behind her eyes. He couldn't help suspecting it. Joffrey hovered, looking stunned. Robert's breath rattled. "Ned, you'll take care of things. You'll rule as regent till Joff." Joff, another coughing fit seized him. Ned cast a glance at Jon, anguish warring with knowledge. Here was the moment to speak or stay silent. Robert was dying. If Ned exposed the truth now, in front of everyone, it might spark instant violence. If he waited, the Lannisters could secure power. Ned swallowed hard. "Robert, please? I must speak with you alone." But the queen stiffened. "He needs rest." Robert stirred, eyes fluttering. "Alone," he mumbled. "Get out." He tried to shout, but it came as a wheeze. "All of you." Cersei shot Ned a glare, but bowed her head. She led Joffrey and the others from the room. Jon started to follow, but Ned signaled for him to remain. Renly hesitated, then left as well, confusion on his face. When they were alone, Ned leaned in. "Robert, you must know. Joffrey is not your son. The children are Jaime's." "Cersei," he struggled to speak gently, but time was short. Robert's eyes glazed with pain. "What?" Jon held his breath. Robert blinked, his mind dulled by agony and drink. "Jaime? Jaime Lannister? You're mad." He tried to sit up and hissed in pain. "Get me the throne. I'll kill them." His face contorted, then he coughed bloody spittle onto the sheets. Ned rested a hand on Robert's forearm. "Easy, my friend. The boar's wound." Robert's breath came in ragged bursts. If that's true, gods, how could I not see? Is that what Jon Arryn?" he wheezed. "I've been blind." "Ned, don't let them," his head lolled, eyes rolling back. Jon rushed forward, calling for the maester. The door burst open as the maester and several attendants hurried in, along with Cersei and Joffrey. They crowded around, pushing Ned and Jon aside. Cersei wailed in feigned despair. Joffrey stared at Robert's slack face in confusion. The maester pressed to Robert's chest, but the king's breathing was shallow, labored. Moments later, with one last spasm, Robert Baratheon died. Chaos erupted. Cersei screamed commands for guards. Joffrey stood there, stunned, tears running down his cheeks. Renly dashed in, demanding an explanation. Ned, stricken, tried to reach Robert's side, but Lannister guards blocked him. Jon stood at Ned's shoulder, hand on his sword. The tension in that room was like a drawn bowstring. Cersei turned to Ned, eyes blazing. "What lies have you been feeding the king on his deathbed?" Ned set his jaw. "The truth, that your children—" "Silence," she shrieked. "Guards!" Swords rasped free. Joffrey's face twisted in confusion and fear. Renly said something about who should rule. Cersei overrode him with a command that Joffrey be crowned at once. Ned tried to assert that Robert had made him regent, but the queen snarled that no such decree would stand. The Lannister guards pressed closer. Jon braced himself, drawing his blade to defend his father. Dozens of men stood in that room, some gold cloaks, some Lannister red, a few Baratheon retainers. The air crackled. All it would take was a single blow for blood to spill. Ned raised his voice. "I have the king's words. He named me protector. And Joffrey." Cersei's rage ignited. "Arrest them." She pointed at Ned and Jon. Gold cloaks hesitated, looking between Ned and the queen. Joffrey, trembling, suddenly shouted, "Obey my mother." Renly vanished, possibly to gather support. The Lannister men advanced, and Ned's group formed a protective circle. Jon's pulse thundered. He saw the glint of spears, the lethal focus in the Lannister captain's eyes. Ned tried one last appeal to the gold cloak commander, but the man only shrugged apologetically and gestured for his men to move. Outnumbered, Ned lowered his sword, whispering to Jon, "Don't fight. Too many will die. Surrender for now." Jon's heart hammered. He wanted to lunge, to free them from this trap. But Ned's command froze him. Slowly, he let the blade drop. Lannister guards rushed in, seizing them, wrenching their arms behind their backs. Jon struggled, but a blow to the back of his head made him stagger. He felt manacles clamped over his wrists. Cersei glared triumphantly. Joffrey's eyes flicked from his mother to Ned, uncertain but angry. The realm's fate hung in the balance, and it seemed the Lannisters had won the first move. As Jon was dragged from the king's chamber, the last thing he saw was Robert's still form, the wasted hope of a better outcome. The old era died with him, leaving a treacherous new age in its wake. The corridor blurred as the guards hauled him away. He tried to glean any sign of Arya or Sansa, but it was chaos, shouts, clashing loyalties, a swirl of cloaks. He heard the queen's voice ring out, "Take them to the dungeons. Secure every Stark in the castle." Jon clenched his teeth, refusing to give the guards the satisfaction of hearing him cry out when they shoved him forward. Ned was somewhere behind him, also captured. The city that had once welcomed them now turned into a prison. But as fear and desperation threatened to overwhelm him, Jon forced himself to remember that he was a Stark, no matter how he came to the name. The North endured. He would find a way. For himself, for his father, for his siblings, and for the memory of those they had lost. Somewhere in the distance, bells tolled, announcing the king's death to the city. Each mournful note echoed like a dirge, ushering in the uncertain darkness of a false king's reign. And Jon, his wrists bound by iron, stepped forward into that darkness, determined to bring truth back into the light or die trying. They took Jon to a cramped cell deep within the Red Keep, far from torchlit corridors. The guards shoved him inside, slamming the iron gate behind him. The stale air choked him, moss stained the walls green-black, and the distant trickle of water suggested these dungeons lay near or below the waterline of Blackwater Bay. In the darkness, he heard faint whimpers, perhaps from other captives in adjoining cells. For a moment, he stood there, stunned by how quickly everything had collapsed. Robert lay dead, and the Lannisters had seized power in a single, brutal stroke. He pressed forward, blinking until his eyes adjusted to the gloom. A narrow slit high in the wall admitted the faintest trace of moonlight. The floor was rough stone, damp beneath his boots. He tested the bars, but they were sturdy. His wrists were still sore from the manacles, though the guards had removed them before shutting him in here. He tried to push away the image of Jory falling in the street, tried to banish the memory of Ned being dragged off. Perhaps they had placed Ned in a different cell. Perhaps Sansa and Arya had been taken somewhere too. The thought of his younger sisters in Lannister hands twisted his gut with fear. He paced to keep his limbs warm, forcing himself to breathe steadily and think. The city, once a place of possibility, had become a trap. If he let panic seize him, he would lose all hope. He had to stay calm, to wait for a chance to escape or to find some way to defend his father. Maybe the gold cloaks would realize who truly had a claim to the throne, maybe they would see the truth about Joffrey's parentage. But that faith felt paper-thin. He remembered how quickly the gold cloaks had turned on Ned in the throne room once Cersei commanded them. Night stretched on. Weariness dragged at him, but every time he closed his eyes, he pictured the moment Robert died, that pained incredulity on the king's face when Ned whispered the truth of Joffrey's birth. Now the Lannisters would bury that truth under a mountain of blood if they could. Finally, exhaustion overcame him, and he slid down to the floor, hugging his knees as he dozed fitfully. He woke to the scrape of boots outside his cell. A torch's flame danced off the damp stones, and he squinted. 2 gold cloaks stood there, flanking a man in simple clothes, a long, draping cloak of dull gray blue. A cowl shaded his face. As he stepped closer, lifting the torch, Jon recognized him. Varys. The spider's voice was barely above a whisper. "Jon Stark," he said. "I greet you with more warmth, but these are not the circumstances for cordialities." Jon pushed to his feet, ignoring the stiffness in his back. If you've come to gloat, you're wasting your time. Varys made a small clucking sound. Gloat? How unkind. I had hoped to see if I might help in what small ways I can. I've brought some food. He motioned, and one of the gold cloaks stepped forward, passing a covered bowl through the bars. A spoon rattled inside. Jon eyed it warily. Why? The eunuch smiled thinly. Because a starving prisoner is no use to anyone. And because I have no love for the carnage that will ensue if matters continue down this path. He lowered his voice. You must understand, the queen holds all the power now. She is crowned regent for her son, the new King Joffrey. The city is tense. Men speak of a purge against the Starks. At present, Sansa is protected. She's in the queen's custody, I'm afraid. Arya is missing, vanished from the Red Keep. They say she slipped away before the Lannisters could seize her. Jon's pulse hammered at each word. At least Arya was free. But Sansa in Cersei's clutches. Where's my father? In another cell not far from yours, Varys replied. He's wounded from his tussle with Jaime's men, though not gravely. The queen wants him to confess his treason publicly. If he does, perhaps she'll show mercy. Or so she claims. Jon's throat felt tight. Treason? It's they who are the traitors. Robert died not knowing his own children were fathered by Jaime. Varys pursed his lips. Yes, well, the truth rarely matters in such a storm of power. The queen claims Ned Stark tried to usurp the throne upon Robert's death. She has a royal decree naming Joffrey as rightful king. The lords of the council, Littlefinger, Pycelle, some say Renly fled the city, are scrambling to keep the peace. Meanwhile, Tywin Lannister raises forces in the west. Jon couldn't stomach more. He pointed to the bars. Then why come here, telling me all this? Because I prefer less bloodshed, Varys said. I have seen enough wars to know that when great houses clash, the small folk suffer. If Ned Stark yields, perhaps King Joffrey, he paused delicately, or, let us say the queen, will spare some of you. There may be exiles, forced loyalties, but not a bloodbath. If Ned refuses, well, the boy king's nature is none too gentle, and Queen Cersei may not be able to restrain him for long. Jon clenched a fist around the bowl of stew the guard had handed him. The warmth seeped into his skin. He realized how hungry he was, but his anger overshadowed it. My father will never lie to support the Lannisters' false claim. Varys tilted his head. A father will do a great many things to save his children. Consider that. And consider your own choices. He stepped back, handing the torch to the guard. I wish you well, Jon Stark. I truly do. I'll speak with you again, if circumstances allow. Then they were gone, footsteps fading. Jon glared after them. The stew smelled of onions and salted pork. He sipped a spoonful, the warmth of fleeting comfort. So they wanted Ned to confess so Joffrey's claim would be unopposed. But how could Ned recant the truth that Joffrey was no rightful king? It was unthinkable. Yet Varys was right about one thing. The Lannisters held Sansa, and if Arya was missing, that gave them further cause to threaten Ned with harm to his daughter. They might do the same to Jon, use him as leverage. He forced the stew down, cursing his own helplessness. Time had no meaning in the dungeons. He slept when exhaustion overwhelmed him, waking to the scurrying of rats or the occasional drip of water. A meager meal arrived once a day, bread and watery ale or stew. He had no windows, no voice telling him of events above. He only knew that each passing day likely gave Cersei more time to consolidate her hold on the city. He imagined the Lannister banners fluttering over the walls, gold lions roaring where once the crowned stag had flown. On the fourth or fifth day, he could hardly guess. Shouts echoed through the corridor. Jon scrambled to his feet as footsteps approached. A cluster of men came into view, brandishing torches, gold cloaks led by none other than Petyr Baelish. The master of coin wore a sardonic smile, though there was tension in his eyes. Baelish motioned to the jailer. Open it. His Grace wants the boy brought to the Great Hall. His Grace. Joffrey. Jon clenched his jaw, heart pounding. So they wanted him to stand before the new king. For what purpose? To punish him publicly? To force him to speak? He stepped back as the jailer fumbled with keys, then pulled open the heavy door with a rusty squeal. Cooperate, Baelish said lightly, and you might keep your head. Resist, and I fear it will go poorly. Jon's eyes flashed with hatred, but he knew this was not the time for a futile fight. The corridor teemed with armed men. He simply nodded, stepping out. Guards seized his arms, binding his wrists with a length of rope. Baelish turned on his heel, leading them away from the cell. Jon's legs wobbled from disuse, but he forced himself forward, praying he'd see his father. They ascended twisting stairs, passing heavier guard posts. At each station, Lannister men or gold cloaks eyed Jon with contempt. A wave of cooler air hit him when they reached ground level. The keep's corridors felt almost dazzling after the gloom, lit by broad windows. Jon realized it must be morning or midday. Sunlight streamed in like molten gold. It felt wrong that the castle would go about its daily business, as though the rightful king had not just died. They led him into the great hall. Rows of watchers pressed back behind guards. The hall's grandeur only underscored how dire Jon's situation was. Banners still bore the Baratheon stag, though a few new ones featured a lion interwoven with the stag. The dais at the far end housed the Iron Throne, on which perched Joffrey Baratheon in regal finery, a gold circlet upon his blonde curls. Beside him stood Cersei, face unreadable, and next to her, Grand Maester Pycelle, looking solemn. The Hound loomed to one side, hands resting on his sword belt. Several other courtiers hovered near, including Varys, Baelish, and a handful of lords who wore carefully measured expressions. To Jon's right, a lesser dais had been erected for the queen. On the left dais, a cluster of men in the livery of House Stark stood under guard. He spotted one or two from Ned's household, but Ned himself was not among them. Jon's heart sank. Sansa was there, though, her hair neatly pinned. She stood pale and trembling, ringed by Lannister soldiers. A wave of relief and dread struck Jon at once. At least she was alive, but they clearly meant to use her as a pawn. She dared not even meet his eyes. A herald banged his staff. Jon Stark, brought before his grace, King Joffrey of the House Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Undulls and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm. The hall's echo died away. Joffrey regarded Jon with a flicker of curiosity, overshadowed by disdain. "This is the one, Mother?" he asked. His voice tried to sound commanding, but the pitch was still that of a boy. Cersei inclined her head. "Yes, your grace. Bastard-born, yet named a Stark by your noble father's decree." Joffrey sneered. "My father was too kind. It seems all we get from House Stark is treachery. Does this one deny it?" Jon swallowed, forcing himself not to let his anger flare. He fixed Joffrey with as steady a gaze as he could. "I have committed no treachery. Nor has my father. It is you who sees what is not yours." Gasps rippled through the hall. Cersei's lips tightened, but Joffrey only laughed, a shrill sound that echoed among the pillars. Daring words from a prisoner. He sat forward. "I'm told you fought in the tourney melee, even won it. You have some skill with a blade. Is that true?" Jon hesitated, uncertain how to respond. "I won. That is true. Though it means little now." Joffrey shrugged. "Might be I could use you in the King's Guard if you were loyal. Or perhaps you'd enjoy entertaining the court with sword shows. But that's only if you beg my forgiveness." Cersei eyed Jon as if calculating. "You see, Jon Stark, your father is charged with high treason. He tried to steal the throne from my son. If you wish to save yourself and him, you must speak the truth about what happened when King Robert died. Confess that Ned Stark plotted to depose the rightful heir. Confess it and all might be forgiven." Jon's heart hammered. That was the lie they'd peddled, that Ned tried to stage a coup. He glanced to the side where Sansa stood with wide eyes. He saw fear there and a silent plea. She looked so helpless, pinned between Lannister swords. He wanted to cry out that Joffrey was no rightful king, but the words stuck in his throat. He recalled Varys' statement, a father would do much to save his children, or a child might do much to save a father or a sister. He set his jaw. "I will not speak lies. My father did only what was honorable." Joffrey's face darkened. "You call me a liar, then?" Jon measured his next words carefully. "I only say Ned Stark never plotted to take the throne." The Queen's gaze swept the hall, landing on Sansa. "Your father's life depends on how cooperative House Stark is now. Have you considered your sister's safety?" The threat was unmistakable, and it sent a chill through Jon's bones. Joffrey gestured to a guard. "Bring him closer." The guard yanked Jon forward, forcing him to kneel at the foot of the Iron Throne's dais. Joffrey leaned down, eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. "Kiss my sword, pup, and declare me your rightful king. Do it, or I'll let my hound carve you for sport." Sandor Clegane gave an indifferent shrug, but Jon had no doubt the man would do it if ordered. The entire hall seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Jon's muscles quivered with the urge to fight, to throw himself at Joffrey. Yet he felt the rope binding his wrists, the ring of armed men around him, and Sansa's terrified face. If he died here in a blaze of defiance, it would gain nothing, likely sealing Ned's death and leaving Sansa in their hands. He closed his eyes, tasting bile. Slowly, he bent over the sword Joffrey extended. The blade's edge was set with small rubies. Fury burned in Jon's chest, but he forced himself to lower his mouth until it pressed the cold metal. He heard scattered titters from the onlookers, cruel satisfaction from those loyal to the queen. He swallowed bitterness. Joffrey withdrew the blade. "Now say it," he commanded. "Say that I am your king." Jon straightened, meeting the boy's gaze. His voice was hoarse. "You are the king. Joffrey Baratheon." Every syllable felt like swallowing broken glass. Silence hung for a heartbeat. Then Joffrey smirked, turning to his mother. "See? The Starks can learn obedience." Cersei inclined her head. "It pleases me that you've chosen wisely, Jon Stark. We must ensure your father sees reason as well. The king, in his mercy, will show leniency if Ned Stark confesses his crimes and swears loyalty." Jon said nothing. He knew Ned would choke on those words, but perhaps he could be convinced to say them for the sake of his daughters. Joffrey gestured for the guards to haul Jon back to his feet. The queen gave him a thoughtful look as though assessing how best to use him. "Take him to more comfortable quarters," she told the gold cloaks. "He has proven his loyalty for now, but keep him under watch." At that, a wave of relief and dread washed over Jon. He was alive, at least, and not in the black cells. But the cost was humiliating. Sansa's eyes flicked toward him as they dragged him away. He caught her gaze for an instant, saw tears shining there, a flicker of gratitude or heartbreak. Then the crowd closed around them and he was ushered out of the great hall into an antechamber lined with Lannister guards. They led him to a small tower room. Better than a dungeon cell, though the door locked from the outside and a Lannister man stood guard. The room held a narrow bed, a table, and a shuttered window overlooking the yard. An improvement, but still a prison. Jon slumped onto the bed, pressing his hands to his face. He still felt the sword's cold metal on his lips. He sat there, breathing raggedly, until a servant arrived with a basin of warm water and fresh clothes. Jon recognized the style. These were not Stark clothes, but simple garments with no house sigil, as though the Lannisters wanted him stripped of identity. He refused to wear them at first, but his own attire stank of sweat and the dungeon. At length, he gave in, changing to the fresh shirt and breeches, then washing his grimy face. He noticed new bandages on his forearm where he'd scraped himself against the cell bars. They must have tended his wound while he was unconscious or unawares. The Lannisters wanted him healthy enough to parade, apparently. Days blurred. He was allowed to walk the corridor under guard, but no farther. They brought him passable food, though not lavish. No one came to speak with him until, on the third day of this new captivity, the door opened to reveal Lord Varys once again. Jon rose sharply from the bed, scowling. "Have you come to see how tamely I kneel?" Varys spread his hands. "I regret that you were forced to such humiliation, but it's better than a bloody end, and better than ensuring your sister's peril." Jon glared, saying nothing. Varys glanced at the guard, then approached quietly, lowering his voice. "Ned Stark has been told that if he confesses, the king will allow him to take the black. Send him to the wall." That was the queen's plan. A show of mercy, so the realm might remain calm. Sansa pleads for your father's life daily. She visits the queen, begs Joffrey to show clemency. It's quite heartbreaking. Jon's nails dug into his palms. But is that mercy real? She might promise it and then kill him anyway. Varys sighed. Cersei at least might keep the bargain. She knows that if Ned lives quietly at the wall, the North will not rise in open revolt. But Joffrey, the boy is volatile, and with Tywin Lannister's armies looming, the Queen wants to secure peace while they gather strength. She may push for Ned's banishment, as opposed to an execution. He paused meaningfully. For that, Ned must say the words. He must confess to treason, declare Joffrey the rightful king. Jon slumped back onto the bed. He won't do it, not if it means calling Joffrey rightful. He knows Joffrey isn't. Varys sat gingerly on the stool, folding his hands in his sleeves. He might, to save you and Sansa, possibly Arya, if they catch her. He's a father before all else. Lord Stark cherishes honor, but he cherishes his children more. Jon closed his eyes. Where is my father now? In the dungeons, where he recovers from his leg wound. They allow a maester to tend him. He has not been brought forth yet because the queen is waiting for the city's mood to stabilize. The gold cloaks remain uneasy, and rumors swirl that the Northmen will march if Ned dies. Meanwhile, Stannis Baratheon, Robert's brother, has vanished from Dragonstone. Some say he means to press his own claim. We stand upon a knife's edge. Jon forced a steady breath. Why tell me all this? Varys stood, tucking a stray fold of cloth. Because knowledge is power in times of upheaval. I suggest you urge Ned Stark to accept the Queen's terms if you can speak to him. This city cannot bear another war. And more personally, I suspect you'd rather see your father live, even if it means swallowing words that stick in his throat. Jon's anger flared. You'd have us sell the truth just to keep peace? Varys shrugged, expression sorrowful. The truth is a costly thing. Would you trade your father's head for it? Possibly your sister's as well. He stepped to the door. Think on it. My time grows short. The king has other advisors, less inclined to mercy. He left, and the guard locked the door again. Jon sat motionless, warring with himself. If Ned declared Joffrey rightful, it would be a lie that might doom the realm eventually. But if he refused, the Lannisters might kill him and possibly do worse to Sansa. Jon thought of Arya, somewhere out there in the city or beyond, alone. He hated the choices they faced. That afternoon, a new visitor arrived, Sansa. The door opened and she stepped in, escorted by 2 gold cloaks. She looked exhausted, eyes red from crying. Yet she tried to stand tall. Leave us, she said to the guards, and one of them snorted in derision. He's not to be left alone with you, my lady, the guard said. Orders. She bit her lip, then sighed. Stand by the door, then. The guards posted themselves inside, near the threshold. Sansa crossed to Jon, hands clasped before her. He rose, unsure what to say. They stared at each other for a moment, the tension of the hall replaying in their minds. Her voice was shaky. Are you, well? He nodded stiffly. I've been treated better than in the dungeon, thanks to the Queen's whim. And you? She lowered her gaze. They keep me in my rooms. They say I must behave like a proper lady. I've been told that if I try anything foolish, father will suffer. So I've done as they ask, but it's all so awful. Her breath caught in a sob. I go before Joffrey, beg him to show mercy, and he just laughs. Jon's heart twisted. He had resented Sansa's illusions about the court and the princes, but no one deserved this. He reached for her hand. I'm sorry. She glanced at the guards, then let Jon take her hand briefly. They said if father would confess, they'd send him to the Night's Watch. You to the Watch as well, if you swear loyalty. And they'd let me remain at court as Joffrey's betrothed. That's the plan. Tears welled in her eyes. I hate it, but at least you'd be alive. He'd be alive. That's all I want now. Jon recalled how he'd once yearned to join the Watch, back when it seemed an honorable path rather than an exile. Now it felt like a cruel joke, but was it better than a headsman's block? He forced his voice steady. You think father will do it? She let go of his hand, wringing her fingers together. He must. Please, Jon, if you see him, beg him to. I've tried. The Queen won't let me near him, but I've sent messages through the guards. Jon exhaled. We both know father's pride. But you're right, we need him alive. Perhaps once we're in the north, we can gather our strength, reveal the truth. But if they kill him now, we lose everything. She nodded desperately. Yes. And if you refuse, the Queen will say you're a traitor, too. She wants to see if you can be swayed. If you won't, they might. She couldn't finish the sentence, voice breaking. Jon tightened his jaw. I understand. He glanced at the guards, standing like statues by the door, likely absorbing every word. I'll do what I must to keep father safe. I can't promise how it ends, but I won't be foolish. Sansa sniffled, tears sliding down her cheeks. She wanted to do more, to say more, but the presence of the guards stifled her. Finally, she stood on tiptoe and hugged Jon, surprising him. He wrapped his arms around her briefly. He felt her trembling. She had never shown him such open affection in Winterfell. Perhaps fear had torn down her old walls. I'll do my best, he whispered. She nodded against his chest, then pulled away. One of the guards cleared his throat, signaling time was up. She cast a final, agonized look at Jon, then let them lead her out. The door closed, leaving Jon alone with the swirl of conflicted emotions. He hated that they had to yield to these usurpers' lies, but Sansa was right. If they wanted a chance at any future, they had to keep Ned alive. Several more days dragged by. Jon paced the tower chamber like a caged wolf, repeating the same thoughts until they hammered in his head. Ned must confess a lie so they might survive. Then what? Could the North abide Joffrey? The realm might tear it. Self apart once word spread that the Starks had surrendered. Perhaps the bannermen would call it cowardice. But living to fight another day was better than a pointless martyrdom. At last, on a morning when the sky was overcast, Lannister guards came for Jon again. They instructed him to dress in clothes they provided, a dark tunic and breeches, both plain. He complied, tension coiling in his gut. He sensed a finality in the guards' grim faces. They marched him through the keep, out into the bright courtyard where a platform had been erected. A crowd milled before it, small folk, lords, knights. The air felt heavy with expectancy. The guards led Jon to a space near the dais, forcibly seating him on a bench. Close by, Sansa sat under watch, her face pale, eyes rimmed with fear. She met Jon's gaze and mouthed something he couldn't catch, but the meaning was clear. Please, let this end well. Trumpets blared. King Joffrey arrived with his retinue, Cersei, Pycelle, and a line of gold cloaks. On the platform, a wooden railing separated them from the throng. Then, 2 guards dragged a figure forward, Ned Stark. Jon stifled a cry, seeing how Ned limped, face lined with pain. His left leg was braced with a splint, the arm heavily bandaged. He had lost weight, cheeks hollow, but his eyes burned with fierce defiance even now. They forced Ned to his knees at the platform's center. Joffrey stood at a small podium, regarding him with cold amusement. The hush in the courtyard was absolute. From the corner of his eye, Jon saw the hound, Sandor Clegane, standing with a massive sword strapped at his back. The headsman, Janos Slynt, and a handful of Lannister men were also present, scanning the crowd for any trouble. Joffrey raised a hand and the trumpets died. "My lords and ladies," he proclaimed, "we are gathered to see justice done. Eddard Stark, who betrayed my father and conspired to steal my throne, stands accused of high treason. What say you, Lord Stark?" Ned looked up, battered pride warring with a father's desperation. His gaze flicked to Sansa, to Jon, then back to Joffrey. In that moment, Jon could almost see Ned wrestling with the choice, speak a lie or die in truth. Jon willed him silently to choose life. Ned bowed his head. His voice, though subdued, carried in the stillness. Eddard Stark confessed to treason. I led men to seize control of the palace after King Robert's death, intending to remove Joffrey Baratheon from his rightful seat. I regret my actions." A ripple of shock passed through the crowd, some exclaimed in disbelief, others murmured in confusion. Ned paused, swallowing. Jon knew every word was agony for him. King Joffrey is the true heir to the Iron Throne. The courtyard erupted in scattered jeers, applause, or stunned murmurs. Joffrey held up a hand again, quieting them. He smirked, shifting his bright gaze to his mother, who offered an approving nod. Beside them, Grand Maester Pycelle inclined his head solemnly. It was done. Ned had told the lie. Jon felt an immense wave of relief, marred by anger at the travesty. He cast a sidelong glance at Sansa, who pressed a trembling hand to her mouth. Then, in one swift motion, Joffrey turned back to Ned. "Good," the boy king said. "You confess your crimes, and so the realm can see your guilt? My mother and my council say I should be merciful, send you to the wall. But they have the soft hearts of women. Treason must be punished." Jon's blood chilled. He half rose from the bench. Even Cersei frowned, stepping forward. "Joffrey, that was not our arrangement." Joffrey silenced her with a glare. "I am the king now. I will punish traitors as I please." He faced the crowd, chest puffed. "Bring me his head." The words seemed to echo. Jon froze in horror. Sansa screamed, lurching toward the platform, only to be seized by 2 gold cloaks. Ned's head snapped up, confusion and alarm on his face. "Wait," Ned cried. "But you promised, eh?" Joffrey's voice rang out, cold and implacable. "Executioner, do your duty." Chaos erupted. Cersei hissed, "Joffrey, you cannot," but the boy ignored her, reveling in the crowd's shock. The gold cloak executioner stepped forward, a heavy longsword in hand. The hound stood aside, expression grim. Janos Slynt signaled men to hold the crowd at bay. Jon's mind roiled. This was madness. He sprang to his feet, lunging toward the dais, but Lannister guards blocked him. He struggled wildly, hearing Sansa's shrill pleas, seeing Ned trying to rise on his wounded leg. The executioner shoved Ned back to his knees, sword raised. Cersei barked at Joffrey, demanding a halt, but Joffrey's face was set with a twisted sense of cruel power. Jon roared, no. He fought to tear free, but 3 men pinned him. The courtyard spun in a blur of horror. He saw Ned's eyes, calm now, resigning himself to fate. In a final moment, Ned locked gazes with Jon as if bestowing a silent farewell. Then the sword fell. A collective gasp tore through the watchers. Ned Stark's head was severed clean, rolling across the platform. Blood spattered the wooden boards. A wave of disbelief and grief crushed Jon's breath. Time seemed to slow, the entire world reduced to that single terrible image. Sansa's screams sliced through the stunned silence. Jon felt the raw wound of it in his chest. He reeled as the Lannisters dragged him back. He hardly saw the next moments clearly, guards forcibly dispersing the crowd, Cersei shouting furiously at Joffrey, who just smirked, relishing his first true display of royal authority. The small folk wailed or fell silent in fear. Some Stark men roared in anger, but they were quickly subdued. Jon sagged against the hands restraining him, numb, eyes locked on the dais where Ned's body slumped. They herded him away like a beast, ignoring his half-senseless thrashing. He could still hear Sansa's hysterical sobs somewhere behind him, the echo mingling with the rush of blood in his ears. They pulled him through a side gate, back into the keep, up the stairs to the tower room. They flung him inside, slammed the door, locked it. He stumbled, nearly falling, heart pounding in raw anguish. It made no sense. Ned had confessed, done exactly what they wanted, yet Joffrey murdered him anyway. All for show. The Boy King was a monster heedless of consequence. Jon pressed a hand to his mouth, retching. He sank to his knees, chest heaving, tears blurring his vision. Minutes, hours, he didn't know, passed in a fog. Eventually, the door opened. A guard set a jug of water on the table, muttering something about the king's command that you not die of thirst. Jon didn't respond. He was pinned by grief, replaying the sight of that sword's arc. He wanted to scream, to kill Joffrey with his bare hands, but what good would it do? They had cut down the Lord of Winterfell, the man who had raised him as a father. Worse, they had twisted his honor, forcing him to lie, then killing him anyway. He was still huddled on the floor when the guard returned hours later with stale bread. Jon ignored it. His throat was too raw to swallow. Only when the next day dawned, he guessed it was day by the faint light creeping through the shutters, did he stir, crawling to the window to see if the city was ablaze with anger. But the yard below looked almost normal except for a fresh coat of sawdust on the platform to soak up blood. The small folk had returned to their business. The realm carried on as if Ned Stark's execution was just another event in a city that devoured hope daily. Jon's door opened again. This time, no guards accompanied the visitor. It was Varys, candle in hand, his face drawn. Jon rose slowly, fists clenched, eyes burning with fury. "You let this happen," he rasped. Varys's shoulders slumped. "I had no power to stop it. This was the king's will madness. Even the queen was blindsided." Jon's voice cracked. "That boy, that monster. He promised to spare my father." His breath caught on a sob he refused to let out. Varys set the candle on the table. "I am sorry. I truly am. Even Cersei wanted Lord Stark alive. But Joffrey listened only to his own pride. He thought mercy was weakness. Now your father is dead and the realm teeters on the brink." Jon wanted to lunge at Varys, blame him, strangle him for being part of this vile court. But it would be pointless. Instead, he sucked in a shaking breath. "What of Sansa? Arya?" Varys spread his hands. "Sansa is in shock, confined to her chambers. They say she hasn't eaten or spoken since the execution. Arya remains missing. Some claim she fled the city entirely. Relief warred with dread. Arya was free, but alone, a fugitive. Sansa was captive, bereft of father or defenders." Jon bristled at his own helplessness. "What do they mean to do with me? Why keep me here, alive, after they killed him?" Varys regarded him with an odd mixture of pity and calculation. "You still have value, Jon Stark. You were publicly observed kneeling to Joffrey, calling him king. They can use you as a trophy. Even the Starks acknowledge the Boy King's right. Perhaps they can force you into the King's Guard or some other humiliating service. Tywin Lannister might want you as a hostage if Robb Stark raises the North in rebellion." "Robb?" Jon almost forgot about his half-brother. "Then I pray Robb marches south and burns this place," Jon hissed, voice thick with grief. "He'll avenge father." Varys's lips thinned. "War will bring a river of blood, and not just for the Lannisters. But yes, the North will not let this go unanswered. Already the talk is that Robb Stark calls his banners. The Tullus of Riverrun might join him. The entire realm is about to descend into chaos. If you remain here, you'll be used as a pawn. Or worse." Jon let the words sink in. "I won't serve them," he spat. "I won't be their puppet." Varys gave a measured nod. "Then you must escape before they tighten their hold on you. If Joffrey or Cersei decides you're too dangerous to keep alive, you'll go the way of your father." Jon's heart pounded. Escape? Was that even possible in the Red Keep, ringed with guards loyal to the Lannisters? Yet the alternative was imprisonment or execution. He looked at Varys through narrowed eyes. "And you'd help me?" "Why?" The eunuch sighed. Because I value a balance of power, and this child king is tipping the scales toward madness. The realm needs cooler heads, though I fear we're far beyond that. If you remain, Joffrey will parade you or destroy you. If you flee, perhaps the North can rally. Perhaps there's a chance for a negotiated peace, or at least for some measure of retribution. In chaos, even small moves can have big consequences. Jon understood the subtext. Varys was an opportunist, always playing hidden angles. How? Jon demanded. They watch me day and night. Varys motioned for him to sit. Jon did so, though his nerves hummed. The eunuch leaned in, voice low. I can arrange to have the guard at your door called away. You'd have a small window to slip out. There's a passage behind the wall tapestry in the corridor, a secret route known to few. It leads down to the dungeons, then out to the river. If you can follow it, you may emerge beyond the castle's walls. From there, I cannot say. The city might still be dangerous, but you'd have a chance. Jon's mind spun. What of Sansa? I can't just leave her. Varys's regret was palpable. I cannot free her as easily. She's heavily guarded, a prized hostage. If you linger to rescue her, you'll be caught. Your father would have wanted you to save yourself, not be thrown away on a hopeless attempt. Jon's throat tightened with grief. He thought of Sansa's tears, her fragile hope that their father would live. How could he leave her behind to these fiends? But if he tried and failed, they'd both die or be used. The cruelty of it twisted his stomach. When? Soon, Varys whispered. Maybe tomorrow night. I'll do what I can to clear your path. After that, you're on your own. Jon stared at the eunuch, trying to see the truth in his expression. Could be a trap, but what choice did he have? If he stayed, eventually Joffrey's cruelty would turn on him too. He exhaled, fury and sorrow mingling. All right? Tomorrow then. Varys nodded. Prepare yourself. Hide something sharp if you can. Once you're out, vanish from King's Landing. Seek out your brother's host or head north. Go swiftly. The gold cloaks will be alerted once your absence is discovered. They'll hunt you. Jon clenched his fists. I won't let them catch me. I have to tell Robb about father. The mere thought of reliving the horror made his eyes burn. Yes, Varys said softly. Tell him. And pray this realm can survive what comes. He rose, adjusted his robes. Rest. You'll need your strength. May the gods be with you, Jon Stark. Then Varys departed, leaving Jon alone with a swirl of dread and a spark of desperate hope. He couldn't stop replaying the moment of Ned's death, the sickening sound of steel. But at least he'd have a chance to act, to fight in some way. He owed Ned that much. Ned had died so others might live. Jon would not squander that sacrifice. He spent the rest of the day pacing, scarcely touching the food brought at midday. The Lannister guard outside never left his post, occasionally glancing in to ensure Jon remained within. Jon feigned dejection, sitting on the bed with his back slumped so the guard would think him cowed. In truth, he was tense like a spring, waiting. Night came. Torches were lit in the corridor. Jon prepared by tearing a strip from his bedsheet, wrapping it around the handle of a wooden serving spoon so he'd have some improvised grip. A sad weapon, but better than bare hands. Hours dragged. His mind reeled with doubts. What if Varys didn't show? What if the passage was blocked or guarded? Then, deep into the night, he heard a distant commotion, raised voices from somewhere else in the keep. Footsteps pounded down the corridor as men rushed to investigate. The guard at Jon's door cursed, turned the key, and ran off to see. Jon's heart pounded. This was it. He sprang to the door, tested it. Unlocked. He stepped into the hall. Moonlight from a distant window revealed no one. Down to the left lay the sounds of shouting. He turned right, searching for the tapestry Varys had mentioned, a faded piece of fabric depicting a hunt. He found it easily. Pulling it aside revealed a narrow wooden panel, slightly ajar. He forced it open, revealing a cramped stone tunnel with steps leading downward. He slipped in and closed the panel behind him, plunging into darkness. The air smelled stale, of ancient dust. Feeling along the walls, he descended carefully. Each step seemed a thunderclap in his ears. If anyone followed, he'd be trapped. But he had to keep going. The steps wound down steeply, sometimes spiraling. His foot slipped on a patch of mold, nearly sending him tumbling, but he steadied himself on the rough wall. At last, he reached a corridor carved from bedrock, sloping gently deeper beneath the castle. The darkness was absolute. Jon used one hand to feel the stone, the other holding the useless spoon as if it were a dagger. The corridor branched twice. He chose the path that slanted downward, hoping it led to the dungeons and, eventually, the river. After a time, a faint glow appeared ahead, torchlight flickering from some side passage. Jon pressed himself against the wall, creeping forward until he reached an archway. Peering around, he spotted two gold cloaks stationed outside a cell block, their torch set in a bracket. This must be a deeper portion of the dungeons. If he moved quickly and quietly, maybe he could slip by. He timed their conversation, creeping in the shadows. They seemed half drowsy. Holding his breath, he skirted the edge of the corridor. When one guard turned to speak to the other, Jon darted across the open space. His footfalls echoed faintly, but the men didn't glance his way. He pressed on, taking a downward tunnel that smelled damp, the air growing cooler. Ahead, he glimpsed a trickle of water. Another tunnel converged, leading perhaps to the castle's cisterns. He nearly lost himself in the maze. Several times he backtracked when he encountered locked iron gates or collapsed passages. Sweating, heart racing, he pressed on. Eventually, he found a slope that leveled out where the sound of lapping water grew louder. A faint glimmer of moonlight shone on moving water and underground canal or drainage tunnel. The stench was awful, but the tide was high, swirling at the tunnel's mouth. Jon realized he might have to swim. He tested the water with a foot, biting back a curse at the cold. But he saw no alternative. If he stayed, the Lannisters would find him. Wading up to his waist, he inched forward. The tunnel's exit was just wide enough for him to squeeze through if he bent low, but he'd be drenched. He slid deeper until the black water rose to his chest, then ducked under the arch. For one terrifying moment, he was submerged in darkness, lungs burning. Then he emerged on the other side, gulping air. He found himself in the open air, the night sky overhead. The canal fed into the Blackwater River, swirling gently. The moonlight revealed the city's walls to his left, the silhouette of ships in the harbor beyond. Further upstream rose the monstrous outline of the Red Keep's foundations. He pushed away from the stone outflow, letting the current tug him. The water was cold, but the adrenaline spurred him on. If he could just get away from the fortress. He half swam, half floated until he reached a quieter bank near some rocky outcropping. Clambering ashore, he collapsed onto the wet stones, panting. The city loomed ahead, torchlights glimmering in the distance. The walls soared behind him. He was free of the castle, but not of King's Landing. A dog barked somewhere, and he tensed, imagining gold cloaks searching the banks with lanterns. He forced himself up and began trudging along the shallows, looking for a path that led away from the keep's watch. Eventually, he reached a small quay, deserted at this late hour. Fishing boats were tethered, bobbing gently. One was larger than the others, rigged for net casting, but empty. If he was desperate, and he might take the boat and row. Could he navigate upstream toward the Rose Road or find a cove? He weighed the risks. If he stayed on foot, he'd have to pass through city gates likely held by gold cloaks. By water, maybe he could slip unnoticed in the darkness. He untied the boat, trembling from the cold and the enormity of his actions. Climbing in, he found a pair of oars. There was no sail, but the current might help. His clothes were soaked, his muscles aching. With a shaking breath, he pushed off, letting the boat drift out. Once clear of the quay, he rowed laboriously, praying no one spotted him from the walls. The current pulled him downstream, so he tried to angle the boat north, but the tide was tricky. He wasn't skilled at rowing. Hours seemed to pass as he fought the swirling water. Now and then he paused, scanning for torches on the shore. The walls of King's Landing receded behind him, the Red Keep's outline becoming a black shape against the sky. He pushed onward, stroke after stroke, until exhaustion threatened to topple him. At last, near dawn, he found a bank of reeds where the water slowed. Pulling the boat up the muddy shore, he collapsed onto damp grass. The faint glow in the east told him the sun would rise soon. The city was a distant smudge. He had escaped. He lay there, panting, raw grief hammering his mind again. His father was dead, Sansa was captive, Arya lost. He was alone, but not helpless. He had to reach the north, somewhere beyond the crown. Lands, perhaps crossing the Trident, linking up with loyal bannermen. Robb might be in the field. If Jon could find him, they could rally. They had to. Joffrey would pay for what he'd done. He dozed fitfully until the first rays of sunlight warmed his face. Then, water dripping from his clothes, he roused himself. He rummaged the boat for anything useful, found a small bundle of salted fish, a flask of stale water, and a coil of rope. Not much, but enough to keep him alive a few days. He oriented himself by the rising sun. The King's Road lay somewhere to the northwest, though traveling on the main road might be dangerous. The fields and forests around the capital were rumored full of outlaws, and if the Lannisters spread word of him, every village might betray him for coin. Still, he had little choice. He would have to keep off the major roads, head north at a distance, slip around any gold cloaks or Lannister patrols. He set off, boots squishing in the damp grass, fists clenched around the coil of rope and a crude walking stick he'd fashioned from a broken or handle. Each step took him farther from King's Landing, from the memory of that cursed dais. But the image of Ned's final glance stayed with him, fueling a grim determination. Over the next week, he trudged through farmland, skirted villages, and once nearly stumbled into a group of mounted knights with lion-crested helms. He ducked behind hedges, heart pounding, until they passed. They were likely searching for him or any sign of Stark loyalists. Each day, news trickled from travelers on the roads. Talk of the king's new rule, of armies mustering, of the Tullus aligning with the Starks. Some whispered of Robb Stark leading a host across the Neck, heading south. Jon kept moving, subsisting on whatever he could scavenge or buy with the few silver coins he'd found in the boat's storage box. He avoided large inns, sleeping instead in haylofts or under hedgerows. He changed the patchwork cloak he wore, rubbing it in dirt to hide its color. The nights were lonely and haunted by nightmares. Ned's head, Sansa's cries, Joffrey's grin. At times he woke with tears on his face, the old ache of losing the only true father figure he'd ever known. When he finally reached the Riverlands, he saw the signs of war. Burned farmsteads, displaced peasants, armed men with no house sigils prowling for loot. Rumors abounded that Tywin Lannister's forces had crossed the mountains from the west, sacking villages near the Red Fork. The Tully forces and northern bannermen had begun clashing with them. It seemed the entire region was on fire. Desperate to join the Stark host, Jon followed the roads that led toward Riverrun. Along the way, he discovered that the Northern Army had marched quickly, spurred by news of Ned's capture. With Ned's death, men said, Robb had become the Lord of Winterfell. Eager for vengeance, the Northmen rallied under a boy lord newly tested in war. They had engaged Tywin's lieutenants near the Green Fork, while Robb himself split his forces to outmaneuver Jaime Lannister, who was besieging Riverrun. Exact details were scarce, swirling among rumor. Jon pressed on, heart-pounding with every tale of battle. If the rumors were true, Jaime Lannister might be close. Jon longed to face the Kingslayer, the man who orchestrated Jory's death and had a hand in Ned's downfall. But he was no fool. If he got himself killed, it would help no one. At last, near dusk one day, he spotted a contingent of mailed riders on a side road. Their banners bore the dire Wolf of Stark. Relief flared. He stumbled onto the road, waving an arm. The riders tensed, lances lowering, until he cried, I'm Jon Stark, son of Eddard Stark. Take me to Robb. A murmur rippled through the riders. Their leader, a bearded man in Stark livery, urged his horse forward. Jon Snow? Or Stark, is it? He eyed Jon suspiciously. Jon bristled. I was legitimized by King Robert's decree. I'm no enemy. I must see Robb at once. I bring news from King's Landing, my father. His throat closed up, but he forced the words out. Ned Stark is dead. Some of the men exchanged sorrowful glances. The leader removed his helm, revealing lines of grief on his face. We heard he was executed by that bastard boy on the throne. Word reached the camp. Lord Robb will want to see you. Come. He motioned for Jon to climb onto a spare horse behind one of the men. Jon did so, nearly collapsing from exhaustion and relief. They led him through hills, crossing a shallow ford until they reached a broad encampment of tents by the banks of a winding river. Torches ringed the perimeter, watchmen posted. Everywhere, men in northern garb tended fires, hammered stakes, or sharpened weapons. The mood was grim but resolute. Jon saw banners of Karstark, Umber, Mormont, Serwyn, Glover. The Old North answered Ned Stark's call even though Ned was gone. They brought Jon to the largest pavilion, ringed by Stark-shaped standards. Outside stood Great Jon Umber, a mountainous man with a thick beard. He turned, scowling at the new arrivals. Who's this? He growled, gaze sweeping over Jon. The leader introduced Jon as Ned's son. The Great Jon's expression softened a fraction. I heard of you. You're the bastard, sorry, the legitimized lad. Robb will want to speak with you. Inside the pavilion, Robb Stark stood hunched over a map spread across a table, a candle illuminating his young face. At his side were several advisors, Roose Bolton, Rickard Karstark, and Theon Greyjoy. Jon hadn't seen Theon in months, not since leaving Winterfell. They all turned as Jon entered, clothes rumpled, eyes red from weeks of grief and sleepless nights. Robb froze, lips parting. He looked older than Jon remembered, his boyish features sharpened by care. Jon? Robb said, voice trembling. Gods, is it truly you? Jon nodded, stepping forward until they embraced, neither caring who watched. Robb smelled of leather and sweat, his chest hitching. I thought you were at the wall by now or in the city, you. They imprisoned me, Jon said hoarsely. Father was, they words failed him. Anguish flickered across Robb's face as if he relived the news of Ned's death all over again. I'm so sorry, Robb managed. We heard about the execution. I swore we'd avenge him. The North will not go unheeded. We've already struck at the Lannisters. Jaime is our captive now, in fact. Jon stiffened. Jaime is prisoner? Theon smirked. We took him in battle by the Whispering Wood. The Kingslayers in chains whining about terms of ransom. Then Theon's grin faded. But it won't bring Lord Stark back. Jon's mind whirled. If Jaime is captive, we can trade him for Sansa. For Arya if they find her. Or for some settlement. Anything. His voice rose with sudden hope. Roose Bolton's cool eyes flicked over Jon. That might be what the Boy King in King's Landing wants. But it won't erase this blood feud. Tywin Lannister marches from the west with a massive host. We're deciding our next move. Karstark nodded. Lord Walder Frey gave us passage at the Twins, but he demands certain conditions. Now that we have Jaime, we hold a powerful bargaining chip, but the war is far from done. Robb held Jon at arm's length as though verifying he was real. How did you escape? The Queen said you were loyal to Joffrey, stories that you kissed a sword. Some believed you'd betrayed us. Jon winced. I feigned loyalty under duress. They had Sansa, they threatened Father's life. Then Joffrey killed him anyway. Varys helped me flee. It's no betrayal. I'd never side with them. Robb nodded. I believe you. And your presence here proves it. He paused, sorrow etching new lines in his brow. Do you have any word of Sansa? Arya? Jon recounted what little he knew. Sansa remained a hostage in King's Landing. Arya had vanished. Possibly she'd escaped the city. The men in the tent exchanged grim looks. Robb raked a hand through his auburn hair. We have to free her. But how? The Lannisters hold the capital. That might be where Jaime becomes useful, Theon said. We have their golden knight, they have your sister. They can't ignore that. Jon glanced at Jaime's sword propped in the corner, presumably taken from him. When can I see him? He asked, a note of bitterness creeping in. I have questions for the man who orchestrated so many of our father's woes. Robb's grip tightened on Jon's arm. You'll see him in time, but I won't risk any rash actions. He's too valuable. We can't kill him outright or we lose our best bargaining piece. Promise me you won't do anything foolish. Jon swallowed anger. He wanted to confront Jaime, but he knew Robb was right. Their father was dead and Sansa's life might hang on Jaime's worth. I promise. They spoke into the night, filling Jon in on the campaign thus far. How Robb had marched south, outmaneuvered the Lannisters at the Twins by bargaining with Walder Frey and taken Jaime captive in a surprise ambush at the Whispering Wood. Tywin Lannister's main host had battered the Tully forces under Edmure, but the North's victory at Riverrun was a significant blow. Now they stood poised to decide their next move, march west against Tywin or turn toward the capital. Exhausted, Jon eventually sank onto a pallet in a smaller tent. A Stark retainer brought him clean clothes, a bowl of hot stew. He ate mechanically, the taste dull in his mouth. Yet being among the Northmen soothed some part of him, reminding him that he was not alone in his grief and anger. The North was a family, and Ned's memory lived in them all. Over the following days, Jon recovered from his ordeal, reacquainting himself with old faces, Lord Bolton's quiet cunning, Great Jon Umber's booming bravado, Lady Midge Mormont's fierce devotion. All recognized him as Ned's legitimized son, though some eyed him with curiosity or caution. He spent hours recounting the final days in King's Landing to Robb and Catelyn Stark, who had arrived from the Eyrie after capturing Tyrion but then releasing him. Catelyn looked haunted by Ned's death, but she managed a strained kindness when speaking to Jon, her old resentments buried beneath the shared tragedy. Tensions rose among the lords as news came that the Lord Paramount of the North was now Robb. Many demanded the North break from the Iron Throne altogether, crowning Robb as king in the North. Others argued for forging alliances. Late one night, in the main tent, the bannermen erupted in calls for independence, kneeling to Robb, naming him king. Jon watched as they declared fealty with shouts of the king in the North. The fervor was overwhelming, laced with heartbreak. Robb stood tall, though tears glistened in his eyes at the mention of Ned. When the great lords turned to Jon, they called him prince in half jest, half seriousness. He felt unworthy, shaken by the memory of his father's last moments. But he knelt before Robb, too, pressing his brow to Robb's hand. My king, he said softly. They rose as brothers, forging a new vow to avenge Ned and secure the North's freedom. The next morning, the War Council convened to decide on strategy. Jaime Lannister remained a prisoner in Riverrun's dungeons while Tywin's host threatened the Riverlands. Robb declared they would defend the Tully lands and push westward, forcing Tywin to fight on ground of the North's choosing. Meanwhile, the capital was too distant and Joffrey too entrenched. For now, they'd focus on crippling House Lannister's power base. If all went well, they might force a prisoner exchange, Jaime for Sansa and any other hostages. Jon found a measure of purpose in these plans. He volunteered to ride with the vanguard, but Robb hesitated, concerned for Jon's safety. Jon insisted, pointing out that in King's Landing he was forced to bow to Joffrey. He needed to prove where his true loyalties lay. Reluctantly, Robb agreed, giving Jon command of a small company of archers and light horse. Jon felt a swell of responsibility. He'd never truly commanded men before, but he would do so in Ned's name. They marched west in grim columns, the northern banners rippling in the wind. The countryside showed scars of Lannister raiding burned villages, ravaged fields. Refugees huddled by the roads, some too terrified to approach an armed host. Jon's heart hardened each time he saw such devastation, fueling his resolve against the Lannisters. Days later, scouts reported Tywin's forces near a fording of the Red Fork. Robb planned to strike at dawn, surprising them. The night before, Jon paced his tent, heart fluttering with the knowledge that by tomorrow he'd be in a real battle for the first time. The memory of the melee at Winterfell felt like child's play in comparison. Before dawn, the Northern Army took position in the woods overlooking the Lannister camp. Fog drifted across the low ground. Jon rode among his archers, stifling nerves. He repeated the plan. At Robb's signal, they'd loose a volley, then wheel around to flank the Lannisters once the main force charged. The men under Jon's command were anxious but resolute, many having lost kin to Lannister steel. When the horn sounded, Jon's archers emerged from the mist, bows twanging. Arrows fell like a dark rain upon the unprepared Lannister lines. Shouts rang out, horses screamed, men scrambled for shields. Then the northern infantry poured in with a thunderous roar, smashing into the enemy's flank. Jon kept his company moving, ordering volley after volley. He tried not to flinch as men died screaming around him. He had no illusions about glory now, only grim necessity. The Lannister troops rallied under a knight bearing a golden lion standard, pushing back at the North's lines. Jon saw men in House Glover's armor waver. He urged his horse forward, shouting encouragement, loosing arrows at the lion standard. One struck the knight's squire, sending him tumbling. The knight turned, cursing, but then great Jon Umber and his men crashed in, scattering them. Amid the melee, Jon's horse was spooked by a spear thrust. He barely kept his seat. The horse reared, kicking a Lannister pikeman in the chest. Jon clung to the reins, mind racing. If he fell, he'd be trampled or skewered. The world was a blur of steel and mud. He notched an arrow, fired at point-blank range into a Lannister face. The man fell, blood spurting from the mouth. By midday, the northern force had broken the Lannister line. Some fled, others threw down arms. Robb's cavalry thundered past, chasing stragglers. The field was a ruin of corpses, broken siege gear, and shredded banners. Jon reined in his trembling horse, scanning for new threats. Instead, he saw only the scattered remnants of the Lannisters. Cheers rose from the Northmen. They had won another victory. He dismounted, legs shaking. The stench of blood and offal hung in the air. He stumbled among the wounded, searching for survivors from his company. Many lay still, arrows protruding from them. Some Lannisters, some men with the direwolf crest. His stomach churned at the carnage, but he forced himself to help those he could. He found a boy from the archers, no older than Arya, clutching a gut wound. Jon knelt, pressing cloth to the bleeding. He called for a maester, voice raw with desperation. Robb found him there, spattered in blood, eyes grim. "Jon, are you all right?" Jon swallowed. "I lost at least a dozen men, maybe more." He looked around, the victory's jubilation overshadowed by the cost. Robb squeezed his shoulder. "They died fighting for the North. We can't grieve them all now. The Lannisters are in retreat. We have to press them." Jon nodded, rising. The remains of the Lannister force had withdrawn across the ford. If the North could push them further, they might secure the Riverlands. War, though, was far from over. Tywin still commanded a powerful army, and Joffrey held King's Landing. Nothing would bring Ned back. In the days that followed, Robb consolidated his hold on the area. Word arrived that the southern lords were torn between supporting Joffrey or Stannis Baratheon, who had declared himself king by right of Robert's blood. Another piece of news brought faint hope. Sansa was still at court, but rumors suggested she might be used in negotiations, especially now that Jaime was a prisoner. Jon wrote a letter to Sansa, not sure if it would ever reach her, telling her the North would not abandon her, that Ned's death was not in vain. He also wrote to Arya in case she was found, urging her to stay safe. These letters he entrusted to a messenger riding east, though in his heart, he feared they would never see them. Between skirmishes, the northern host set up a secure camp near Riverrun. Lady Catelyn conferred with her brother Edmure Tully, discussing the war. The Great Jon clamored for a grand assault on Casterly Rock, the Lannister stronghold. Others pushed to send an envoy to King's Landing, demanding Sansa's release in exchange for Jaime. Tension simmered. Every lord had opinions. Jon visited Jaime in the dungeons at Riverrun once, with Robb's reluctant permission under guard. Jaime appeared battered but still arrogant, smirking at Jon's presence. "So you're Ned Stark's upstart boy. Did you come to glare at me?" Jon studied the Kingslayer through the iron bars, recalling his father's gentle strength. "I came to see the man who destroyed my family." Jaime laughed, though it was mirthless. "I destroyed nothing. Your father sought to tear down my sister's children. All I did was defend them. If you want blame, look to your precious King Robert's drunken boar hunt, or Ned Stark's meddling. I had no hand in how the whelp Joffrey turned out." Jon's fists clenched. "You pushed Bran from a tower, tried to kill him because he saw you with the Queen. You had Jory slain in the streets. Don't pretend you're blameless." Jaime's eyes flickered. "I did push the boy, yes. That was to keep a secret that could cost me my head, and my sister hers. Jory's death was unfortunate. I was provoked. As for your father, it was that foolish boy king who killed him." Jon trembled with rage. "Then you can die for that boy king's sins, as far as I care." Jaime's smirk returned. "You won't kill me. I'm worth too much. And you're too honorable to murder a captive in cold blood. Ned Stark's son that you are." He leaned forward. "You want revenge? You'll have to wait until your brother trades me for your sweet sister. She's the real prize." Jon forced himself not to yank open the bars and throttle Jaime. He turned away, mouth sour. "Enjoy your dungeon." As he departed, Jaime called after him, "Give my regards to your father in the afterlife." The guards had to restrain Jon from rushing back. That night, he tossed in his cot, haunted by Jaime's mocking words. Perhaps the man was right about one thing. The North needed him alive for Sansa's sake. The war ground on. Skirmishes erupted across the Riverlands, ravaging farmland. The Lannisters burned out villages in retaliation. Northern outriders set ambushes. At Harrenhal, Tywin gathered more men. Meanwhile, Renly Baratheon had claimed himself king with the might of Highgarden behind him, while Stannis remained at Dragonstone with a smaller but more disciplined host. The land was fracturing into multiple claimants. Cersei and Joffrey still ruled at King's Landing, but an undercurrent of dissatisfaction spread. Amid these upheavals, Jon fought beside Robb. He discovered an unexpected camaraderie with the men, Karstarks, Umbers, Mormonts, who began to accept him as a Stark. His skill with a bow and his calm leadership in skirmishes won their respect. Sometimes they called him the Wolf's brother, and in such moments he felt less like the outcast bastard and more like a RT of the pack. Yet every night he remembered Ned's death. The image never faded. He recalled the vow he'd made to himself. The Lannisters would pay, Joffrey would pay, and Sansa must be freed. If a day came when they rode on King's Landing, Jon would be in the forefront. This new king in the north, Robb Stark, was their beacon of hope, young, untested, but forging a name in battle after battle. Whispers began calling Robb the young wolf, unstoppable in the field. Jon faced each dawn with resolve. He had no illusions that the realm would return to peace soon, or that Ned could ever be avenged in full. But he would fight for the North, for the Starks, for Sansa, and for Arya's safe return. If he had to wear the name Stark that Robert Baratheon had gifted him, he would earn it with blood and unwavering loyalty. Winter was coming, indeed. Already the land felt its chill in the form of war. and Jon would stand firm, like ice-forged steel, until the day they reclaimed what was theirs or died in the attempt. He pictured Ned, sometimes in quiet moments, pictured the solemn dignity in his eyes, the father who had taught him honor in a world short on it. That memory burned in Jon's heart, a guiding star amid the darkness. Though he had knelt before a false king under duress, he now served a truer cause, the North's freedom and the hope of justice. Let the Lannisters quake. Let them hold Sansa as a pawn. Let them wear crowns of gold. One day, the rightful wolves would come howling for them, and everything they'd stolen, peace, honor, and lives, would be paid for in full. Until that day, Jon pressed on, step by step, blade by blade, forging his own path in the savage war that consumed the Seven Kingdoms, certain that his father's spirit marched beside him in every clash of steel. Jon woke each morning in the Northmen's camp to the smell of horses and damp earth, the clang of steel as men readied for battle, and the chill that settled in before dawn. Summer sun had begun to blaze across the riverlands by midday, but the nights were still cold enough to remind him of home. When the cockerels crowed and the men stirred, Jon's thoughts returned, inevitably, to Ned Stark. It had been weeks since that day in King's Landing, weeks since the sword fell, severing the head of the man who had raised him. Some nights Jon still jolted awake, convinced he could stop it if he only woke in time. Yet war gave him little space for mourning. Robb Stark had been proclaimed king in the north, the northern lords binding themselves to him in place of any southern crown. The great Jon roared his undying loyalty. The Karstarks demanded justice for Ned and vengeance for their own dead. And men of Mormont, Glover, Serwyn, Tallheart, and Bolton followed suit. Rivermen under House Tully lent their own banners, enraged by the Lannisters' devastation in the Trident's fertile valleys. In the midst of it all, Jon found himself forging a new purpose: to serve King Robb, his brother and lord, however he could. Already that service had tested him. After escaping King's Landing and rejoining the northern host, he had led a small company in the forays that scattered Lannister outriders near the Red Fork. He took no pleasure in the violence. He remembered the first time he saw the aftermath of a skirmish he'd helped initiate, men pinned under fallen horses, some howling in agony, others silent in death. The stench of blood and bowel churned his stomach, but he grit his teeth and carried on, just as Ned once taught him to see the unpleasant duties through. Each victory or loss hammered home a lesson. The cost of war was measured not just in enemy dead but in one's own soul, piece by piece. Despite the grim reality, the Northmen's morale remained high. They had a young king to inspire them, a skilled tactician in Robb who had outmaneuvered Tywin Lannister's generals at every turn. Pride in the new king in the north burned hot in the hearts of men who once might have argued among themselves. Yet for all their victories, most recently at the fords of the Red Fork, Jon knew the war was far from won. Tywin Lannister was still at large, regrouping. The crown, such as it was, remained in King's Landing, with Sansa Stark a hostage, Arya missing, and Joffrey Baratheon enthroned in cruel triumph. One late afternoon found Jon perched on a hillside overlooking the riverlands, scanning the horizon with a battered old far eye belonging to one of the Umber men. Smoke rose from a distant cluster of farmhouses. The Lannisters had burned the fields around them, leaving blackened husks in the wake. As Jon lowered the scope, a wave of anger and sorrow rippled through him. Everywhere House Lannister's boots trod, they left ruin behind. He saw Robb Stark approaching on horseback from behind, accompanied by a small retinue: Theon Greyjoy, now his constant shadow, Rickard Karstark, and a few outriders. Robb reined in, dismounting with a heavy sigh as he joined Jon at the vantage point. "Another fire," Robb said, gaze fixed on the distant smoke. Jon nodded. "At least a few leagues off. They might be raiding abandoned farmsteads for supplies." Robb's jaw tightened. "They're living off the land, driving the small folk away with terror. I wish I could stop every last raid, but Tywin's men are cunning enough to move in small groups. How many villagers must pay for the Lannisters' ambition?" Karstark, tall and grim, dismounted. "We'll answer them in kind, my lord. Your scouts say Tywin has fewer men than before. He's lost some to desertion. We can strike them again at the next crossing and cut his escape west." Robb glanced at Karstark. "Perhaps, but Tywin's no fool. He might be leading us into a trap." Then his gaze swung back to Jon. "What do you think?" Jon weighed the question, feeling the responsibility in Robb's eyes. Robb had begun turning to him more often, testing Jon's instincts. Tywin likely wants to lure us westward away from the roads to King's Landing. If we chase him too eagerly, the Crown's forces might sweep in from another direction. Or Tywin might regroup at Harrenhal. We have men watching that approach, yes, but Harrenhal is vast and we can't occupy it easily. A small sigh escaped Robb. One day we must go south if only to press for Sansa's release. But we can't do that until Tywin is broken or at least forced to yield. For now, we bleed him in these smaller engagements. We'll keep sending out foraging parties to deny him the spoils. The war goes on. His voice held a tension that belied his youth. He was barely older than Jon, yet a king by acclamation. Karstark studied the horizon. Allow me to lead a sweep west, my lord. Let me harry Tywin's outriders for a few days, see if we can find their main lines. Robb nodded. Take a few hundred men, but be cautious. He clapped Karstark on the shoulder, then turned back to his horse. We'll gather again by nightfall to plan. Jon, ride with me. I want your counsel on a letter I'm sending to the Freys. We need to keep the crossing open. If Walder Frey grows uncertain, we lose our route north. Jon stifled a grimace at the mention of Walder Frey. The crossing at the Twins was vital, but Walder Frey's fickle loyalty made it a precarious alliance. Of course, he said softly. They rode toward the encampment, tents sprawled along the Red Fork's rolling banks. As they neared, the banners fluttered in the waning sunlight, the direwolf on gray for House Stark, the fish of Tully, the umber giant, the bear of Mormont, the moose of Hornwood, the severed head of House Serwyn. Cookfires released tantalizing aromas of stewed onions and salted pork. Men bustled about, some repairing tack, others tending to wounded or finishing daily chores. The atmosphere was busy but calm. This was their home for the moment. Theon Greyjoy trotted beside Robb, occasionally casting glances at Jon. The tension between Theon and Jon was not new. Theon had always been half-mocking, half-friendly. Now that Jon was recognized as Lord Stark's legitimized son, Theon sometimes dropped wry remarks about Jon's good fortune in being raised so high. Still, they maintained an uneasy camaraderie. There was no time for petty feuds, not in the face of war. You and Jon can talk politics if you like, Theon said lightly. I'll go see to that new batch of prisoners. We caught half a dozen stragglers from Lannister's lines. They might know something valuable, or they might just be worthless as always. Robb inclined his head. Don't let them swindle you. And use caution, some might pretend to yield only to strike when your back is turned. Theon grinned. Don't worry. They'll talk or they'll bleed. Jon frowned. He disliked Theon's casual cruelty. Ned Stark had always taught them to show at least some measure of dignity to prisoners. Theon, never raised with such a father, had a different approach, and these were desperate times. But Jon still felt a pang of disquiet. He followed Robb into the king's pavilion, ducking under the entry flaps. Inside, the warmth from braziers enveloped them, and the flicker of lamplight cast shifting shadows on a map-laden table. Catelyn Stark stood there, arms folded. Around her were a few key commanders, the Great Jon, Roose Bolton, and Eddard Tully, who had arrived from Riverrun earlier that day. They paused in conversation as Robb and Jon entered. Catelyn offered Jon a nod, a far cry from the coldness she once showed him in Winterfell. Her eyes were still red from grief, but she carried herself with quiet resolve. After Ned's death, a fragile understanding had settled between them. They were both wounded by the same blow. You've returned, she said to Robb, then she turned to Jon. Did you see more plumes of smoke? Jon nodded. At least one new fire west of here. She closed her eyes briefly. Will it never end? Robb gave her a gentle look, then addressed the assembled. Karstark will lead a sortie to disrupt Tywin's outriders, keep them from harassing our flanks. Meanwhile, we must consider our next push. Eddard Tully straightened. He was newly recovered from wounds inflicted when Tywin's host clashed with Riverrun's defenders. If we remain here too long, the Lannisters might regroup at Harrenhal, as your man Jon suggests. Then we'll face a fortress near impossible to assault. Perhaps we should press them immediately. Bolton's cold voice interjected. Pressing them is easier said than done. Tywin is cunning. If we commit to an attack with insufficient intelligence, we risk walking into an ambush. We must ensure our supply lines remain secure through the Frey crossing as well. Robb exhaled. Yes. Which is why I plan to write Lord Walder again, guaranteeing him privileges for trade once we hold the region. We'll also promise him further alliances if we can. His pride demands constant appeasement. The Great Jon let out a rumbling chuckle. He's a fussy old goat. But if he closes the Twins, we'd be forced to find another route north. Best keep him sweet. Robb looked to Jon. You promised to help me draft the letter. You know how to phrase things carefully after all that time in the capital. Jon forced a tight smile. Indeed, the time in King's Landing taught him how dangerous a single misstep in words could be. "I'll do what I can." They spent the next hour drafting the letter. Jon suggested lines of praise for Walder Frey's unwavering loyalty in exaggeration but necessary flattery, along with veiled reminders of how House Frey benefited from Stark protection. When they finally had the text hammered out, Robb scrawled his signature with a flourish, then pressed the Stark seal into hot wax. Catelyn appended a note, hoping that might further placate Lord Walder. Once the letter was complete, they entrusted it to a courier who would ride at first light. The meeting broke up soon after. Edmure left to see to Riverrun's supply shipments. Bolton muttered something about reviewing the watch rotations. The great Jon stomped out to fetch a cask of ale. Catelyn lingered a moment, eyes resting on Jon. "Jon," she said quietly, "may we speak?" He nodded, meeting her gaze. He knew that despite the uneasy peace between them, an undercurrent of old tensions might always remain. But in the face of war, those tensions paled. "Certainly." She led him out of the pavilion, across the torchlit campsite. Night was falling, the sky streaked with the last hints of crimson. They stopped near a quiet corner where a few horses dozed, tethered to a picket line. "I wanted to thank you," she began, "for your devotion to my son. For everything you've done since Ned," her voice quavered slightly. Jon felt a lump in his own throat. "He was my father as well," he said gently. "I would stand by Robb no matter what." She nodded. "I see that now. You saved lives at the fords. Robb told me how your quick thinking turned the tide. Your father would be proud." He blinked against the sting in his eyes. "I only did what was right. We lost men that day too." "War spares no one," she said softly. They both stood silent for a moment, hearing the distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer. Then she cleared her throat. "Jon, if we can't secure Sansa's freedom by negotiation, will you stand with Robb if he decides to march south, even if it means open battle with the crown?" Jon's heart pounded. "I will. I owe her that. We all do." Catelyn closed her eyes, relief mingling with sadness. "Thank you. She may be my daughter, but she's your sister by blood of a sort, I suppose. If only Arya could be found as well. The thought of her alone out there chills me. I pray the gods keep her safe." Jon lowered his head. "I do too. I still have hope. Arya's resourceful. If she slipped away from the Red Keep, she might find some path home or to one of our allies." They stood a moment longer in the hush. Eventually, Catelyn laid a hand on Jon's shoulder, a brief, hesitant gesture of acceptance. Then she turned and walked back to the main thoroughfare of the camp. Jon watched her go, the subtle ache in his chest reminding him of how many fractures existed within their house, fractures that the Lannisters had exploited to kill Ned. He pushed that thought aside and returned to his tent. Sleep came fitfully. Dreams plagued him, Ned's head falling from the executioner's blow, Sansa in tears, Arya wandering alone through a land of ashes. He snapped awake in the small hours, covered in sweat, the night wind rustling the tent flaps. Rubbing his eyes, he listened to the hush of the camp, broken only by the occasional snort of horses or a distant sentry's call. The memory of Ned's voice in Winterfell's courtyard filled him then, urging him to be strong, to do what was honorable. Jon inhaled, drawing steady calm from that recollection. Then he let himself drift into a lighter, unsettled slumber until dawn. A clarion horn roused the camp at sunrise. Jon dressed quickly in leather jerkin and mail, belting his sword. He stepped outside to see men bustling with renewed vigor. Robb had ordered the host to move at midday, apparently. Word filtered through the ranks. They would advance west, not to chase Tywin blindly, but to apply pressure along a known route. If Tywin retreated further, they might cut off his supply lines. If he stood his ground, the Northmen would meet him in battle again. Jon gathered his small company, mostly archers, some mounted scouts, giving them the day's orders. He strove to project confidence. They obeyed him readily enough now, for he had proven calm under fire. Many were older men who had trained him in the Winterfell yard once upon a time. Back then he had been only the bastard. But the field of battle washed away many prejudices. They had seen him kill for them, stand with them. That forged deeper bonds than any name or rumor. Before midday, the army formed columns along the riverbank. Banners fluttered in the breeze, pack horses laden with supplies. Wagon trains rattled over the uneven ground. War drums pounded a solemn cadence as men marched. Jon rode near the front with Robb's general staff. Dust rose behind them in great clouds, turning the bright morning sun into a hazy disk. They traveled until the shadows grew long, making camp near a shallow stretch of water. Scouts reported no sign of Lannister forces in the immediate vicinity, though the land bore signs of older devastation, charred fields, scorched barns. Jon suppressed a surge of anger at the wanton destruction. Each new ruin reminded him of the cruelty that had stolen Ned's life. The march proceeded over the next days in a steady pattern. Rise early, scout the path ahead, press onward, make camp, guard against raids at night. Now and then local peasants emerged from hiding to beg for food or offer information. They looked terrified of all armed men, even ones bearing the Stark direwolf. Robb did what he could to reassure them, handing out small sacks of grain from their stores, but the meager relief was never enough to soothe the deeper scars. Jon saw it in the peasants' hollow eyes. Hope was a rare currency in these times. At last, on a gray afternoon of leaden skies, the northern vanguard came upon a small Lannister encampment near a hamlet in partial ruin. Smoke curled from the remains of thatched roofs. The Lannisters had pitched perhaps 200 tents in a low hollow, clearly not expecting the entire Stark host. Scouts reported the enemy was undermanned, mostly outriders guarding a supply train. Robb seized the opportunity at once, ordering an immediate assault before they could flee. Jon led his archers on a flank, creeping along the ridgeline. Rain threatened, spattering lightly on helmets and cloaks. Below, the Lannister outpost bustled, unaware. Robb waited for the signal from the outriders who had looped around behind the hollow. When the horns sounded, the assault began in earnest. Jon's archers loosed volley after volley into the Lannister ranks, sowing confusion. Then the main body of northern infantry charged down the slope, war cries echoing through the damp air. The fighting was quick and brutal. Outnumbered, the Lannisters put up a token resistance. Jon notched arrow after arrow, each shot plunging into the mass of red-cloaked men. Some scattered, others tried to form a line. He glimpsed small pockets of fierce melee. The great Jon hacked through a pair of defenders, bellowing loud enough to rattle leaves from trees. Mormont's soldiers battered a wagon barrier, toppling crates. Within a quarter hour, it was over. Those Lannisters who hadn't died or run had thrown down weapons in surrender. Jon dismounted carefully, heart pounding. The field smelled of wet earth and blood. A few huts still smoldered, timbers collapsed. His men fanned out, checking for survivors. Nearby, Robb reined in his horse, scanning for injuries among his own. Only then did the new king in the north exhale, shoulders sagging with relief. Another minor victory, another blow to House Lannister's supply lines. As the men rounded up the prisoners, Theon Greyjoy appeared, dragging along a Lannister sergeant who was bleeding from a gash across his brow. "Here's a talkative one," Theon called. "Says Tywin's not far behind. Could be a lie to scare us." He shoved the man forward. Robb frowned. "We'll see." Jory, he caught himself. Jory Castle was dead, cut down in King's Landing. The memory flickered across Robb's face, raw. "Jon, would you question him?" Jon nodded, stepping forward. He forced his voice calm but firm. "Your name?" The prisoner spat blood. "Bors. Ser Bors, if it please you," he said, though the dented armor and battered surcoat made him look anything but knightly. "Go on, kill me. We both know that's what you Starks do. But Tywin Lanny. Ster will avenge us." Jon exchanged a glance with Robb. "Where's Tywin now?" Ser Bors tried to straighten, glancing at the wrecked camp. "Near Harrenhal, last I heard. Gathering men from the Westerlands. You lot can keep picking off our outriders, but you'll never break the real power of Casterly Rock." Theon chuckled darkly. Big talk from a man on his knees. Jon silenced him with a glare. "Harrenhal's a ruin. Hardly a place to gather men comfortably." "Are you sure?" A flicker of fear crossed Bors's features. "Ruins or not, it has walls enough to keep your northern rabble at bay. And Tywin has gold enough to fill it. You Starks can't match that. He'll fortify Harrenhal, then crush you at his leisure." Robb seemed pensive. "If that's so, we need to confirm. I'll send outriders to probe Harrenhal's environs. For now, tie him up with the other prisoners. We'll decide how to handle them later." Theon and a few Mormont guards hauled the man away. Jon exhaled. Another reminder that Tywin remained a formidable foe. Soon, men rummaged through the Lannister supply train, discovering casks of dried beans, salted meats, barley, and some precious armor repairs, useful spoils for the north. A few freed villagers emerged from a half-burnt hut, shaking with terror. Robb offered them what little aid he could, but no one could give back the roof over their heads or the loved ones lost. They marched onward as dusk fell, weighed down by plunder and prisoners. Rain intensified into a cold drizzle, turning the roads to mud. The wagons mired in the muck, forcing everyone to slow. By the time they found a suitable campsite, men were exhausted, caked in filth. Jon helped with the pickets, assisting younger archers in setting up tarps to keep the worst of the rain off. He heard no complaints, only the stoic acceptance of soldiers who had chosen to follow Ned Stark's son. That knowledge humbled him more than it heartened him. Robb called a brief council around a sputtering brazier. Catelyn arrived late, cloak-soaked. She greeted them, then shook out water from her hood. Roose Bolton hovered near the flame, expression as cool as ever. If Tywin truly gathers at Harrenhal, Bolton said, we might do well to blockade him from all sides. Cut off his approach roads. He can't resupply forever in that ruin. Edmure Tully interjected, Harrenhal's storerooms could hold a lot of supplies if they were cunningly stocked. Robb frowned. To starve out Tywin would take time, and we can't neglect the rest of the realm. The Lannisters hold King's Landing with Sansa in their clutches. They also keep the region west of the Red Fork mostly under their control. If we linger at Harrenhal too long, we risk losing impetus elsewhere. Catelyn clasped her hands. Then we must decide which front is most critical. Winter is coming. Prolonging the war means prolonged suffering for the North's smallfolk. If we break Tywin's strength, the city might have no choice but to treat with us. Joffrey's armies aren't large enough on their own to withstand both us and the Baratheon brothers. Jon's gaze flicked between them. Perhaps we can do both in smaller steps. Send a portion of our forces to blockade Harrenhal from the east while the main host threatens the route to the capital. If Tywin tries to break out, we'll know. Bolton rubbed his chin. We risk splitting our strength. Yes, Jon conceded, but Tywin would be forced to split his as well if he attempts to defend multiple angles. The Greyjohn entered with a gust of wet air, cursing the weather. We can talk strategy all night, but I say let's smash Tywin or lure him into open battle. Enough dancing. The men want a decisive clash. Edmure Tully sighed. A decisive clash can end poorly if we're not careful. We nearly had a disaster at the stone mill. Another misstep and the Lannisters might turn the tables. Robb looked at Jon, then at the others. Let me think on it tonight. I'll give commands in the morning. For now, rest. We have a long march tomorrow. They dispersed. Jon remained by the brazier, warming his hands. The notion of a blockade at Harrenhal tugged at him. He pictured the fortress, massive spires that dwarfed all other castles built by the Targaryens long ago. Its immensity was both its strength and its curse, too large to man properly, rumored to be haunted. If Tywin planted himself there with enough men, dislodging him would be perilous. But if they left him to gather more forces? Jon felt a soft touch at his elbow. He turned to see Lady Catelyn, face etched with lines of worry. Walk with me, she said, voice low. He nodded and let her guide him outside where the drizzle had subsided to a mist. Torchlight gleamed off puddles in the churned soil. Men huddled under makeshift awnings or inside tents, sharing what warmth they could. They strolled past silent ranks of horses, stepping around a cluster of them to find a quieter spot. Catelyn's breath came in small clouds. She pulled her cloak tighter. Jon, I wanted to ask you something about Joffrey. He stiffened. What about him? She stared into the darkness. Do you think there's any chance he'd be merciful if we threatened to kill Jaime, or if we marched on the capital? He's so young, he might not understand the consequences of crossing every great house. Jon recalled Joffrey's face at the execution. I doubt it, he said bitterly. He's not the type to be cowed by threats. He thrives on cruelty. If anything, threatening him might make him lash out at Sansa. The only leverage we have is Jaime, and that might matter more to Cersei than to Joffrey. She might keep him in check if she fears for her brother's life. But with that family, there's no guarantee. Catelyn swallowed. I feared that answer. Ned always said Joffrey had a vicious streak. Now the realm pays for it. They fell silent. A distant voice called from the perimeter, something about a passing traveler. A guard's challenge rang out. Jon remained alert but recognized no immediate threat. He turned back to Catelyn. I'm sorry. I wish I could offer more hope. She glanced away. We do what we must. Robb is strong, but this war weighs on him. He tries to be everywhere at once. Here, the Western Front, the capital. He can't stop blaming himself for not saving Ned. And I think I resent him a little for taking up Ned's place, even though I know it isn't fair. He's my son, and I love him, but I see him stepping into responsibilities that once belonged to my husband, and it tears at me. Jon swallowed. If Ned were here, he'd likely say that Robb is doing well. Robb learned from him, from all of us. He's a good man. She let out a shuddering breath. He is, and I must stand by him, even in my grief, even if it means accepting everything, including you. Jon felt a pang. I never wanted to cause strife in Winterfell. I only wanted a place to belong. She sighed. I know, and Ned was the one who brought you there. My own anger shouldn't have fallen on you. She paused. We are past that. We must be. Our family is broken enough without us adding to the damage. Jon searched her face, seeing genuine regret there. "Thank you." Before she could reply, a sentry's horn blasted 3 short notes. An alarm. They both whirled, scanning the camp. Men leapt to their feet. Theon Greyjoy appeared from behind a tent, crossbow in hand. Robb dashed from his pavilion, sword belt half-fastened. "What is it?" Robb shouted at a guard who raced forward, panting. "Are we attacked?" "Rider at the perimeter, my lord," gasped the guard. "Says he bears urgent news from the Stormlands. He's alone, claims to be an envoy." Robb turned to Theon. "Bring him forward under guard. Keep archers trained if he tries anything." Theon nodded, trotting off with a half-dozen men. The camp stirred, men seizing spears, forming ranks in case this was a trick. Jon kept a hand on his sword, adrenaline coursing. Catelyn stepped back, letting the soldiers handle the potential threat. Torches blazed brighter, shadows dancing ominously. Within minutes, Theon returned leading a hooded figure on a lathered horse. 2 archers flanked them, arrows knocked. The figure dismounted unsteadily, swaying as if from a long, grueling ride. The hood fell back, revealing a young man's face streaked with sweat and grime. "Who are you?" Robb demanded, stepping forward. "Speak quickly." The young man bent a knee, though it was unclear whether from exhaustion or respect. "I am Lomas Celtigar, formerly of King's Landing, now in the service of King Stannis Baratheon." A ripple went through the onlookers. Stannis, the eldest of the Baratheon brothers, had claimed the Iron Throne by right of blood, calling Joffrey a bastard born of incest. His forces were rumored to dwell at Dragonstone or Storm's End, though details were scarce. Robb's eyes narrowed. "You ride alone?" Celtigar coughed. "Aye, the rest of my party was scattered by Lannister patrols near Rosby. I made it through the lines to bring a message. King Stannis demands recognition of his claim. He seeks alliance with the Northern cause. If you bend the knee to him as rightful king, he will pledge to restore your father's seat, free your sister, punish the Lannisters. He says the Iron Throne is his by all the laws of gods and men. Joffrey is falseborn, as Lord Eddard discovered." A hush settled. Robb's face flickered with pain at the mention of Ned. Then his gaze hardened. "He demands we bend the knee? We are the North and we have crowned our own king." Celtigar nodded, trembling. "Yes, your grace. But King Stannis will not yield. He says he is the rightful heir, second only to Robert Baratheon. He calls upon you to join him in deposing the Lannisters and the Boy Pretender. In return, he'll confirm your lords in all their titles, perhaps even concede a measure of northern autonomy. But you must abandon your claim of kingship." Roose Bolton stepped forward, voice like ice. "A brash request, considering our victory over the Lannisters here in the Riverlands. Stannis has no love from the south. Why should we submit?" Lomas licked his lips, knuckles white on his horse's reins. "Because Stannis is righteous in his cause, my lord. He holds proof that Joffrey is born of incest between Cersei and Jaime Lannister. That was the knowledge that cost Lord Eddard his life. Stannis claims he is avenging Lord Eddard's honor by pressing the true succession. And if you do not join him, he warns he'll treat you as rebels, no different from Joffrey." Jon's chest tightened. He realized with a bitter pang that everything Ned risked his life to uncover was fueling new claims. The war had become a scramble for the throne. Meanwhile, the North only wanted justice for Ned, safety for Sansa, and independence from the chaos that reigned. Robb rubbed his temple. "This is complicated. My father died revealing this secret, and now Stannis means to ride that truth to the throne. We have no quarrel with Stannis personally, but we also have no reason to kneel." Celtigar looked desperate. "He is the rightful king. If you do not kneel, your sister remains hostage and King's Landing might unite against you with all its bannermen. Lord Tywin would see you crushed. Stannis suggests that together you can bring down the Lannisters quickly. Separately, you risk being picked off." A cold hush. Jon felt the tension in the men around them. Some glances flicked to Robb, the newly minted king in the North. They had pledged loyalty and blood, but if there was a chance to end the war swiftly and save Sansa. Finally, Robb's voice broke the silence. "I will consider King Stannis' offer, but no kneeling will happen without counsel from my lords. You may rest here for the night. We'll give you an answer soon." Celtigar nodded, sagging in relief. "Thank you, your grace. I beg water and perhaps a bite of bread." Robb gestured for Theon to escort him to a tent with guards. As Celtigar vanished, the camp erupted into murmurs. Men whispered uncertain. Some insisted the North must stand alone. Others saw a chance at a swifter end to the war by allying with Stannis, who had a legitimate claim. If it saved northern lives, was it not worth bending the knee? In the center of that maelstrom, Robb turned to his mother, then to Jon, Bolton, the Great Jon, and Edmure Tully. "Call the lords," he ordered, voice carrying across the fires. "We meet tonight." The men dispersed, summoning each faction's key leaders. Within the hour, a great gathering formed around the largest pavilion. Torches cast wavering light on a circle of stern faces. Robb sat on a camp chair, the closest thing he had to a throne. Catelyn stood behind him, expression guarded. Jon stood to the side, arms folded, heart pounding. He was no lord, but they wanted his presence. The debate raged for hours. The Great Jon thundered that the North had chosen its king, and no southern upstart would break that vow. Karstark, fiercely loyal to Ned's memory, raged that any alliance with Stannis that might bring them Sansa was worth hearing, so long as the North gained something real in exchange. Bolton, calm and cold, noted that a marriage pact or treaty might keep the North safe from an uncertain future. Edmure Tully pointed out that Stannis had no love from Highgarden or the other great houses, meaning the war might still drag on if they joined him. Others insisted Joffrey was the more immediate enemy, that Stannis's offer might at least open a second front against the Lannisters. All the while, Robb listened, knuckles white on the arms of his chair. Occasionally, he shot a glance at Jon or his mother, but mostly he let the lords speak, giving each a chance to air their stance. At length, the tent quieted as Catelyn stepped forward. She told them the old story of Robert's rebellion, how Stannis had proven loyal but unyielding. She reminded them that the North had bled to free the realm from Aerys Targaryen and now bled again under a false Baratheon in King's Landing. Was Stannis truly the answer, or would they only trade one southern overlord for another? Eventually Robb stood, lifting a hand for silence. "I've heard you all. My father died for the truth that Joffrey is no Baratheon. That truth must be avenged. But we have declared the North free and independent. That was not lightly done. Before I decide, I want to speak to King Stannis himself or his authorized envoy. I want to know what terms he truly offers for the North's freedom or partial autonomy. Without that, our crown means nothing if we simply kneel again." The Great Jon banged his fist on his chest. "Aye, well spoken." Karstark murmured agreement while Bolton inclined his head, apparently satisfied. Edmure Tully added that the Riverlands might also need assurances from Stannis if they were to join such an alliance. The assembly dissolved around midnight, weary but steadied by Robb's resolution. They would send a reply to Stannis, an invitation to a meeting or a parley somewhere safe from Lannister interference. Until that came to pass, the war continued. Jon stepped outside into the cold air, exhaling with relief. 1,000 questions churned in his mind. Would Stannis even meet them halfway? Or would he demand absolute fealty? If so, would Robb be forced to fight a war on two fronts against Joffrey and Tywin on one side and possibly Stannis on the other if negotiations failed? A figure drifted to his side. Theon, his expression tight with suppressed excitement. "Bet you a silver stag that Stannis refuses. That man's known for stubbornness. He won't easily accept a king in the North." Jon's jaw set. "Then we'll see." He paused. "Is it your wish that we remain separate from the South forever?" Theon chuckled. "I'm an Ironborn, remember? The Greyjoys have their own dreams of independence. But for now I serve Robb. This realm's too big to hold with so many kings, if you ask me. War might never end." Jon considered that grim possibility. Theon, brash though he was, had a point. With Joffrey, Stannis, Renly, and Robb all claiming crowns, Westeros was fracturing, a tapestry of conflict. Even Daenerys Targaryen was rumored to live across the narrow sea, though those rumors seemed distant and half disbelieved. Could the land truly bear so many aspiring monarchs? Days later, the reply to Stannis was penned. Robb dictated they would not kneel but were willing to meet and hear terms for an alliance. They demanded recognition of northern independence or at least near independence, Sansa's release, and official condemnation of the Lannisters' outrages. A messenger rode south with the sealed letter, risking Lannister patrols. Meanwhile, Robb resumed the push toward Harrenhal, determined to prevent Tywin from gathering unchecked. Throughout this time, the Northmen encountered pockets of Lannister resistance. A half-burned village near the western edge of the Riverlands turned into a skirmish site where a cunning Lannister knight set an ambush. Jon's archers helped turn the tide, though at the cost of several good men. Each lost life weighed on him. He remembered them from Winterfell, from simpler times. Now they died on muddy ground far from home. At every quiet opportunity, Jon tried to keep Sansa's plight alive in the war councils. She's a prisoner in King's Landing, he would remind them. We must keep pushing to ensure they can't use her as leverage. If we appear weak, they might decide to discard her. Robb would nod solemnly, promising they'd never forget. Catelyn, her face drawn, would quietly echo that vow. One evening, after a day of trudging through relentless rain, Jon retired early to a small command tent assigned to him. He lit a candle, letting its warm glow fill the canvas space. The wet cloak he hung from a rope near the entrance. Outside, the pitter-patter of rain continued. He sank onto a low stool, massaging his sore shoulders. Word had come that Jaime Lannister remained in Riverrun's dungeons, guarded day and night. The thought that his father's killer, whether direct or indirect, still drew breath rankled him, but he understood Jaime was far too valuable to waste on personal vengeance. A rustle at the tent flap startled him. He reached for his dagger. "Who is it?" "Me," said a hushed voice, Theon Greyjoy. He ducked inside, bringing a gust of damp air. "Relax. I'm not here to steal your bedroll. Got a moment?" Jon set the dagger aside with a sigh. "Yes, come in." Theon dropped onto a crate, propping his crossbow against the canvas wall. "I was bored over at the Greyjoy's fire. They're telling the same old stories, bragging about how many Lannisters they skewered. I had enough. Thought I'd see if you had any wine." Jon raised an eyebrow. "I might. One skin left, I think." He rummaged in a pack, producing a half-filled wineskin from the veil. He tossed it to Theon. "Don't drain it all." Theon took a long pull, grimacing at the taste. "Ugh. Sour stuff. Still better than nothing." He wiped his mouth. "You know, I never expected to be here, fighting alongside the Starks to dethrone the Lannisters. Part of me wonders if I should be back in the Iron Islands, forging my own destiny. But fate's a twisted thing." Jon tensed. He remembered how Theon was technically a hostage ward, brought to Winterfell after Balon Greyjoy's rebellion. For years, Theon had seemed content with life among the Starks. Now the war had stirred old loyalties or resentments. "You could leave if you want," Jon said carefully. "No one's forcing you." Theon snorted. "And do what? Sail home so my father can belittle me for living among the wolves? I'd have no rank, no crew, unless I proved myself. Here, at least, I've got some status." He paused. Besides, I don't hate you, Jon. Or Robb. We've shared enough times, good and ill. Still, the war's making me restless." Jon nodded, understanding a sliver of that restlessness. He drank from the skin when Theon offered it back, letting the sour wine burn his throat. "None of us wanted this war. But we owe it to Ned." They passed the wineskin in quiet reflection. Rain drummed on the tent roof. Theon eventually rose, collecting his crossbow. "I'll head back. Enjoy your gloom. If I were you, I'd find a woman to keep your bed warm. But I suppose you're too honorable for that." Jon rolled his eyes. "Good night, Theon." Theon left, leaving only the patter of rain and the flicker of the candle. Jon closed his eyes, letting weariness drag him under. The face that rose in his mind was not that of a woman but of Sansa, weeping on that dais, and of Arya, fierce and wild, running from the guards. He exhaled, knowing sleep would be uneasy. So it went day after day, a relentless push of marching, skirmishing, planning. Tension mounted as they drew closer to Harrenhal. Scouts reported that Tywin's outriders prowled the roads, occasionally clashing with Tully or Karstark cavalry. The black towers of Harrenhal loomed on the horizon, a jagged silhouette rising from mist-shrouded marshes. Even from a league away, its monstrous scale was evident. When the northern vanguard finally beheld Harrenhal's outer walls, even the boldest men muttered about curses. The broken towers and blackened stones seemed to brood under a sullen sky. Smoke curled from the fortress's many chimneys, suggesting a large force within. Yet no banners flew from its ramparts, only watchfires. If Tywin Lannister was inside, he wasn't announcing it. Robb established a camp in the woodlands a few miles off, out of sight of the castle. There, they debated whether to attempt a siege. "Sieges can cost months," the great Jon complained. "We want to bring Tywin out to fight, not stare at walls." Edmure Tully pointed at the map. "If we circle around, we risk letting Tywin slip away. A partial blockade might keep him pinned, but it spreads us thin. Perhaps we can starve him if we control the roads and the surrounding farmland. But Harrenhal's formidable, even half in ruins." Catelyn frowned. Stannis's envoy could be near. If we waste time here, we may lose the chance to unite with him against Joffrey. Or Renly might make moves of his own. Roose Bolton's voice cut through. Caution is vital. Harrenhal is not a place to storm lightly. Let me take a portion of our forces to picket it, block supply lines. The rest can keep mobile, continuing to disrupt the Lannisters in the field. That way, if Tywin tries to break out, we close in. Robb considered the suggestion. Agreed. Bolton, you'll have 3,000 men for the blockade. Edmure will coordinate with you to ensure the Tully levies secure the southwestern approach. The rest of us push further west, toward the roads leading to the Golden Tooth, cutting off reinforcements from Casterly Rock. If Tywin's inside, we let him rot. If he's not, we gain strategic ground. The plan set, the host divided. Jon was assigned to ride with Robb west, along with the Great Jon, Karstark, and half the northern cavalry. Roose Bolton parted ways with a polite bow, leading his detachment toward Harrenhal's looming spires. Jon felt uneasy leaving that place behind, but he trusted Robb's instincts. With Tywin pinned, the western roads beckoned. The Lannisters might be amassing a new army near the Golden Tooth or further west. As they rode away from Harrenhal, the fortress gradually vanished into the morning haze. Jon found himself watching it until it was only a speck. Something about the place stirred dread, as though eyes watched them from the broken towers. He shoved the feeling aside. War was horror enough without entertaining ghost stories. The march west proved punishing. Rain-sodden roads turned to quagmires. A biting wind blew from the foothills. Men fell ill with fevers. Still, they pressed on, capturing a few minor outposts. Most Lannister defenders had retreated or deserted, giving up territory without a fight. The deeper they pushed into what was nominally Lannister land, the quieter they found it. Villages abandoned, fields left untended. The crows circled overhead, feasting on corpses from older battles or starved livestock. Jon often wondered if it was worth the cost. One afternoon, the scouts brought in a group of peasants who claimed Tywin's main host was not at Harrenhal but further west, nearing the borders of the Westerlands. That lent weight to the idea that Tywin had left a skeleton garrison behind, focusing instead on defending the approach to Casterly Rock. If so, a clash might await them soon. True to the rumors, the Northern Outriders reported larger enemy movements. Lannister banners were spotted near Ashmark. Robb arranged for a swift raid there, hoping to catch the vanguard off guard. The plan worked partially. They destroyed some supply wagons, forcing the Lannisters back. But Tywin himself remained elusive. Each day, new reports trickled in of Lannister cavalry appearing in one valley, then disappearing to strike elsewhere. It was as though Tywin was stalling, avoiding a pitched battle. In the midst of these maneuvers, a raven arrived from the blockade at Harrenhal. Robb read the message in stony silence, then passed it to Jon. The gist was that Harrenhal had been found nearly empty, only a token force. Bolton had taken the castle with minimal resistance, discovering that Tywin had indeed left earlier. The dreaded fortress was now in northern hands, but it was a hollow victory. Tywin was nowhere to be found. Some said he'd fled toward the Westerlands. Others said he might be heading to the capital. In Harrenhal's vast halls, they found evidence of torture chambers and mass graves left by Gregor Clegane's men. Horror upon horror, but little strategic gain. Robb shared the news with the gathered lords. So Tywin's main strength roams free. We at least deny him Harrenhal, but that means we must keep men there. Bolton will hold it, but can we truly garrison that monster of a castle? Catelyn rubbed her temples. This war grows more convoluted every day. And no word from Stannis yet. Did our raven reach him? Karstark shook his head. No response. Maybe it was intercepted or he's ignoring us. Jon felt a pang of frustration. So many pieces in motion, each slowing the chance to rescue Sansa or end the war. What about King's Landing? Are they mustering a new force for Joffrey? Robb exhaled. Reports are uncertain. The capital is restless, short on supplies. The Queen Regent scrambles to maintain order. If we marched on King's Landing now, though, we'd face its walls and the Kingsguard inside. Our siege would be overshadowed by the possibility that they'd harm Sansa. We need an approach that forces them to value her as a hostage, not throw her away. Amid these hardships, the northern host kept moving. Another few weeks of campaigning brought small victories in the Westerlands fringes. They took Ashmark, sacked some Lannister outposts, freed villages forced to supply the enemy. But it felt like the war had become a game of cat and mouse with Tywin dancing out of reach. Men grew weary of constant marches. Food supplies ran low, forcing foraging in hostile territory. Morale dipped, though loyalty to Robb remained. One stormy evening, the sky cracked with thunder as the Northmen made camp near a rocky pass. Jon, soaked to the bone, dismounted wearily. Lightning flashed, illuminating distant ridges. The flaps of Robb's pavilion snapped in the gale. Jon trudged inside to find the war council assembled, each man dripping water. Robb stood over a table pinned with iron weights to keep the map from blowing away. Catelyn was there, along with the great Jon, Karstark, Theon, and Edmure Tully. They looked up as Jon entered, water streaming from his cloak. Robb's face was grim. "We have news. Our outriders captured a courier carrying a message from Cersei Lannister. It was addressed to Walder Frey." Karstark snorted. "That old weasel again. So they're trying to turn him." Catelyn took the parchment from Robb and read it aloud, her tone tight. The letter offered Frey new titles, gold, marriage pacts with younger Lannister scions, all in exchange for sealing the twins against Northern Passage. If Frey complied, the crown would grant him greater autonomy in the Riverlands, among other lavish promises. Anger crackled in the tent. "We should have known," Theon said, pacing. "Walder Frey plays all sides. If he betrays us, our route north is cut. He might trap us here. We'll be stranded in the Westerlands while winter closes in." Edmure Tully grimaced. "We have men at the Twins, but not enough to stop Frey's entire force if he sides with the Lannisters. Our communications with him have been one-sided for weeks, though we thought we had an arrangement." Robb slammed a fist on the map. "We need to ensure Walder Frey does not turn cloak. We must send an envoy or a show of force. But I can't afford to detach too many men from the main host, not when Tywin lurks." Karstark frowned. "We do have Jaime Lannister locked in Riverrun. If Walder is uncertain, perhaps we can invite him to Riverrun, let him see we hold the biggest card. We can promise him more from the future Northern Kingdom than Cersei can from a losing cause." Catelyn folded the letter, shoulders tense. Yet if the tide turns, Walder might decide Cersei's cause isn't losing. He's a master at sensing which side gains advantage. We must be swift or cunning. Jon listened, a swirl of worry knotting his gut. If the Freys closed the Twins, the Northmen would be severed from their own lands. That would hamper resupply, reinforcements, any chance to withdraw or reorganize. The entire campaign could collapse if Walder Frey switched allegiance. What if we dispatch a small group at once, crossing the Twins to reaffirm our pact with Walder? They can offer updated terms or more betrothals if needed. Silence met his suggestion. The gray Jon rubbed his beard. "Betrothals, you say? Aye, Walder likes marriage alliances. We promised something before, but perhaps that's grown stale in his eyes." Robb paused, eyes flickering with guilt. Jon recalled that part of the original arrangement involved Robb potentially marrying a Frey daughter, but everything changed once war escalated. "That promise might be tested now. We might have to revisit that," Robb murmured. "But the envoy must be someone Walder trusts, or at least fears to offend. My mother has some standing with him as a Tully. But I can't spare her again, she's needed here. Also, I will not risk her traveling alone in these lands. As for me, I'm the king. I can't vanish from the front. Who else?" Edmure cleared his throat. "I could go, but I suspect Walder resents me for overshadowing his ambitions in the Riverlands. He might not greet me warmly." Karstark shrugged. "He's no friend of me or the great Jon. He sees us as foreigners. Bolton is at Harrenhal. That leaves few who carry enough weight." A hush fell. Then Catelyn's gaze rested on Jon. "What about you? You were Ned Stark's son. Walder might see that as significant. If you go under a banner of truce with a suitable escort, he may at least grant you an audience. He knows how much weight House Stark carries in the north." Surprise flickered across the faces of the men. Jon hesitated. "Me? Do you think he'll accept me as an envoy? He's always been tricky about birth and status." Robb studied Jon's face. "You bear the name Stark. King Robert legitimized you, father claimed you openly. Walder can't deny that. He might see it as a courtesy that we send the next best thing to me or mother. And you've proved your worth in battle. He might be curious about you." A current of nerves rippled through Jon. Negotiating with Walder Frey was a labyrinth. One misstep and Frey might declare them oathbreakers or hamper them. But if it helped keep their route open. "If you command it, I'll go." Robb's face softened. "I wouldn't force you. But I trust you, Jon. We'll give you a small escort of seasoned men. You can deliver our revised terms, confirm we remain committed to the alliance. Maybe you can read him, see if he leans Lannister. If so, find a way to keep him on our side. Jon took a breath. I'll do my best. That night after the war council ended, Jon tried to sleep but found himself uneasy. The thought of traveling back toward the twins away from the main army triggered a swirl of fears. Would the Lannisters intercept him? Would Walder Frey greet him with scorn or cunning demands? He did not relish stepping into the role of diplomat, but this was the nature of war. You played every game, not just the ones you liked. At dawn, Robb gave him final instructions, pressing a sealed letter into Jon's hands. This outlines everything we can promise. Titles for whichever Frey scions want to hold northern lands, trade rights, safe passage. And we reaffirm the betrothal idea, though I pray Walder doesn't push for something impossible. Jon swallowed. If he wants your hand in marriage still? Robb grimaced. Let's hope he's content to wait or consider alternatives. Just keep him sweet, whatever it takes. The great Jon parted from Jon with a hearty clap on the shoulder, nearly knocking him over. Ha! If Walder insults you, give him a punch in the nose for me. Then say, well met, old curmudgeon. That's how we do it in the north. Jon mustered a weak chuckle. Catelyn offered a more sober farewell. Remember, Walder is sly. Flatter him, be polite, but don't let him corner you with demands that Robb never agreed to. If you sense he's leaning to the Lannisters, learn what he's been offered. We need to know. Jon nodded. I will. He set off with a small party of 24 riders, veteran Stark men, a pair of Tully guards, and a single banner bearing the dire wolf. They traveled east in a grueling journey through muddy roads, recrossing territory the main host had left behind. Here and there they saw fresh signs of conflict, burnt outposts, battered wagons. Once they spied crows circling a clearing where a handful of unburied corpses lay. It reminded Jon of how savage the realm had become. Each day, they pressed on, making for the Trident and beyond, mindful of potential Lannister patrols. One evening, they camped in a ruin of an old September moss-covered fallen pillars. Jon lit a small fire, his men gathering around to share stale bread and dried mutton. Conversation was muted. Many were anxious, uncertain what welcome the phrase would extend. At times, Jon watched the men's faces flicker in firelight, and he thought of Ned once more. Ned had always carried the final burden of diplomacy, even in times of strife. Now Jon was the one tasked with it. He only hoped he had half Ned's measured calm. They resumed at dawn. By midday, they saw the twins rising on the horizon. Two massive stone keeps flanking the green fork of the Trident, joined by a fortified bridge. The phrase had demanded tolls from travelers for generations. Its high walls and tower spires loomed over the river, unassailable without a large force. As they approached, watchmen spotted them, horns echoing from the battlements. Jon raised the Stark banner high, heart-pounding. A boatman ferried them across the outer moat. The gates creaked open, allowing them into the courtyard. Frey guards, in cloaks of gray and blue, eyed them suspiciously. Inside, the fortress smelled of old straw and damp stone. Jon dismounted, smoothing his cloak. He recognized some of the banners from when the northern host last passed here. Then, Walder Frey had grudgingly granted them passage in exchange for wide-ranging promises. Did he now regret that bargain? A steward appeared, bowing stiffly. My lord requests your company in the main hall. Jon signaled his men to remain in the courtyard under guard. Only 2 knights accompanied him inside. The corridors felt narrow and claustrophobic, lit by sputtering torches. Tapestries of Frey lineage, dozens of them, each more intricate than the last, lined the walls. Servants scurried aside. At last, they entered the great hall, where Walder Frey sat on a dais, swathed in furs despite the warm day. The man was ancient, his skin blotched, lips twisted in a perpetually sour expression. A brood of Frey offspring and relatives milled around, whispering. Jon advanced, mustering a courteous bow. Lord Walder, I come bearing greetings from King Robb Stark. Walder Frey snorted. King, is it? Ah, so now the pup from Winterfell calls himself king. And you're the bastard boy, legitimized by that fat drunk Robert. Interesting times. His milky eyes flicked over Jon. You have your father's mouth. I'll give you that. A stab of anger flared in Jon's chest at the mention of Ned. He smoothed his tone. I am Jon Stark, yes, recognized by King Robert. My father died at the Lannisters' hands. Robb continues his cause. We come in peace, hoping to reaffirm our alliance with your noble house. Walder cackled, a phlegmy sound. Noble, he calls us. Enough flattery. Boy, speak your piece. I hear the Lannisters also sent sweet words. They promise me gold, lands, marriages. I can weigh one offer against another. I'm no child to be lulled with empty praise. Jon inhaled slowly. I have a letter from Robb, detailing the terms we can offer. He handed the sealed parchment to a servant, who brought it to Walder. Walder's gnarled fingers trembled as he broke the seal and peered at the contents. His expression flickered with something like greed or annoyance. Trade rights, yes. Some mention of marriage alliances, though it's vague. My precious granddaughters need husbands. I recall the boy king, your King Robb, promising to wed one of my girls. Has that happened yet? He glared around, as though expecting an immediate answer. Jon forced calm. War intervened, my lord, but Robb has not forgotten. He remains open to fulfilling that promise or to finding an alternative that satisfies your house. Walder scoffed. An alternative? He'd best not trifle with me. I recall how your father Ned never came to my wedding feasts, always sneering from Winterfell. Now the son does the same with empty words. Perhaps I should let the Lannisters close your route north. Then you can scurry around, trapped in the south for the crows to peck. He squinted. But that might cost me as well if you win eventually. Jon recognized the tactic. Walder was stalling, fishing for bribes or bigger concessions. In a measured tone, he said, Lord Fry, if you have specific demands, let us hear them. I'm authorized to promise the same tolls you collected from our last crossing, plus some additional privileges. We can also arrange a betrothal, if not King Robb, then perhaps another high-ranking lord. The Greyjohn's eldest? Or Karstark's heir? We can negotiate. Walder's watery eyes gleamed. Betrothals, yes. I want to see my brood wedded to fine families, not left to rot in these towers. If the boy king can't keep his vow, I'll have another in his place who's just as important. That is my price. That and gold. I want gold now, not promises for later. War is expensive. My own men are at risk. He tapped the parchment with a crooked finger. This letter doesn't say how much. Shall we talk numbers? Jon braced himself. It would be a dance of haggling. We can arrange a fair sum once our treasury is secured. The war's cost burdens us all. The Lannisters rely on their mines, but the North has resources too: furs, timber, fish, minerals. We can pay in goods as well for immediate needs. Name you our figure, and I will present it to King Robb. Walder smirked. I want it in writing with your signature too, so you can't squirm out of it later. You claim to be a Stark, then stand by your words like Ned would have. If your king denies it, I'll pin it on you as well. Jon felt sweat prickle at his temples. This old man was as cunning as a cornered fox. One wrong promise could hamper the North for years. But they needed the twins open. He squared his shoulders. I'm prepared to sign an agreement, yes, stating that House Fry receives a certain payment and betrothal arrangement. But I must remain within the authority Robb has given me. We can't finalize anything if it goes beyond those bounds. Walder grunted. Then let's discuss details, boy. Step up. You can write, can't you? Jon nodded. I can. He glanced at the stony faces of the Fry brood around them, many of them scowling or watching with hawk-like interest. This would be a long negotiation. He prayed he wouldn't misstep. For Sansa's sake, for the men at the front, for Ned's memory, he had to keep the twins secure. And so they began. Hours passed in that hall, the old man's shrill voice echoing, the younger Freys chiming in with demands or suggestions. Jon offered carefully measured counters, recalling lessons gleaned from Ned's example. Honesty was crucial, but so was refusing to be bullied. If Walder demanded too much, Jon would push back. Slowly, they shaped a draft pact. House Fry would keep the twins open to northern forces and guarantee safe crossing. House Stark would offer a certain sum of gold upon the war's end, as well as a betrothal for one of Walder's granddaughters to a high-ranking northern lord, if not Robb himself. If Robb refused, Another lord of equal rank must fulfill the pledge. The final specifics of the bridegroom's identity were to be hammered out once the North could gather in calmer times. Walder fretted over each line, but eventually he let out a cackling sigh. Very well, we'll see. Have your scribe write it. Sign it in your own hand and place your seal. I want something that binds you as well as your king. Jon's stomach twisted. He lacked an official Stark signet, but he had Ned's old seal ring that Catelyn gave him upon his knighthood in the field. I can seal it with this, he said quietly. Walder nodded, evidently satisfied. A clerk provided parchment, quill, and ink. Jon carefully wrote the terms, forging them into a coherent agreement. Walder peered over his shoulder, grunting now and then, occasionally jabbing a bony finger to adjust wording. When they finished, Jon signed Jon Stark in large, deliberate letters. Walder scratched his own wavery signature. Then Jon pressed Ned's seal ring into the hot wax, feeling an unsettling finality. He prayed Robb would not view this as overreach. But it was the best compromise he could secure. Walder cackled, patting the parchment. We'll keep this safe. If your king breaks it, we'll have proof of your betrayal. My gates remain open for now. But pray the Lannisters don't offer me more. I can always reevaluate. Jon tensed. You swore here to uphold it. I said for now. Walder snarled. Wars change daily. Keep me happy, boy, or you'll find the gates shut. Now get out of my sight. I'm tired. Exhaustion draped Jon like a heavy cloak. He forced a weary bow. We're grateful, Lord Walder. I'll inform King Robb of your good faith. Walder spat. Spare me. Show yourselves out. With that gracious dismissal, Jon and his knights were escorted back to the courtyard. It was dusk. The men looked at him questioningly. He mustered a nod of reassurance. We've reached an accord. For now, the crossing remains open. They left the twins under the suspicious gaze of Fry archers on the walls, the portcullis clanking shut behind them. Once they were clear, Jon exhaled a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. He felt drained to the marrow, but at least they had something in writing. He prayed it would hold. That night they camped on the open road north of the twins, a small fire flickering in the gloom. Jon wrote a hasty letter to Robb explaining the terms, the betrothal pledge, the gold sum, and how Walder threatened to reevaluate if better offers came. He sealed it, sending it south with a fast rider at first light. Then, with the other men, he turned his party south as well, intending to rejoin Robb in the Westerlands. The war demanded his presence. The journey back was equally tedious. Lannister patrols lurked, but none engaged them. The men carried themselves warily, scanning the horizon. Near the Red Fork, they encountered a small group of Tully outriders who confirmed that King Robb was pushing deeper into the Westerlands. They pressed on, wading through muddy tracks, crossing streams turned swollen by recent rains. Weeks had passed since Jon left the main host. He worried about new developments in his absence. Finally, they caught up to the northern host near an old mining hamlet. Tents sprawled across a valley, a welcome sight. Jon parted from his companions, cantering through lines of wagons, weaving among outlying pickets. Soldiers recognized him, hailing him with curious shouts. He dismounted at Robb's pavilion, where Karstark, the Great, Jon, and Theon stood outside. Theon's grin was wide, though his eyes glinted with mischief. Jon Stark returns, Theon announced. Tell me you brought wine from the twins? Jon chuckled despite his fatigue. I only brought a headache from old Walder. Theon clapped his shoulder. Then you succeeded if your head's still attached. Go see Robb, he's waiting. Jon ducked into the pavilion. Robb and Catelyn rose from a table strewn with maps. Robb's face lit with relief. Jon, thank the gods. Did Walder cooperate? Jon handed over the newly signed agreement, plus the letter he'd penned summarizing the negotiations. He did for now. But he demands more gold plus a betrothal arrangement for one of his granddaughters. He's left it vague whether it must be you or another high-ranking lord, but the principle remains. He also threatened to reevaluate if the Lannisters offer him better terms. Robb skimmed the parchment, brow furrowed. At least we keep the crossing open. That's essential. And I suppose we can handle the betrothal matter later. The gold we'll manage somehow. We can't let him shift alliances. He clasped Jon's arm. You've done well. That must have been grueling. Jon exhaled. Exhausting, yes. The man's cunning as ever. I only hope this arrangement holds if the war drags on. Catelyn gave a tired smile. You did what had to be done. Thank you, Jon. He dipped his head. What news of the front? Anything urgent? Robb's expression dimmed. We had a clash with a larger Lannister force near Oxgross. We won, but it was bloody. Tywin remains elusive. And he paused, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his eyes. We also received a raven from King's Landing. Catelyn pressed her lips together. It bore Sansa's hand. Jon's heart lurched. Sansa? What did she say? Is she well? Robb opened a drawer, withdrew a scroll, and handed it to Jon. The words were shaky but recognizable as Sansa's, a plea for peace, begging Robb to come to terms with King Joffrey, praising Joffrey's virtues. Obviously dictated under duress. The reading wrenched Jon's stomach. She wrote that Ned was a traitor, that Robb should bend the knee, that King Joffrey would show mercy. The letter ended with her name, meekly signed Sansa Stark, followed by a flourish that reeked of forced courtesy. Jon's hands shook. They're making her do this, he muttered. It means she's still alive at least, but they're using her to break our resolve. Robb nodded grimly. Yes. It changes nothing about our cause, but it weighs heavily. I won't abandon her, no matter how they try to twist her words. Catelyn whispered, they're cruel enough to kill her if they sense we won't yield. We must keep Jaime safe for leverage. Otherwise, they might decide she's useless. Jon gently set the letter aside. His voice felt raw. Then we continue for her sake. We can't let Joffrey rule unchallenged. Robb's gaze hardened. Agreed. For now, we harass Tywin, defend the Riverlands, and bide our time until an opportunity arises to demand Sansa's release. We also wait for word from Stannis, though that seems less likely by the day. Jon nodded, shoulders heavy with renewed determination. He left the pavilion soon after, seeking his tent. His men greeted him warmly, but he barely registered it, Sansa's forced words echoing in his mind. He is a true king, wise and merciful, lies. She had no choice but to write them. He wanted to break something, but only a hollow ache thrummed in his chest. That night, the wind howled through the camp, stirring the war banners. Jon dreamed of King's Landing again. Ned's execution, Joffrey's sneer. He saw Sansa's tear-stained face behind gilded bars. Then the dream changed to the twins. Walder Frey cackling over a feast. The table strewn with gore. He woke in a sweat, the images refusing to fade. Yet morning came, and with it the grim routine of war. Another day, another skirmish with Lannister outriders. Another glimmer of hope overshadowed by the vast uncertainties. Jon held fast to Ned's memory, and the sense of duty hammered into him since childhood. If it took 100 more battles, 1,000 nights of sorrow, he would see this through. The North stood behind Robb, and he stood behind Robb as a Stark in more than name. And so the war ground on, unstoppable as the turning of the seasons. Armies clashed, ravens flew, plots tangled across the 7 kingdoms, each moment bringing them closer to a fate none could fully foresee. But Jon Stark refused to yield. Ned's blood ran in his veins, and so long as he drew breath, he would fight for the family that remained, for the North that had named him, and for the day when winter's chill gave way to a freer spring. The gray morning sky pressed low over the northern camp, a canopy of cloud that blended with the pale smoke of 100 cookfires. Over the weeks since Jon Stark's return from the twins, life had become a relentless sequence of marches, skirmishes, hurried councils, and worried nights. Though the Northmen had tasted victory on several fields, their advantage seemed forever in doubt. Tywin Lannister eluded them with a cunning that set the leaders on edge, forcing them to second-guess every maneuver. Word from King's Landing was scarce, and the realm itself was embroiled in too many claims and crowns to sense any glimmer of peace. Jon woke in his small command tent, his muscles stiff from another day spent in the saddle. Tension thrummed in his bones before he'd even opened his eyes. His dreams had been haunted by the face of Sansa, tearful as she penned the forced letter, and the final recollection of Ned, standing resolute in that distant courtyard. A knock at the tent post startled him. "My lord?" came a gruff voice, Hal, one of the Karstark men attached to Jon's company. Jon rose, shrugging on his cloak. The mornings had turned windy again, though the rawness of winter was still months away. "Come in." Hal ducked inside. Mud clung to his boots, and a faint odor of sweat and camp smoke drifted off his cloak. "There's movement to the west," Lannister outriders spotted near the ridge. "Lord Karstark sent word for your archers to stand ready." Jon nodded, forcing away the last vestiges of sleep. "I'll see to them. Tell Karstark I'll join him in half an hour." Hal dipped his head and withdrew. Jon splashed water on his face from a nearby basin, rubbing the grime of restless sleep out of his eyes. The single candle on his small camp table had burned down nearly to a stub, leaving behind a rivulet of hardened wax. He tugged on his boots, buckled his sword belt, and stepped outside. The camp was already stirring. Men hunched over steaming bowls of oats, while others packed bedrolls or polished spears. At the perimeter, sentries moved with watchful purpose. The land here was rocky, dotted with patches of trees and low shrubs. They were too far from any major town for real shelter, forced to pitch tents in an open expanse flanked by ridges. Jon headed to the picket lines where his small contingent of archers was stationed. They greeted him with a mixture of my lord and Jon, reflecting the blurred lines of respect that accompanied his newly minted status. Some had known him since he was a boy in Winterfell, but his prowess in the war had earned him their full confidence. He found them preparing arrows and checking the fletchings. Garrett, a tall man with a thick mustache, gave Jon a grin. "Heard we might see a scrap before midday," he said, tightening a bracer on his forearm. "I take it we won't get a peaceful morning." Jon's mouth quirked in a humorless smile. "Likely not. Keep the men sharp, but don't engage unless Karstark's outriders call for us. We can't risk chasing ghost sightings if it's a feint." Garrett nodded, passing the word along. The archers continued their final checks. Jon made a circuit of the lines, adjusting a few positions, ensuring vantage points in case Lannister scouts crested the ridge. Satisfied, he jogged over the uneven ground toward the command tent shared by Rickard Karstark and a few other lords. Karstark was outside, leaning over a map spread atop a makeshift table. The older man's face was set in a scowl, the memory of his losses, his son Torrin among them, never far from his thoughts. A handful of men listened intently as he pointed at a drawn line indicating the ridge to the west. "Some 100 riders, so says the scout," Karstark was growling. "They might be prodding us. Or they might be a supply escort. We can't know unless we send men to test them." He glanced up when Jon arrived. "Good. You're here. I sent for the great Jon, but he's off gathering more cavalry. For now, you'll represent the king's staff, I suppose." Jon stepped closer. "What do we know for certain?" One of Karstark's men, a wiry fellow named Clay, spoke. "Our outrider counted close to 100, maybe a few more. Lannister banners, likely a small company, well mounted. They were making for the pass that leads toward the Greenwood, but they paused on the ridge." Karstark grunted. "They're bold, being so near our camp. Possibly a sign Tywin's not far behind." Jon scanned the map, recalling Robb's orders to avoid being drawn into a disadvantageous engagement. "We can't let them roam free. If they gather too much intelligence about our camp." Karstark nodded. "I'll ride out with a few companies, see if we can chase them off. Maybe capture 1 or 2 for questioning." He curled a hand into a fist. "We have to keep the upper hand." Jon felt a prickle of caution. "We must be sure it's not a trap. Lannister outriders often lure pursuers into hidden ambushes. Perhaps we should coordinate with Robb." Karstark's scowl deepened. "Lord Stark is half a day's ride north, examining the next approach. By the time we fetched him, the Lannisters could slip away or spy everything they need." Jon weighed it quickly. "All right, we move swiftly but carefully. I'll position my archers along that western slope. If you lead your cavalry in a feint, you might drive them toward my lines. That way, we can pin them from both sides if they try to flee." Karstark gave him a penetrating look. "Yes, that might work. But stay alert. If you see any sign they're more numerous, pull back." Jon agreed. Within an hour, they had assembled a strike force. 300 horse under Karstark, plus 200 infantry on foot for support, and Jon's archers. They set out under the overcast morning sky, the wind whipping at their cloaks. Ahead, the ridge loomed like a jagged spine. A hush seemed to fall over the land as they neared, broken only by the clink of tack and occasional snort of horses. At a fork in the trail, the force divided. Karstark and most of the cavalry continued north around a rocky outcropping, intending to circle behind the ridge. Jon led his archers and a small group of foot soldiers along a lower slope, where stunted pines offered partial cover. The men moved in tense silence, knocking arrows loosely, scanning every rise and hollow. Jon's heart thumped in time with each footstep. He recalled the countless skirmishes of the past weeks. Arrows in the air, men shouting in panic or triumph. The The sense that any moment the calm could explode into chaos never left him. The ground underfoot was damp from a light drizzle the previous evening. They climbed carefully, scattering a few loose stones that tumbled away downslope. At last, he caught sight of movement on the ridge crest. Dark shapes on horseback, still as statues against the sky. The glint of sunlight on steel told him it was no illusion. He motioned for his men to hold. Through the gnarled pines, he counted at least a dozen riders in plain view, wearing red cloaks that stirred in the breeze. Possibly more behind them. Minutes dragged. Jon silently prayed Karstark was in position. He peered through a small spyglass, seeing the Lannisters scanning the terrain below. If they spied the northern ranks, they gave no sign of panic. Perhaps they believed themselves out of range. Then, distant shouts carried on the wind, Karstark's men surging forward from the far side of the ridge. Jon heard the thunder of hooves, the Lannisters' startled cries. The riders turned, scrambling to face an unexpected threat. Karstark's cavalry clashed with them at the crest, steel ringing. The watchers at Jon's side tensed. "Archers," Jon murmured. "Forward." But quiet. They crept through the pines. From this vantage, they could see the Lannister riders struggling to form a line as Karstark's charge slammed into them. A swirl of horseflesh and scarlet cloaks erupted. Some tried to break away along the slope. Jon raised a hand, then flicked it forward. Arrows flew, arching overhead. The Lannisters who had begun descending the slope reeled in confusion as shafts thudded into horses or armor. Men toppled. A few spurred their mounts into a desperate rush downward, but the foot soldiers under Jon closed ranks. Another volley of arrows made them halt, flailing in the brush. The tide turned quickly. Karstark's men pressed from above, while Jon's archers pinned any attempt to flee below. Jon notched an arrow and loosed it at a knight flailing with a sword. The shaft caught him in the thigh, spinning him from the saddle. Shouts of surrender and curses rang out. The entire engagement could not have lasted more than 15 minutes. Then the last Lannister riders either lay dead, pinned under wounded horses, or flung their swords aside in surrender. Jon emerged from the pines, heart still pounding, picking his way over the churned soil. Karstark's cavalry trotted down the slope, some men looking for additional foes in the gullies. A few northern soldiers dismounted to secure the prisoners. The air smelled of crushed pine needles and the metallic tang of blood. Karstark rode up to Jon, sword dripping red. "That was well done. They never saw your archers until it was too late." Jon nodded absently, scanning the aftermath. He couldn't take pride in a slaughter, yet the victory was undeniable. The Lannisters had proven disorganized and outnumbered. "Did we lose many?" Karstark's gaze flicked to a cluster of fallen shapes. A handful of wounded, 1 or 2 dead. Not as bad as it could have been. He wiped his sword on a torn Lannister cloak. "We'll question the survivors. If we're lucky, they know something about Tywin's movements." Jon stepped nearer the prisoners, perhaps 15 men, some trembling, others stony-faced. Their armor bore the golden lion of House Lannister. A few nursed arrow wounds. One wore a surcoat that indicated minor nobility. Karstark dismounted, grabbed that man by the collar. "Who's your commander? What are you doing here?" The man's eyes flashed with hatred. "We're outriders for Ser Adam Marbrand, scouting the terrain." Karstark sneered. "Marbrand? One of Tywin's loyal men. Where's he?" The prisoner spat blood. "I'll not betray him." Karstark raised a gauntlet fist. Jon caught his arm. "Wait." He met the prisoner's glare. "I'm Jon Stark. We merely want to know if Tywin is near." The man's lip curled. "Jon Stark, never heard of you. Another pup of Ned Stark's, are you?" "Ha!" Karstark yanked him free of Jon's grip. "He's more merciful than I am," he snapped, pressing the tip of his sword to the man's throat. "Talk, or we'll feed you your tongue." Jon felt a stir of protest. Ned wouldn't have tortured men so casually. But the war had worn all of them thin. He clenched his teeth, letting Karstark continue. They needed intelligence. The prisoner's face went pale. All right. Marbrand is a day's ride west of here, near a ruined orchard. He has a larger contingent, maybe 400 men. We were mapping your lines." Karstark's eyes narrowed. "And Tywin? Is he with Marbrand?" The prisoner shook his head. Not that I know. We heard Tywin might be further south regrouping. That's all. Karstark glanced at Jon, who nodded. It wasn't much, but it confirmed that Tywin was not here. They might capture or rout Marbrand's force if they moved swiftly, preventing more thorough scouting of Robb's positions. Karstark turned back to the prisoner with a snarl. If you're lying, you'll pray for a quick death. He nodded to one of his men. Bind them. We'll take them back to camp for more thorough questioning. Jon exhaled, scanning the carnage. Some of his archers had begun retrieving arrows from the bodies and from the ground. He moved among them, kneeling to check a northern soldier with a spear wound in the shoulder. The man groaned, but he would live. Jon signaled a medic. Before they left, Karstark's cavalry put down a few wounded Lannister horses, the animals thrashing in pain. Jon winced at each muffled whinny, remembering his father's words about the grim duties that fell to those in power. War demanded so many small cruelties. By midday, they rode back to the main camp with their prisoners in tow, battered but victorious. Robb had returned by then, so Karstark led Jon and a few others to the king's pavilion. Inside, the air was tense. Robb bent over a table scattered with new messages, the great Jon at his side, while Theon leaned against a tent pole, fiddling with a dagger. Catelyn stood near the brazier, arms folded. Robb looked up, relief in his gray eyes. I heard you engaged Lannister scouts. No serious losses? Karstark recounted the skirmish. Jon explained how the archers pinned the riders. Robb listened intently, nodding. Good. They'll think twice before wandering so close again. What about Tywin? Jon repeated the prisoner's claim that Tywin was further south. Robb frowned. Then we keep pushing. We can't let him slip behind us. Meanwhile, we'll handle Marbrand's force if it threatens our supply lines. He tapped a letter among the heap on the table. We also have word from Riverrun. Jaime Lannister remains secure. No sign of trouble there. Roose Bolton has apparently solidified the blockade around Harrenhal. And from the east, no news from King's Landing except more uncertain rumors about unrest in the city. Catelyn's voice was tight. Still no new letter from Sansa, or any sign Arya was found. Robb shook his head. Nothing. The capital is churning with rumors of Stannis gathering ships at Dragonstone, and of Renly Baratheon forging alliances in the Reach, but we have only third-hand accounts. The great Jon thumped a fist on the table. All these rumors, all these would-be kings. I say we find Tywin, defeat him once and for all, then ride east and break Joffrey. That's how we free your sister. Catelyn winced. We could threaten to harm Jaime if they harm Sansa, but with Joffrey, cruelty is second nature. He might act on a whim. Robb turned to Jon. What's your sense? We can't remain in these hills forever, picking off outriders. But if Tywin is truly south, maybe we march that way. If we can force him to a pitched battle. Jon considered carefully. He recalled the war councils, Ned's caution, and everything they had witnessed. A pitched battle is what we wanted at the start, but Tywin's cunning. If he's avoiding direct confrontation, it might mean he's waiting for reinforcements from Casterly Rock or from the Crown, or waiting for us to overextend. Maybe the best we can do is keep applying pressure, hamper his resources, and watch for an opening. If Stannis truly marches on the capital, Tywin might be forced to turn east to help the Queen or protect Joffrey. Robb drummed his fingers on the table. Yes, that could force Tywin's hand. In the meantime, we can't let him run amok. We'll keep the initiative, push south at a controlled pace, and if Marbrand tries to strike, we deal with him. The great Jon will lead a vanguard to flush out these pockets. Karstark nodded. And your brother, he added, looking at Jon, can keep guiding the archers, along with some infantry, to hold strategic points. That skirmish proved effective. We'll make them dread every ridge and hollow. Robb agreed, starting to outline a plan. Catelyn sighed softly, stepping back toward the brazier, her worry for Sansa clear in her face. The meeting stretched on another hour, hashing out details. Supply lines from the Riverlands, scouting patterns, potential fallback positions. At last, the group dispersed. Jon lingered a moment. Robb beckoned him closer, voice dropping low. I haven't forgotten Sansa or how we still hold no word from Stannis or Renly. The realm is spinning in 4 directions. Some say even Greyjoy might stir in the west. Theon grows restless. If Balon Greyjoy decides to strike the north while we're so far from home, Jon felt a chill. He hadn't truly considered that possibility. Theon is your friend, but his father might see an opening. Robb nodded grimly. I must weigh every threat. Our men can't be in two places at once. For now, though, our course is set. Keep alert. If the war shifts, we might need to ride north at once. Jon clasped Robb's forearm. I will. Then he slipped outside into the midday sun. The next weeks brought a constant churn of motion. Robb's forces advanced southward, pressing deeper into lands that grew more arid and rocky, dotted with thorny brush and scattered farmland. They captured a few small Lannister-aligned outposts, seized small caches of provisions. Marbrand's group attempted a nighttime raid on the northern supply wagons, but Jon's archers, posted on high ground, caught them by surprise. The skirmish ended with Marbrand retreating, leaving several men dead or captured. Yet Tywin remained elusive. Everywhere the Northmen pressed, they found only signs of the Lannisters passing. Trampled fields, half-burned hamlets, the occasional corpse left to rot. Spring gave way to summer heat, making the marches punishing. The men sweated under their mail, drained the water barrels swiftly, cursed the endless dust. Amid the swirl of conflict, occasional ravens brought fresh tidings from all corners. From Harrenhal, Roose Bolton wrote that the castle's massive halls were eerily deserted, the local peasants terrified by rumors of ghosts and leftover horrors. He had not encountered serious opposition, but the men were uneasy. From the north, Catelyn's uncle Brynden Blackfish Tully, left behind to keep watch, reported no sign of the Ironborn near the coasts, though rumors abounded that Balon Greyjoy was building new longships. From King's Landing, half a dozen contradictory stories emerged. That Joffrey had demanded a lavish wedding tournament, that riots had broken out over food shortages, that Stannis Baratheon's fleet was sighted off Massey's Hook, or that it was Renly who had allied with Highgarden. The letters lacked confirmation, fueling confusion. In late morning of a stiflingly hot day, Jon was supervising the distribution of water rations to his archers when a rider approached the camp, bearing a battered standard of House Stark. Word spread quickly that the messenger came from the Stormlands. Jon felt a surge of anticipation. Perhaps Stannis had finally replied. He hurried to Robb's tent, where the king stood receiving the messenger alongside Catelyn, Theon, and the great Jon. The messenger, a lean man with deep lines in his face, sank to one knee and offered a scroll. Robb opened it, scanning the contents with tense eyes while the man explained in a cracked voice, "Sent from King Stannis's camp near Storm's End. I traveled many leagues, evading Lannister patrols." Robb read in silence, the flicker in his gaze betraying surprise. Then he read it again, slower, as though to confirm the words. Finally, he lifted his head. "Stannis invites me or my representative to treat with him at Storm's End to consider joint action against the Lannisters and the false boy king in King's Landing." The great Jon let out a booming laugh. "Ha! Now he wants to talk alliances, does he?" Catelyn's eyes narrowed. "What terms does he offer?" Robb skimmed the letter again. He acknowledges that Joffrey is illegitimate, references Ned's discovery. He states that if we join his cause, he will name me Warden of the North, confirm the North's privileges, but he does not mention independence. He also demands fealty, recognition of him as rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. A heavy pause filled the tent. The great Jon grunted with disapproval. Theon made a face, arms folded. "So he wants a northern army to topple Joffrey, but not enough to let you keep your crown." Not surprising from Stannis. Robb gave the letter to his mother. She scanned it, lips pressed tight. "He insists on your fealty. That would mean surrendering the title king in the north." Robb nodded, eyes drifting to Jon. "We must decide carefully. If we refuse, Stannis might label us traitors as well. If we accept, it undermines the vow my lord swore. And even if Stannis were crowned, how do we know he'd keep his word about Sansa or show mercy to the Riverlands?" The messenger, still kneeling, croaked, "Sire, King Stannis only offers you an audience. He commands me to say you may bring a modest retinue. But do not tarry, the war grows daily more precarious." Robb gestured for him to rise. "You must be exhausted. Take food, rest. We'll answer soon." The messenger left. Robb rubbed his temples, a sign of the mounting burdens. Theon broke the silence. "If you ask me, this is the best chance to strike the Lannisters from two sides. Stannis can't do it alone. He has fewer men than Joffrey from what we hear. If we combine forces, the city might fall quickly. Catelyn added that could free Sansa. With the capital taken, we'd have far more leverage. But it means bending the knee to Stannis. The Great John looked fiercely at Robb. We crowned you king. We won't accept a southern overlord. Not after all this blood. Roars of agreement or dissent would have erupted if more lords were present, but only a few leaders were in the tent. Robb's face tightened. He turned to Jon. You negotiated with Walder Frey. You know what's at stake. If we refuse Stannis outright, we risk more enemies. If we go to him on bended knee, we betray the vow the North made to my father's memory. Jon considered. We can at least meet with him, see if there's a path that respects the North's autonomy. Maybe he'd yield to the idea of letting the North rule itself. But Stannis is known for inflexibility. Robb exhaled, stepping away from the table. I can't abandon my men here. If I ride off to Storm's End, we lose momentum against Tywin, and the lords might suspect I'm ceding authority. Perhaps I should send an envoy, someone who can speak for me. The Great John scratched his beard. Send your mother. She's wise, and she speaks well on your behalf. Catelyn hesitated. I'll go if you wish, but consider that I was away once before, and it nearly cost us. Are you sure you want me so far, while Tywin lurks? Robb gazed at her, torn. Then his eyes shifted to Jon. What of you? You're recognized as my father's son, carrying Ned's name. It might carry weight with Stannis. He knows that Ned died to reveal Joffrey's parentage. You also handled Walder Frey well enough, though this is a bigger stage. Jon's stomach tensed. First Walder Frey, now Stannis Baratheon. He'd become the envoy of House Stark almost by default. I'll do it if you command me. But are you sure Stannis would treat me seriously? Robb's mouth set in a line. He must if he respects my father's legacy. You can request a parley, see if he's open to something akin to independence for the North. If not, we lose nothing but time. Meanwhile, I press Tywin here. Catelyn looked anxious. Storm's End is far beyond King's Landing, even deep in the Stormlands. You'd have to navigate around the capital or across dangerous seas. Robb waved a hand at the map. By land, the approach is indeed perilous, with the Crown's men patrolling. By sea might be swifter, but the coasts are also contested. We have no guarantee of safe passage. The Great John rumbled, a small party might slip through, but you risk a Lannister interception. Theon shrugged. You could sail from a cove near Maiden Pool, slip around the Blackwater Bay at night. If you're caught, though, he let the implication hang. Jon squared his shoulders. If I go, I'll need a small, capable escort. We can try the sea route. If all goes well, I reach Storm's End, speak with Stannis, and return with an answer in a matter of weeks. Robb nodded. Yes. The sea might be best. The land route is thick with enemies. Very well. I'll gather the men I trust to join you. Could be half a dozen at most. I can't spare more. Catelyn's eyes flickered with worry, but she swallowed it. The fewer, the quieter your passage. But do be cautious. Stannis's camp is rumored to harbor a red priestess from the east. Some call her powers unnatural. And you might find him in no mood to compromise. Jon remembered rumors of Melisandre of Ass High, the red woman who followed Lawler. He'd heard odd stories of her influence over Stannis. I'll keep my wits. Robb placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. You'll be representing me and the North. Offer Stannis an alliance if, and only if, he meets certain conditions: the safety of the North, punishment of the Lannisters, the release of Sansa, and recognition that we have the right to govern ourselves. If he demands fealty but offers nothing in return, you can politely refuse. Jon inclined his head, heart-pounding. I understand. So it was decided. Over the next 3 days, preparations were made. Robb found a Lyseni merchant ship rumored to be in a cove near the Windwater's mouth, a shady arrangement made possible by Edmure Tully's contacts. The ship would ferry Jon and his small retinue past the Blackwater Bay, hopefully avoiding the Red Keep's notice. From there, they could slip towards Storm's End's coastline. Karstark parted from Jon with a stern handshake, wishing him luck. The Great John pounded his back in a bear-like embrace. Theon only smirked, try not to let Stannis' dryness put you to sleep. Catelyn offered a motherly embrace, whispering that he should stay safe and remember Ned's words. Robb gave Jon the final instructions along with a sealed letter carrying the official terms. Come dawn, Jon and his party of 7, 2 archers, a pair of swordsmen, a Tully courier skilled in navigation, plus a scout from the Vale and an older steward, rode out under the hush of early light. Their departure was kept low-key, so Lannister spies would not catch wind of it. They traveled east, winding through remote valleys until they reached a hidden inlet where the Lyseni ship waited. The vessel bore the name Ocean's Whisper, its sails patched and well-worn. The Lyseni captain, a tall woman with scarred arms, greeted them curtly. Gold first, she demanded, so Jon counted out the coin from a pouch Robb had given him. She weighed it, sneered, then gestured for them to board. We sail soon. If we're caught by the royal fleet, we blame you. Jon led his men aboard, stowing their gear in cramped bunks. The deck smelled of stale fish, and the crew eyed them with suspicion. The Licini spoke in their own tongue, a fluid lilt occasionally spitting overboard as they prepared the rigging. Jon found a corner near the prow to stand, gazing at the coastline receding. He had never loved the sea. The rocking of the waves unsettled him, reminding him too much of an unstable world. But this was the best route. He stared at the horizon, remembering Ned's teachings on duty. Do what must be done, even when it does not come easily. Within an hour, the ship caught a favorable wind, slipping out of the inlet. The coast of the Crownlands unrolled to the north, fields and villages a distant blur. If the Royal Navy patrolled these waters, it wasn't visible yet. The crew set a southwestern course, skirting wide around Dragonstone's rumored blockade. The crossing proved anxious. Each day, Jon and his men lingered near the rails or in the cramped hold, scanning the horizon for sails. The Licini captain steered cleverly, avoiding shipping lanes. Storms threatened, but the gods seemed to favor them, for no violent squall found them. Twice they glimpsed distant galleys, but neither approached. Nights were the hardest, darkness pressing in, the sea an endless black. Jon found the rocking lulled him into troubled dreams filled with half-glimpsed images, Sansa behind iron bars, Arya wandering alone, Ned's face merging with a blazing red shadow. Once he startled awake with a sense of dread as though something called from the deep. But he told himself it was only the strangeness of the sea. After near a week of sailing, the ship approached the Stormlands. The coastline grew rugged, battered by fierce waves. Storm's End perched on a cliff, a massive fortress with thick drum towers shaped to defy the gales. The captain insisted they anchor in a sheltered cove several miles from the castle, refusing to sail closer for fear of Stannis' watchers or the crown's ships. She lowered a small rowboat, cursing her luck at tangling with warring lords. Jon and his men disembarked into the bobbing boat. You've paid me, the Licini captain said, so I wait 3 days. If you're not back, I leave. Jon nodded thanks. The rowers heaved at the oars, bringing them ashore on a stretch of shingle beach. Wind whipped across the water, tangling Jon's hair, reminding him this region's storms were legendary. The air smelled briny, tinged with the faint odor of seaweed. They dragged the boat above the tide line, then stashed it among rocks. 3 days was all they had before the ship abandoned them. Should Stannis prove hostile, escape might be difficult. Jon's men buckled swords or strung bows, scanning the dunes. A winding track led inland, climbing through stunted trees battered by sea winds. Jon led them, staying alert. Seabirds screeched overhead. By midday, they sighted Storm's End in the distance, an imposing fortress shaped almost like a squat cylinder with monstrous curtain walls designed to withstand the fury of storms. Even from here, it loomed. As they approached, they found watchmen on the outer perimeter, sporting the Stag-Ann flaming heart sigil that ICAD Stannis' new banner. The men bristled at first, demanding to know their purpose. Jon declared himself an envoy of King Robb Stark, come to treat with King Stannis. The watchmen exchanged uneasy glances, then sent a runner. In time, an officer in boiled leather arrived, escorted by half a dozen men at arms. So you're the messenger from the north, he said curtly. We heard rumor of your coming. Jon offered the sealed letter. We wish parley with King Stannis at his invitation. The officer opened the letter, scanning it. He nodded. You will be escorted inside, but no more than 2 companions. The rest must remain in the courtyard under guard. Weapons will be surrendered at the gates. Jon tensed. That was to be expected, any castle demanded such security. He cast a glance at his men, deciding which 2 to bring. In the end, he chose Quent, a steady-handed archer, and Branner, a tough swordsman. The others exchanged worried looks but complied. They ascended a causeway to the massive gatehouse, battered by swirling gusts. The castle walls soared overhead, pitted by centuries of storms. Great lumps of stone formed an impenetrable barrier, the portcullis looming like a fanged maw. Stannis' banner, the crowned stag within a flaming heart, drifted in the high winds. At the gate, they handed over their swords, though the guards let Jon keep a small dagger as a courtesy. Then the trio was ushered through dank corridors lit by flickering torches, deeper into the fortress. Jon's boots echoed on stone floors. The air carried a faint salt tang as though the sea battered these walls day and night. They emerged into a broad hall with high ceilings, Spartan in decor, the walls thick to blunt the fury of storms. A dais at one end held a stout wooden seat. Torches guttered in wall sconces. Guards lined the hall, black-cloaked, bearing that Stag-Ann heart sigil. At the dais stood a man in austere attire, lean of face, with intense eyes and a jaw that clenched as though in perpetual frustration. King Stannis Baratheon. Beside him stood a tall, red-robed woman. Her hair was fiery, eyes gleaming with unsettling calm. Jon recognized her from whispers, Melisandre of High, the Red Priestess. Two others flanked them, likely Stannis's loyal captains or courtiers. "Approach," Stannis commanded in a voice that brooked no defiance. Jon advanced, stopping several paces from the dais. Quent and Branner stood behind him. He bowed stiffly. "Your Grace, I am Jon Stark, son of Eddard Stark, envoy of King Robb Stark in the north." Stannis studied him with a hawk stare. His jaw flexed, knuckles whitening on the hilt of the sword belted at his side. "The bastard, legitimized by Robert," he said, voice cold. "I recall hearing of that. So Ned Stark had another son. Now you come to me as an envoy." Jon forced a measured breath. "Yes, Your Grace. We received your invitation to treat with you regarding an alliance against the Lannisters and the false King Joffrey. My father died revealing the truth of Joffrey's parentage." Stannis nodded once, curtly. "I do not doubt that truth. Ned Stark was an honorable man, though misguided in how he handled the matter. Had Robert listened to him, the realm might have been spared this chaos." The Red Woman watched Jon with an enigmatic smile. "The young wolf's brother," she murmured, carrying the blood of the north with a flicker of power in his eyes. Jon felt a chill. Her gaze was unsettling. He turned back to Stannis. "King Robb stands in open war with the Lannisters. He has captured Jaime Lannister, holds him prisoner at Riverrun. We share a common enemy in Joffrey Baratheon and the Queen Regent Cersei." Stannis's expression remained stony. "And you stand as a separate king yourself, so your letter said. King in the north. Did you forget that the Iron Throne belongs by right to me as Robert's true heir?" Jon chose his words carefully. "My lord, my father's lords chose Robb as their king, longing for independence from southern meddling. The north has bled in wars for centuries. We believe in our right to govern ourselves. But that does not mean we can't ally with you should you prove willing to respect the north's autonomy." A muscle twitched in Stannis's cheek. "Autonomy," he repeated. "That is a bold request." Robert recognized the fealty of every lord from Dorne to the Wall. "Should I ascend the throne? Why should I allow you to break away?" Jon's heart hammered, recalling Robb's instructions. "Because the North will never bend willingly after Ned's murder. We have a powerful army and loyal bannermen. To fight each other benefits only the Lannisters and the false boy on the throne. If you recognized the North as free, or at least nearly so, we could unite to bring down the Lannisters swiftly. We have Jaime, which is valuable ransom if needed. Or leverage to free hostages, my sister, Sansa, among them." A flicker of pain crossed Stannis's features at the mention of hostages. "I know what it is to have family threatened. Renly's betrayal is another matter. But let us remain on the subject of your king." He paused, glancing at Melisandre. She inclined her head as if encouraging him. Then he faced Jon again. "I am not a man to yield half my kingdom. I was named Lord of Dragonstone by my brother, I served loyally, and by rights I am king of the 7 kingdoms. All of them. If your Robb insists on a crown, we stand at cross purposes." Jon felt the tension rise in his chest. "Your Grace, there must be some middle ground. The North requests what was once promised to them centuries past, self-rule. Or at least we can formalize an alliance with special privileges. Otherwise, we will have to continue alone, which risks the Lannisters turning their full might on one of us at a time." The Red Woman stepped forward, her voice a soft purr. "The Lord of Light favors those who fight against falsehood. The Lannisters lied about the boy's parentage. Yet the North also claims a separate throne, which may be a stumbling block. Are you prepared to sacrifice that for the greater good?" Jon's breath caught. This was the question that had tormented Robb. Could the vow of the North as a free kingdom be set aside if it meant swiftly ending the war? He recalled the Grachan's fury at the idea of kneeling again. He swallowed. "We had hoped you might accept a compromise. The North can remain nominally part of the realm, but with broad autonomy, no further interference from the Iron Throne, no taxes, the right to name our own warden. The details can be negotiated." Stannis's stare felt like a blade scraping across bone. "You come to me, hat in hand, demanding half measures. My sense of justice balks at it. The kingdom should be united under one law, one throne. Yet I am no fool. The realm is in pieces. The Lannisters sit in the capital, the Tyrells might join Renly, and now the North stands alone. War on all fronts is unwise." He turned away, pacing. The torches threw flickering shadows across the austere hall. "If I must treat with your king to ensure the downfall of Joffrey, so be it. But I make no guarantees. The North might get certain exemptions once the realm is stabilized. Perhaps your boy lord can remain warden of the north for life, and I might lighten the burdens of southern rule. But a separate crown? He snorted. No. Jon exhaled slowly. This was more than he feared, less than he hoped. Then you offer a lesser version of independence. Would you ensure Sansa's release, or punish the Lannisters for Ned's murder? Stannis halted, turning to face Jon again. Yes. Joffrey and Cersei would be tried for regicide and incest. All conspirators in Ned Stark's death face the king's justice. That I promise. As for your sister, if we take the city, we free her. If she still lives. His eyes narrowed. I cannot conjure her safety from thin air. Jon's jaw tightened. I understand, but we must act swiftly. Joffrey is unstable and Sansa remains a hostage. Stannis gave a curt nod. Hence I ask your king to kneel so we can unite forces, strike King's Landing. The longer we wait, the more time the Lannisters have to fortify. If your King Robb clings to his own crown, we remain at odds. I cannot share a throne. Silence stretched, thick with tension. Jon felt the gazes of the guards, the Red Woman's unsettling presence. He recalled Ned's sense of honor, that alliances require compromise. Could Robb truly cast aside his crown after the Northern Lords declared independence? The memory of their war cry, King in the North, rang in Jon's mind. Finally, Jon said, I can't promise Robb will yield that title. But I'll carry your message. Perhaps an arrangement can be hammered out that spares him from kneeling outright. Stannis's face was like stone. I doubt it. But you can try. I'll give you a fortnight to return with your king's final decision. If he does not come to me, or if his refusal stands, I'll proceed without you. And if we succeed, the North might suffer the consequences of its defiance. Jon bristled at the thinly veiled threat, but the Red Woman's voice interjected, calm and rich as molten gold. The Lord of Light cherishes unity in the face of darkness. Yet free will is paramount. Our cause is to vanquish the false king. If the North stands aside, they stand alone. Jon's fists clenched at his sides. He forced a nod. Then I will bring your terms to Robb. You speak of a fortnight, but it will take me time to sail back. I ask for an extension if we face storms. Stannis waved a hand impatiently. Fine. A few extra days if needed. But do not tarry. Melisandre's eyes gleamed at Jon, and she said softly, You carry a spark of the old magic, child of ice. In the war that is coming, you'll have your role. Even if you stand at the crossroads. Jon stiffened at her cryptic words. He wanted to ask what she meant, but Stannis turned to a captain, ordering him to escort Jon out. The parley was over. Jon gave a stiff bow, recalling the courtesy Ned would expect. My thanks for receiving me. Stannis only grunted. Melisandre inclined her head, that slight smile again on her lips. Then the guards ushered Jon, Quent, and Branner back the way they'd come. They retrieved their swords at the gate, departing Storm's End under watchful stares. Outside, the wind battered them, carrying the distant roar of waves. The moment they cleared earshot of the fortress, Branner muttered, That man's about as welcoming as an angry boar. Are we truly meant to yield to him? Jon's mind churned. We must return to Robb. Tell him everything. Stannis basically demands we kneel if we want an alliance. He offers some concessions, but not the full independence we desire. Quent spat. The great Jon will explode. Jon exhaled. Yes, he will. But if we reject Stannis outright, we might face him as an enemy once he deals with Joffrey. We must weigh the cost. They found their other men waiting near the boat, uneasy after hours of vigil. The watchers on the castle walls likely observed them departing, but no one pursued. It was a relief to push off in the rowboat again, though Jon felt a deeper dread. The parley had yielded no easy solution, only a choice between potential subjugation under Stannis or continuing a brutal war on two fronts. They reached the Lyseni ship at dusk, exhausted, battered by the wind. The captain eyed them warily. You still alive, then? Good. My crew grows restless. We sail at dawn. Jon's party stumbled aboard. He retreated to a cramped corner of the hold, ignoring the fishy stench, mind lost in anxious thought. Robb would not easily forsake his crown. The lords of the north had sworn oaths, and many would sooner die than see another southern king rule them. Yet Sansa's life hung in the balance. So did thousands of northern men if Stannis decided to treat them as rebels. That night, the ocean lulled him into fitful slumber once more. He dreamed of a flaming stag fighting a gray direwolf while a golden lion lurked at the edge of his vision. Then an icy wind blew from the north, extinguishing the flames and scattering the direwolf's howls. Jon woke clammy and breathless, unsettled by the dream's sense of looming dread. The journey back was fraught with tension. The Lyseni tried to skirt Crown territory again, but weather proved less cooperative. Storm clouds gathered, raking the sea with lightning. One day, a royal galley was sighted in the distance, prompting the crew to row frantically for cover behind a rocky islet. The next day, a short but vicious squall hammered the ship, pitching them about. Jon clung to a rope to avoid being hurled across the deck. More than once he feared they'd founder, but the battered sails held. When at last they neared the cove where the northern men had begun their sea journey, all were weary, nerves frayed. Quent kissed the pebbled shore when they landed, and Jon had to muster a weary grin. But time pressed, so they reassembled their horses, by some miracle still waiting under guard from a small northern picket, and rode north with haste, anxious to rejoin Robb before Tywin or the Lannisters made a decisive move. Days stretched into a week of hard riding, pushing themselves past exhaustion. Whenever they stopped at villages or outposts, rumors abounded that Renly had declared himself king of the south with Highgarden's backing, that the capital seethed with riots and Joffrey had set hounds on peasants who pelted him with dung, that Tywin had clashed with part of Robb's army near a place called the Crag. Jon gleaned little reliable detail, only that the war had grown even more complex. Finally, they approached the outskirts of the northern camp. Smoke from cook fires rose against the morning sky, and watchers in stark livery called out greetings. Jon's face broke into a tired smile. They'd made it. He had no illusions, though the hardest part was yet to come, telling Robb that Stannis's demand was all or nothing. They found the main encampment near a shallow gorge, the tents arrayed in neat rows. The great Jon spotted them first, letting loose a bellow of welcome. Theon came loping over, grinning. You survived after all. Good or bad news? Jon could only manage a grimace. A mix. I need to see Robb. Theon's grin faded. He's with his mother in the big pavilion. Hurry, there's talk of another Lannister host on the move. Jon dismounted, hardly feeling the ache in his legs. The great Jon slapped him on the back, nearly toppling him as he made for the king's pavilion. Inside, he found Robb, Catelyn, Karstark, and Edmure Tully poring over a map. All looked up. Relief and wariness battled in Robb's gray eyes. You're back, Robb said, stepping around the table. The gods be thanked. What did Stannis say? Jon exhaled. He demands we kneel, cede the crown. He'll give us back our lands, name you Warden of the North, punish the Lannisters, free Sansa if possible. But no full independence. He calls himself rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms and sees the North as part of that realm. A hush followed. Catelyn closed her eyes, pain etched across her face. Edmure let out a low curse. Karstark's scowl deepened. Then Robb's fist landed on the table with a dull thump. So either we break faith with our lords or continue fighting alone. Jon nodded. He said we have a fortnight or so to decide. If we spurn him, he might treat us as rebels once he deals with Joffrey. He expects an answer. He'd prefer we join him to take King's Landing. But only under him as king. Silence reigned. Karstark muttered, We declared for your crown, my lord. We can't just renounce it. Our men died for northern independence. Edmure Tully rubbed his temples. Yet if we fight the Lannisters and then face Stannis too, the realm bleeds more. And Sansa remains in the clutches of that boy king. Robb clenched his jaw. I know. Let me think. He paced the pavilion, breath-taut. What if we find a compromise like the Targaryen days, when the North was part of the realm but had its own customs? Or is that too little for the great Jon, Karstark, the Mormonts, all who crowned me? Catelyn approached quietly. They crowned you because they believed the South had betrayed us. But perhaps some would accept a partial union if it means no more bloodshed and Sansa's rescue. Her voice faltered on Sansa's name. Robb raked a hand through his auburn hair. We must gather the lords, weigh it carefully. We also can't ignore Tywin's moves. A raven came just yesterday. Tywin might be marching east, possibly to link with King's Landing. If he does, he'll reinforce Joffrey. Then Stannis' assault might fail unless we join him. The entire realm could remain under Lannister tyranny. Karstark set his jaw. We should consult the great Jon, Lady Mormont, the Glovers, all the major houses. Some might prefer forging a new alliance if it ends the war sooner. Others may say it's a betrayal of Ned's memory. Robb turned to Jon. Tell me truly, what do you think father would have wanted? The question lanced Jon. He pictured Ned's face, the unyielding sense of honor that shaped him. He wanted what was best for the realm, for the North, and for his family. He wouldn't want endless war. But he also believed in the North's right to choose its fate. Jon paused, heart heavy. He might have been open to a union with a just king if that king truly respected the North's wishes. Robb let out a shaky breath. Stannis, just or not, he's stern. He claims justice, but he refuses compromise. Let's call a council of the Northern Lords tomorrow. We'll see if they consider bending the knee under some arrangement. If not, we continue alone. They agreed. Jon left the pavilion, mind churning with the magnitude of the decision. On the way to his tent, he intercepted Theon Greyjoy, who raised a brow. I overheard some of that. So it's either kneel to Stannis or fight on all sides. Jon nodded grimly. Seems so. Theon snorted. I know how stubborn your northern lords can be. Might be they'd rather die free. Well, let them. Meanwhile, I wonder if my father is indeed raising sails. Maybe the Iron Islands could carve out something for themselves in this chaos. Jon eyed him warily. Would you want that? A flicker of conflict crossed Theon's face. I want glory. If I can't find it here, maybe I'll find it at sea. But Robb is my friend. Let's see how the council goes. Jon sensed Theon's loyalty was wavering, but he said nothing. He had enough burdens. The next day, the Great Council convened in a large clearing. Starks, Karstarks, Umbers, Mormonts, Glovers, Boltons, Serwyns, Tallhearts, and more gathered under a canopy of oaks. War banners stirred in a mild breeze. Catelyn, Edmure, and some Tully men stood to one side. The tension was palpable. Robb stepped forward, a hush falling. He explained Stannis' terms bluntly. Surrender the Northern Crown, accept him as overlord, but gain an alliance to crush the Lannisters and rescue Sansa. Angry mutters ran through the crowd. The great Jon scowled, gripping his sword hilt. Lady Meage Mormont wore an expression of fierce disappointment, while Rickard Karstark's mouth pressed into a grim line. Others exchanged uncertain looks. One by one, they voiced opinions. The great Jon roared that the North was free, pledged never to bend again. Karstark insisted that Ned's murder must be avenged. But at what cost? He was torn. Lady Mormont declared that a new vow should not be broken lightly, but she also worried about the future if the North faced Stannis and the Lannisters both. Roose Bolton, recently arrived from Harrenhal, kept silent, his pale eyes calculating. A cacophony of arguments ensued, some lords proposing a flexible truce with STA. Nyes, others insisting on absolute independence. Edmure Tully tried to moderate, pointing out that the Riverlands were ravaged and they needed a swift end. At last, after hours of heated debate, Robb called for quiet. He looked exhausted, ringed by sorrow. I cannot decide this alone, he said, voice resonating. I am your king, raised so by your choice. Yet if we stand against the entire realm, we risk total ruin. Sansa's life is on a knife's edge. Ned's death demands justice. Stannis offers that, albeit with a steep price, we relinquish our crown. Silence stretched. Then the great Jon stepped forth, fists clenched. We named you king in the North because we believed in you, believed the North should never again bow to those who scorn us. But if you believe we must yield for the sake of your sister, for the realm's peace, say the word and some might follow. But not me. I will not break this vow. Karstark's voice was tight. You'd condemn us to more war, then? More blood? We can't rescue Sansa by ourselves, not easily. The Lannisters hold King's Landing and Tywin remains strong. An uproar of conflicting shouts rose. Some backed the great Jon, yelling about the sanctity of the crown. Others insisted the war would last forever without alliances, that Sansa could be killed in Joffrey's next fit of cruelty. Robb stood still, face pale, letting them rage. Finally, he hammered the butt of his sword on the ground, demanding attention. Stop. The crowd quieted, though tension crackled like lightning. He took a slow breath. I swore to protect my family, avenge my father. If Stannis can help do that, do I have the right to refuse and condemn Sansa to death? Yet you, my lords, swore to uphold me as your king. I'll not break your trust lightly. He paused, scanning the sea of faces. Let's take one final measure, a vote among the major houses whether to accept Stannis' overlordship or remain free. I will abide by your will, though it tears me in two. A stunned silence followed. Votes from each major house would decide the North's course, something rarely done, but times were desperate. Murmurs rippled. The lords separated into clusters to confer. Jon watched from the side, heart pounding. So it came down to this. The great Jon rallied Umbers, Mormonts, a portion of the Glover men. Karstark drifted uncertainly between them. Roose Bolton stood with quiet intensity, conferring with lesser lords. The clamor rose as men argued passionately. Catelyn hovered near Robb, face unreadable, her hands knotted. One by one, banners were raised or lowered to indicate each house's decision. The great Jon signaled House Umber's refusal to kneel. Midge Mormont did the same. The Boltons uncharacteristically signaled acceptance of an alliance with Stannis, likely for pragmatic reasons. The Glovers seemed split. Karstark hesitated, then nodded to Robb, indicating willingness to consider the alliance if it saved lives. Others followed suit. It was close. Closer than Jon had expected. The Grey Jon roared in fury when more lords leaned toward forging an alliance. At last, the tally was made. The final count showed a small majority favoring acceptance of Stannis' overlordship, though heavily contingent on ensuring that the North gained wide freedoms and that Sansa be saved. The Great Jon and his supporters cried betrayal, but the majority was clear. Robb's face was ashen, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. He turned to the Great Jon. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Then, raising his voice so all could hear, "The North has spoken. If Stannis will confirm our freedoms, punish the Lannisters, and rescue my sister, we shall ally under his banner. I will set aside the crown." A stunned hush. Some men bowed heads in resignation. Others let out shaky sighs, relieved that the war might not drag on forever. The Great Jon slammed a gauntlet fist against his breastplate in frustration. "So be it. But remember, boy, I swore to follow the king in the North. If you are no king, I follow out of loyalty to Ned's memory alone. Gods help you if Stannis breaks his word." Robb swallowed. "I understand. We must trust in an honorable peace." Catelyn's hand closed over Robb's, eyes shining with relief and sorrow. Jon felt a swirl of conflicting emotions, triumph that Sansa might be saved, heartbreak that the North's dream of freedom was undone, at least for now. This was not the ending Ned Stark might have envisioned, yet perhaps it was better than endless slaughter. That evening, Robb called a smaller gathering in his pavilion. Jon, Catelyn, Karstark, Bolton, Edmure Tully, the Great Jon, Lady Mormont, and a few others. Robb declared they would write to Stannis at once, stating the North would yield so long as certain conditions were guaranteed: broad autonomy, the release of Sansa, justice for Ned's killers, recognition of the North's traditional rights. They would sign over their claim to kingship, acknowledging Stannis as king of the Seven Kingdoms. The Great Jon glowered throughout, but he raised no open challenge. Roose Bolton volunteered to carry the letter, but Robb refused, saying they would trust Jon again. He had forged the initial contact. Jon bowed, accepting the duty, though his heart was heavy. He'd become the messenger to strip Robb of the crown. They labored over the letter, each paragraph hammered out with careful phrasing. Finally, it was done, sealed with Robb's direwolf signet. In that moment, Robb removed the simple circlet of bronze and iron that had served as his crown, placing it on the table. "I never wanted this burden," he murmured, voice trembling. "Father was always loyal to the realm, but the realm betrayed him. Perhaps now we can end this strife." Jon touched his shoulder in silent support. Catelyn brushed tears from her cheeks, thinking no doubt of Ned. Within days, they arranged a new journey, planning for Jon to sail or ride with an escort to meet Stannis' forces again, wherever the man might be found next. Meanwhile, the Northern Army would keep watch for Tywin, not yet openly switching banners until they had Stannis' acceptance in writing. A precarious step. In those final hours before Jon's departure, he walked the camp, seeing men forging arrowheads, others cleaning swords, uncertain how they felt about yielding to a new king. He passed Theon Greyjoy's tent, found it empty, rumored that Theon had gone hawking with a few riders or maybe exploring. The restlessness in Theon's eyes had grown. Jon left a note for Theon, urging him to remain steadfast to help Robb keep the men united. Then he sought out Catelyn, intending to say farewell. He found her near the perimeter, gazing at the horizon. She turned as he approached. "You go again," she said softly. "I'm sorry we thrust this on you. Perhaps I should have gone. But I'm needed here to keep the lords from fracturing." Jon shook his head. "It's all right. I'll manage. Let's hope Stannis sees reason and finalizes the alliance." Her lips trembled. "If it means Sansa returns safely, I'll do anything." Jon understood. "We all will. Good luck, my lady." She managed a wan smile. "And to you, Jon. You carry more of Ned than you know." He squeezed her hand gently, then left. Outside, Robb stood by the horse lines, waiting. They clasped forearms, eyes meeting. "You've done so much for me, brother," Robb murmured. "If this ends the war, you'll have saved countless lives." Jon forced a small smile. "Let's pray it does." He mounted his horse, flanked by a small retinue once again, prepared to head east to the coast. The war was not over. Tywin, Joffrey, Renly, the Tyrells, and even Balon Greyjoy might all shape events yet. But for now, there was a sliver of hope that Stannis would bring down the Lannisters swiftly, sparing the North from further ruin, freeing Sansa from captivity. As they rode away, Jon glanced back at the camp, the banners, the men who had called Robb king in the North. The crown that now lay set aside, a symbol of hopes the realm had battered down. His heart ached for them and for Ned's memory. But if Ned were here, maybe he would see the necessity of compromise. He turned forward, grit in his chest. The future remained a storm on the horizon, swirling with unknown fates. But he would ride into it carrying the last shred of Ned Stark's honor, the last chance to end this war before it devoured them all. If that meant bridging the gulf between the North's independence and Stannis' iron claim, he would strive to find a path. Even if it meant kneeling in name so the North might survive to stand in spirit. And as the wind tugged at his cloak, whipping it around his shoulders, he felt the faintest sense that Ned's unseen hand rested on him, guiding him along this precarious road, urging him onward to whatever end the gods decreed. Jon Stark urged his horse down the narrow track, the damp coastal wind tugging at his cloak and tossing strands of his dark hair into his eyes. Waves crashed against the cliffs below, their roar mingling with the keening of gulls that wheeled overhead, searching for scraps amid the foam. Salt clung to his lips and stung his nostrils, a briny perfume he had come to associate with the uneasy promise of another ship's journey. Behind him rode half a dozen men, Quent and Branner from his previous venture to Storm's End, plus 4 new companions assigned by Robb for additional protection. Each wore the Stark dire wolf on his surcoat, though they kept the emblazoned cloth half hidden beneath cloaks. Discretion still mattered, even if they no longer called Robb the king in the North aloud. They were bound for the same hidden inlet where the Lyseni merchant captain had dropped them months before, a precarious arrangement that had carried Jon to Storm's End. This time, the mission was even more delicate, to return to King Stannis with an answer that would shape the fate of the North. Robb Stark and the Northern Lords had voted narrowly to accept Stannis Baratheon's overlordship in exchange for punishing the Lannisters and freeing Sansa from King's Landing. The decision had splintered the Northern camp. Some believed it the only way to end the war. Others spat at the notion, especially those who had roared for the king in the North. Yet, with Tywin Lannister slipping through their nets and Sansa's life in jeopardy, necessity had forced the bitter compromise. Still, an uneasy hush weighed on everyone. They were not calling it kneeling, exactly, but as far as Stannis was concerned, that was precisely what it was. The North would surrender its crown, once again an appanage of the Iron Throne, albeit with broad freedoms. Robb would yield all claims to kingship, though he insisted on being recognized as Warden of the North and demanded that Stannis sign binding charters ensuring northern autonomy. Catelyn had read the final letter in trembling tones before the War Council, her voice echoing in the hush, "We entrust you, Jon, to deliver it and ensure Sansa's safe return." Jon had taken the document from Robb's hands, feeling as though he were lifting a millstone. Such duty weighed heavier than any mail he'd worn in battle. Rain pattered at the edges of the horizon, faint clouds gathering to the west. The men behind Jon muttered about an incoming squall. He kept his eyes on the narrow path, guiding his horse with careful tugs on the reins. Too far right, and they risked sliding into the rocky scree that fell to the sea. Too far left, and the ground turned boggy from hidden springs. Between them, a precarious strip of dirt led toward the cove. The day stretched long with silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic clop of hooves and the hiss of wind. Jon's mind replayed the last weeks at the northern camp. The Greyjoy's fury, Karstark's resignation, Lady Mormont's grim acceptance, Roose Bolton's cool approval. They had taken a vote, and a slight majority had agreed that forging a deal with Stannis was the lesser evil compared to battling both Lannisters and Baratheons eventually. Some were incensed that Robb had not simply pressed on alone, but the memory of Ned's murder and Sansa's captivity was too raw. That small edge of compassion, saving Ned's daughter, had swayed many. Better an overlord who would see justice done upon the Lannisters than indefinite warfare. Jon also thought of the Greyjoy's parting words, "I stand by Robb for Ned's sake, but if your new southern liege proves false, I'll break him myself." The threat rang in Jon's ears. He prayed it would not come to that. At last, the cove opened before them, hidden behind a shoulder of rock. The tide receded, bearing a narrow stretch of gravelly beach. No ship was visible yet, though the Lyseni had promised to wait a handful of days. They had timed their arrival carefully to avoid any crown galleys that might patrol the waters near Massey's Hook or Dragonstone. Jon drew rein, scanning the surf. A faint movement on the horizon, a dark sail, confirmed that their vessel approached, albeit slowly, as if testing the waters for watchers. He signaled the men to dismount and lead their horses behind a rocky ledge, well out of sight from any passing ships. Then they waited, huddled in the wind, the gulls screaming overhead. Jon stood with arms crossed, peering across the gray water. A spasm of tension cramped his shoulders. Each hour spent waiting risked a Lannister patrol discovering them. The route here was mostly deserted, but times were too perilous to bank on luck. A drizzle began, the droplets cold on Jon's cheeks. After half an hour, the dark-sailed ship drew near enough to see the shape of its hull, a lean merchant cog, not the same battered Lyseni craft from before, but close enough in design. A small rowboat was lowered with half a dozen rowers. They approached the shallows, shouting in accented common tongue for Jon's party to identify themselves. Jon stepped forward, raising a hand. "Envoy of Robb Stark, come to treat with King Stannis," he called. "Paid passage arranged through your Lyseni contact." A scrawny man in the prow nodded once. "Good. Bring no more than your baggage. If we find stowaways, we'll fling them to the sharks." Jon signaled for the men to gather. They each carried a small kit of supplies. No horses could be taken. 2 would remain behind to guard the animals and wait for the party's possible return. The rest climbed into the rowboat with caution, not wishing to slip into the cold surf. The Lyseni rowers cursed the choppy water, spattering brine over the passengers. One of Jon's men swore softly under his breath. Jon only clenched his teeth. The memory of the seasickness from the last crossing made his stomach churn. They reached the cog's side, scrambling up a rope ladder to the deck. The captain, a wiry woman with a silver ring in her nose, watched with hawk-like focus. "You have gold for the passage?" Jon lifted the pouch at his belt. "Half now, half when we land safely." She snorted. "A bargain. If we spy war galleys, I'll not risk my life. I run, gold or no gold." Jon nodded, understanding. Smugglers and Lyseni merchants did business that way, half-lies, half-truths, chasing profit. They had no stake in Westeros's war beyond coin. He distributed the initial payment into the captain's waiting hand. She tested a coin with her teeth, satisfied, then barked commands to her crew. The sails were hoisted, snapping in the rising wind. Soon, the vessel eased away from the cove, heading southeast. Thus began another uncertain voyage. The sky remained leaden, spitting intermittent rain. Daylight waned too quickly, and the sea swells forced the ship to roll uncomfortably. Jon's men huddled together near the bow, trying not to retch. He found a place by the gunwale, gripping the railing tight, eyes on the horizon to steady himself. The sea had never been a friend to him, and on this journey it felt more ominous than before. Night descended. They ate a poor meal of dried fish and watery ale. Jon checked the sealed letter from Robb for the 100th time, ensuring it remained snug in its oilskin pouch. Quent, kneeling beside him, forced a grin. "If this be the last meal we share, let's hope the next life has better fare." Jon tried to summon a weak smile, but dread coiled in his gut. "We'll survive. We just have to avoid the Royal Navy or any storms." The next 2 days passed in a blur of rough waves, patchy storms, and sleepless nights. The crew had no love for their Westerosi passengers, ignoring them unless necessary. Once or twice, a distant sail appeared, prompting the Lyseni captain to alter course, navigating dangerously close to rocky shoals. Each time luck favored them, the other ships vanished or changed heading. On the 3rd day, they skirted the coast of Cape Wrath, a place of savage winds and jagged sea stacks that towered from the water like broken teeth. The ship's timbers groaned under the strain. Rain lashed them. The captain cursed, ordering a near-constant watch for submerged rocks. Jon thought grimly that these seas matched Stannis' temperament, cold, unyielding, merciless. At last, near sunset, the weather calmed enough for them to make decent progress. The Lyseni claimed a cove lay a few hours ahead where they could anchor and send a messenger to Storm's End. "If Stannis is still there," the captain said, "we'll find out soon enough. Otherwise, we might chase ghosts again." Jon swallowed his frustration. Were never allowed neat answers. For all they knew, Stannis had marched away to face Renly or set sail for King's Landing. But if the Red Priestess traveled with him, she might well have urged him to stay at Storm's End. Some said the old castle was a seat of ancient power. In any event, they had to try. By the time they found the cove, twilight was nearly gone. Another rowboat took Jon and his men ashore. They landed on a narrow beach, overshadowed by cliffs that loomed black against a moonless sky. Lanterns glowed on the boat, flickering and feeble. One of Jon's companions stumbled on the wet stones, cursing. The smell of seaweed clung heavy in the air. They made camp just inland, beneath a cluster of gnarled pines that creaked in the wind. The Lyseni crew refused to come ashore, urging haste. We wait only 3 days, their mate hissed. Then we sail with or without you. Jon had expected no different. He only nodded, then oversaw his men in setting up a minimal shelter. The gusts battered their small tent and the gloom weighed on them all. Dawn broke sullen and gray, the sky offering little warmth. Jon and 3 men set out at once, leaving the rest to guard the camp. They followed a rough trail east, climbing a ridge that overlooked rocky moorland. Past the moors, the fortress of Storm's End dominated the horizon, that thick-walled drum tower perched as though defying the gods themselves. Clouds pressed low. Jon remembered standing within that great hall, Stannis's judgment heavy in every word. As they neared the fortress, they encountered pickets bearing the Stag Flaming Heart device. The watch captain recognized Jon, or at least recognized his name. "You again," he muttered. "I suppose King Stannis was half expecting you. Come, but keep your weapons sheathed. We've archers all along the walls." Storm's End's gates rose before them, the portcullis drawn up. They entered a courtyard battered by fierce crosswinds that whipped grit underfoot. Soldiers in black cloaks studied them with open suspicion. Through the keep's archways, Jon glimpsed stables, storehouses, and a yard where men practiced with spears. Tension crackled as though the entire fortress braced for conflict. Stannis's men had grown in number since Jon's last visit. Rumors of an impending campaign were thick. A steward courted Jon and his companions across a paved yard and into the keep proper. Torches sputtered in the corridors, the shadows long. Melisandre's presence seemed to cling to the stones, even if she was not physically visible. Jon's heart pounded with each step, recalling her strange words about the child of ice and a flicker of power. He had no time for mysticism, only the mission to deliver Robb's acceptance and the conditions of that acceptance. They passed into the same hall as before, a cavernous space with thick walls to repel storms. At the far end stood Stannis Baratheon in the same austere garb, his posture rigid. At his right, Melisandre in her red robes. On his left, a tall, hawk-featured knight, Ser Davos Seaworth if rumor held. Others formed a small circle of watchers, lords sworn to Stannis, and a handful of men in chainmail who might be senior officers. "Approach," Stannis ordered. His voice was as flint-sharp as Jon remembered. Jon halted at a respectful distance. Behind him, 2 of his men waited, the third having been told to remain at the gates with the steward. Jon bowed stiffly. "Your Grace, I return as envoy from Robb Stark." Stannis's eyes narrowed. "You return indeed. Have you a final answer from your king?" He made the word ring with sarcasm. Jon drew the parchment from his pouch. "He is not a king," he said quietly. "Not anymore. The Northern Lords have, by a narrow margin, agreed to accept your overlordship in exchange for certain conditions. If you are willing, we stand ready to ally with you against Joffrey and the Lannisters." A hush fell. Stannis stepped down from the dais, close enough that Jon could see the deep lines at the corners of his eyes. "Let me see." He took the sealed document. His mouth twitched slightly at Robb's direwolf sigil pressed into the wax. Then he cracked it open, scanning the contents in silence, his gaze flicking across each line. Jon felt each beat of his heart thud in his ears. Melisandre circled slightly, her red robes swishing along the floor. Jon felt her stare like a brand on his cheek. Ser Davos watched from behind, hands clasped, brow knit in quiet concern. At last, Stannis finished reading. His jaw was tense. "They demand broad autonomy, the right to name their own leaders, immunity from southern taxes for a generation. A vow that I will exact vengeance on the Lannisters for the murder of Ned Stark. And," he paused, voice dropping, "the immediate push to free Sansa Stark from King's Landing, among other points. They also want me to confirm Robb as Warden of the North, passing that title to his heirs. Bold demands." Jon kept his voice calm. "Bold, yes, but consider. The North wields a large, battle-hardened army. They hold Jaime Lannister captive. Their alliance can break Joffrey's grip on the capital swiftly. Once Joffrey is toppled, the realm might rally to your rightful claim. You become king of the 7 kingdoms with far less bloodshed. Is that not worth some concessions?" Stannis's lips thinned. "I do not fear bloodshed, nor do I rely on cunning bargains. The law is on my side. But war is never simple. Many houses remain uncertain or side with other pretenders, Renly among them. A flash of bitterness flickered in his eyes at the mention of Renly. A swift victory in King's Landing could indeed sway them, and punishing the Lannisters for regicide is a duty I embrace. Ned Stark deserves that justice. He turned to the Red Priestess. Melisandre, what say you? She studied Jon with her unsettling calm. The North yields but remains half aloof. Yet the Lord of Light sees the darkness beyond these petty crowns. If uniting is the means to conquer that darkness, so be it. She gave Stannis a small nod. This alliance can serve your cause if you remain vigilant. Ser Davos coughed gently. Your Grace, from a practical standpoint, the North's help would be invaluable. If we can strike quickly at King's Landing, especially if Tywin remains scattered in the field, our victory is likely. Then you can address the rest of the realm. House Tyrell might even join once the Lannisters fall. The gold and men from the north could tip the balance. Stannis turned the parchment in his hands, scanning the lines once more. They want me to sign these terms. I suspect your Robb wants a formal statement. Is he so mistrustful of my word? Jon fought to keep his voice level. He only recalls how the crown treated Ned Stark's truth. He wishes a guarantee the North will not be used or betrayed. Stannis let out a harsh exhale, glancing about the room. Lords muttered among themselves. The tension mounted like the moment before a storm's thunderclap. Then the king's posture eased by a bare fraction. I will not yield everything, but I see the worth of forging a swift alliance. Very well. I accept the broad strokes: punishment of the Lannisters, release of the Stark girl, recognition of Robb as Warden of the North. I'll sign a charter specifying these freedoms for the North so long as it remains loyal. But let them note, I am king. If they break faith, I will not be gentle in retribution. Jon released a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Relief warred with wariness. Your Grace, that is all we ask, that the bond goes both ways. A formal agreement will. Stannis cut him off with a sharp wave of his hand. Don't speak to me of bonds. I am no Joffrey to renege on promises. He turned to a scribe lurking at the side. You. Bring parchment, ink. We'll draft the formal acceptance at once. Summon the lords so they witness. We must leave no doubt. The scribe bowed hastily and ran off. Jon stood there, heart-pounding. So it was happening, the North's reluctant acceptance of a new southern overlord in the name of finishing the Lannisters quickly. Would the great Jon and others truly abide by this? It was too late now. The wave had crested, all that remained was to ride it or be drowned. A swirl of activity commenced in the hall. Servants laid out a long table, arranged candles, and brought a high-backed chair for Stannis. The king demanded quills and fresh parchment. Lord Caron, Lord Valerion, and other lesser lords aligned with Stannis drifted in, their curiosity piqued. Ser Davos stood quietly at Stannis's shoulder, an island of calm amid the bustle. Melisandre lingered near a brazier, her red robes reflecting the dancing flames. She watched Jon occasionally with that same disconcerting half-smile as if seeing something behind his eyes. When all was set, Stannis seated himself. He beckoned to Jon. Speak your terms. I'll not waste time with trifles. Jon recalled each point of Robb's letter carefully. The scribe dipped a quill and wrote in swift, spidery script, enumerating the conditions. The North recognized Stannis Baratheon as the rightful king of Westeros, disclaiming any separate crown, yet retained local rule. Stannis pledged to free Sansa from captivity and avenge Ned Stark's murder, bringing Joffrey, Cersei, and conspirators to justice. The North gained partial tax exemptions for a set period along with the right to choose its own local governance. Jaime Lannister might be turned over to Stannis or used as bargaining leverage to ensure Sansa's immediate release. In exchange, the North's full might would join Stannis's campaign, moving south at once to besiege King's Landing or face Tywin in the field. Stannis occasionally interjected with demands of his own, including that the North would send a contingent to Storm's End as token hostages of good faith, though he accepted that they would not be of the highest rank. He also insisted Robb personally come south to swear loyalty in a formal ceremony once the war ended. Jon promised to pass that on. He inwardly grimaced, picturing the Grachan's rage at the notion of hostages or a kneeling ceremony, but recognized that some measure of reciprocity was inevitable. War was built on hostages and forced oaths. Finally, the scribe finished, drying the ink with the dust of fine sand. Stannis read it meticulously, lips moving faintly, crossing out a phrase or amending a line. They redrafted an entire clause regarding the immediate muster of the northern host. Stannis insisted that no time be lost, he wanted them marching. Jon reasoned that Robb would comply only if the final signature was guaranteed. At last, they settled on the wording that the North would begin mobilizing within 10 days of receiving Stannis's countersigned charter, or else the deal was void. Stannis dipped a quill and signed with a rigid flourish, Stannis of the House Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Undulls, the Rejoiner, and the First Men, and so forth. Then he pressed his personal seal, a stag crowned in flames. He handed the parchment to Jon. "Take this back to your Robb Stark. Let him see I keep my word. Let him gather his banners and march. If all goes as planned, we strike King's Landing from 2 directions. My force from Storm's End, his from the west or the north. We trap Joffrey inside the walls. Tywin will be forced to choose which front to save. Then the boy king topples." Jon felt the weight of the parchment. The fate of thousands hinged on those words. He swallowed. "Thank you, Your Grace. I will see it delivered at once." Stannis nodded curtly. "Go quickly. War waits for no man." He glanced at Melisandre. "I have other matters to attend. The lords shall gather tomorrow to finalize strategies. We move within a fortnight if all goes well. If the North fails to muster, I proceed alone." Jon bowed. "We will muster. Of that I am certain." He turned to leave, but Melisandre's voice stopped him. "Jon Stark," she said softly. He looked back. She stepped closer, her red cloak trailing across the floor. "Beware the illusions of victory. A storm gathers in the far north, older than any War of Thrones. You are of that place. One day, your choices may weigh heavier than you imagine." He suppressed a shiver. "I'm only doing what must be done for my family. The rest is beyond me." Her smile gleamed in the torchlight, half kind, half predatory. "Is anything truly beyond you, child of ice? Time will tell." Stannis watched with mild impatience. "Let him go," he snapped. "We have no time for riddles, Melisandre." She inclined her head, stepping back. Jon exhaled. Whatever cryptic prophecy the Red Woman hinted at was overshadowed by the immediate crisis. He forced a polite nod and departed the hall, the parchment snug in its case. His men joined him, relief etched on their faces. "We done?" Quent asked. Jon nodded. "We have an accord. Let's leave before he changes his mind." They retrieved their swords at the gate and hastened from Storm's End. Outside, the wind whipped around them, stinging with droplets of incoming drizzle. The fortress behind them stood like a colossal sentinel. Jon felt an odd swirl of triumph and dread. The North had effectively surrendered its crown. Could that truly guarantee Sansa's freedom, Ned's vengeance, an end to the war? He prayed it might. But wars rarely ended so cleanly. They made for the cove with as much speed as the rocky roads allowed. Rain pelted them by late afternoon, turning the track slick. The going was slow. Once or twice they glimpsed riders in the distance, Stannis' scouts, likely ensuring they left the region. No words were exchanged. By dusk, they found the small camp where the rest of their men waited, near the Lyseni ship's anchorage. The vessel loomed in the gloom, lanterns bobbing, ready to depart. Jon let out a breath as he dismounted, handing his reins to one of his men. "We sail again. The sooner we're back in the Westerlands, the better. We must deliver Stannis' acceptance to Robb. Only then can the northern host move." They quickly broke camp, lugged gear back to the rowboat, and rowed out in darkness. Thunder growled somewhere inland, lightning flickering behind distant hills. The Lyseni captain scowled at the threatening skies, muttering that the storms of this region tested any sailor's skill. They hoisted anchor immediately, not wanting to linger on these perilous shores. Jon braced himself for another punishing crossing. Days blurred in a mess of wind, salt spray, and seasickness. More than once, Jon cursed the vow that had placed him in this role of envoy, but he reminded himself, for Sansa, for Ned, for the chance to end a bloody conflict before it engulfed the entire realm. The sea hammered them with rolling waves, and the crew cursed in guttural Lyseni dialect. They did not see any crown galleys, though one morning they spotted a warship in the distance flying what might have been the Golden Rose of Highgarden, or so one crewman claimed. They altered course to avoid contact. The realm had too many factions afloat. At last, they rounded the coastline near Maiden Pool again and found a sheltered inlet. This time, no storms battered them. They rowed ashore at midday, hauling the boat onto a gravel beach. The Licini captain demanded the remaining coin, which Jon paid promptly. Without a backward glance, the smugglers cast off, leaving the Westerosi behind. Jon and his men trudged up the slope to retrieve fresh horses. They'd hidden them in a safe nook with a loyal guard left behind. The guard, grateful to see them alive, offered them dried fruit and stale bread. They ate hungrily, then saddled the horses. North they rode, anxious to reach Robb's lines. It took more than a week to cross the war-ravaged countryside. They avoided main roads, mindful of Lannister patrols. Tywin's movements remained uncertain, and the land was strewn with wreckage from old skirmishes. Once they passed a cluster of burned wagons, crows feasting on bodies half covered in ash. Another time they encountered a handful of refugees huddled under a gutted barn who fled at the sight of armed men. War had turned everyone into potential enemies or victims. At a lonely village well, they heard rumor that Robb Stark's host had shifted west, pressing deeper into the Westerlands. A local swore that half the Northmen had marched while others stayed behind to hold Harrenhal. Confused stories swirled about battles near the Crag or Golden Tooth. Jon felt a pang of worry. If Robb had advanced too far, delivering this vital pact might be delayed. He pressed the group onward, pushing the horses despite their exhaustion. Eventually, they found northern outriders near a shallow stream. The outriders recognized Jon's sigil and cheered at his return. The young one began, then corrected himself with a grimace. "Lord Robb is camped by Oxgross. We can guide you." Oxgross lay in the Westerlands, a strategic pass leading toward Lannisport. The Northerners had apparently secured that route with cunning. Tywin was rumored to be south, caught off guard by Robb's unpredictable maneuvers. The Outriders recounted how small battles had flared, how the Great Jon seized a Lannister supply train. Still, no decisive confrontation had occurred. The Lannisters seemed to retreat piecemeal, awaiting a better chance. Jon hurried with his escort. For more days of hard riding brought them through rolling hills covered in golden grass, a sign of the Westerlands' once rich farmland. Now many fields lay scorched or trampled. At last, they crested a ridge and beheld the northern army's tents sprawled near Oxgross, banners flapping in a stiff breeze. They descended into the camp, footsore and saddle-weary. Watchmen saluted, one exclaiming, "Jon Stark returns." The rumor rippled through the ranks, men craning to see. Some recognized him from prior battles or from his mission to the twins. He nodded at them tiredly, urging his mount toward the largest pavilion at the camp center. Robb met him halfway, emerging from the command tent with Catelyn on his arm, followed by Karstark, Bolton, and the Great Jon. All wore faces etched by weeks of tension. Robb's eyes shone with relief at the sight of Jon dismounting safely. Jon offered the parchment case. "It's done," he said. "Stannis signed. He accepts our conditions with some additions of his own. The North remains under him, but with wide freedoms. He demands we muster at once to move on King's Landing. He'll join from Storm's End. He wants the Lannisters toppled swiftly before they can entrench further or form new alliances." An almost inaudible sigh escaped Robb's lips. "Then it's real." He held the parchment as though it might burn him. "No more crown. So be it." He turned to the Great Jon, Karstark, and the rest. "We must gather everyone. We'll read this out, sign it ourselves, and begin the march." The Great Jon's face darkened. He spat to one side. "Aye, we gave our word. I'll not break it. But let no man say I kneel willingly. This is for Ned's daughter. Nothing more." Catelyn's voice trembled with emotion. "The war can end. Sansa can be saved. Ned's killers face justice. That is worth any oath, my lords." Roose Bolton inclined his head, expression placid. "A wise choice. The realm bleeds enough without more kings." Robb swallowed, nodding to Jon. "Come inside. You'll tell us everything." In the command tent, they spread out the parchment on a large table. Candlelight flickered across the lines of flowing script. Robb read them carefully, lips moving in places. The Great Jon hovered behind him, arms folded, frowning at phrases that confirmed the North's subordination. Karstark studied the clauses about Jaime Lannister's handover and what it meant for Sansa's immediate release. "We still hold the Kingslayer. He might be our best leverage," he muttered. Robb set the parchment down. "Stannis demands hostages from among our lesser lords to ensure good faith. But that might mean sending a few men to Storm's End." "Who?" "We can't pick the proud ones who might rebel. This matter requires care." Catelyn pressed fingertips to her temple. "We'll find volunteers or men we trust to keep calm. If that's the price for an end to Lannister tyranny, so be it." Jon recounted the details of his meeting with Stannis, the presence of Ser Davos, the Red Priestess's cryptic remarks. He explained how the siege of King's Landing might unfold, the necessity of a swift march from the north or west to close the jaws on Joffrey. If Tywin was pinned away from the city, it might be an easy victory. But we have to move fast. Stannis wants us on the march within 10 days of you signing. Robb's shoulders sagged, the burden of leadership plain on his face. Then so be it. We'll gather the lords tomorrow, present this new accord. We sign, then dispatch ravens to rally every banner we can. We'll leave enough men to hold Harrenhal, but most must come south. Or rather, east. We'll plan to converge near the King's Road. If all goes well, King's Landing will fall to us and Stannis together. Then Sansa is freed. The Lannisters face justice. The war ends. An uneasy hush followed. The great Jon looked unconvinced that war could end so easily, but he held his tongue. Karstark's face reflected bitter acceptance. Only Roose Bolton offered a perfunctory nod. Catelyn's eyes glistened with hope even as a tremor of fear shadowed her expression. Jon coughed softly. And the letter also says that if we fail to act or if any sign of treachery emerges, Stannis proceeds alone. Then we might face him once Joffrey is dealt with. Robb let out a small, humorless laugh. We won't give him cause to doubt us. The sooner we topple Joffrey, the sooner Sansa is safe. Right, Mother? She nodded. Yes. Time is precious, else the Boy King's cruelty might break her. We must trust in the best outcome. The next day, the great gathering took place under a wide canopy near the camp's heart. Lords of the North and the Riverlands crowded around, a sea of hardened faces. Robb stood at the center with the parchment on a lectern, reading the alliance terms in a clear voice. Murmurs rippled when he recited the line about acknowledging Stannis Baratheon as rightful king. The proudest Northmen scowled. Others exhaled relief at the promise of an end to war. Some turned stony upon hearing the clause about sending a handful of minor hostages to Storm's End. But the line about punishing the Lannisters for Ned's murder, ensuring Sansa's release, and guaranteeing northern privileges mollified them somewhat. When Robb finished, he took a quill, hesitated a beat, then dipped it in ink and signed, Robb Stark, Warden of the North. He pressed the Stark direwolf seal. Silence reigned. Then Karstark stepped forward to sign as witness. Roose Bolton added his name. Lady Mormont signed with grim acceptance. The great Jon paused a long moment, glaring at the parchment as if it were a snake, then scrawled a shaky signature. Others followed, each lord binding his house to the accord. Meanwhile, watching in a tight ring were the hundreds of men who had once chanted, King in the North. The tension was thick enough to taste. At the end, Robb lifted the parchment. We do this for Ned, for Sansa, for peace. Let none question our loyalty to the North. Now we muster. Tywin Lannister must not be allowed to rescue Joffrey. Stannis moves on the city from Storm's End. We do our part. He paused, scanning the crowd. Gather the banners. Ready all men. In 10 days we march toward the King's Road. A subdued cheer rose. Some men brandished weapons half-heartedly. Others wore expressions of disquiet. The war was not done. But a direction had been chosen. Jon felt relief swirl with apprehension. The alliance was sealed. Now the real challenge began. Outmaneuvering Tywin, storming the capital, saving Sansa, punishing the Lannisters, on and on. No peace would be simple. He pictured King's Landing's high walls, the cunning of Cersei, the vicious temper of Joffrey. Any slip could cost them everything. As the lords dispersed to muster their forces, Robb took Jon aside. You've done enough traveling for a lifetime. Stay with me in the vanguard, help me plan the approach. We'll carry Stannis' acceptance, show it to any who doubt. The men trust you more each day. You're becoming something of a voice for them. Jon's cheeks warmed at the notion. I'm no lord, only recognized by your father's name. The men trust you, not me. Robb placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. We're in this together. We'll see Sansa freed. Then, perhaps, we can truly mourn father without the weight of war pressing us. Jon's throat tightened. He managed a nod. I will see it through. In the following days, the camp hummed with activity. Messengers galloped off to distant holdings, calling lesser houses to join the final push. Smiths hammered out fresh blades and arrowheads. Wagons loaded with provisions rolled in from the Riverlands. The Great John organized supply lines, though he still wore a brooding look whenever the alliance came up. Karstark oversaw scouting parties to keep Tywin's outriders at bay. Roose Bolton quietly gathered his banners near Harrenhal, preparing to strike from another angle if needed. Word trickled in that Jaime Lannister remained under guard at Riverrun, his trade value sword. Once they reached the capital, they might exchange him for Sansa. Or if Joffrey harmed her, the Kingslayer would pay in blood. Jon aided Robb in daily councils, charting roads, planning how to converge with Stannis. They had no direct Raven link to Storm's End, for the capital's watchers might intercept them. Still, they guessed Stannis would set out soon. Each morning, Jon rose early, practiced with a sword or about to keep his skills sharp, then lost himself in the swirl of war planning. Nightly, he lay in his tent, mind racing too fast for restful sleep, haunted by half-formed images, the Red Woman's cryptic warnings, Sansa's tearful face, Ned's calm before the executioner's blade. On the 7th day, a development shook the camp. Theon Greyjoy returned from a scouting expedition with a sly grin. He boasted that he'd ambushed a small Lannister party near Ash Mark. But an undercurrent of oddness clung to him as if his mind lay elsewhere. Robb welcomed him back, praising his skill, but Jon noticed Theon's guarded glances at the Great John and Karstark. He seemed restless, an undercurrent of dissatisfaction boiling in his smirks. That evening, while the men feasted on roast mutton, Theon pulled Jon aside. The smell of greasy meat and the din of men's laughter drifted around them. They stood near a brazier, the night wind laced with wood smoke. "Jon," Theon began quietly, "my father Balon Greyjoy stirs. Rumor says he's gathering ships in Pike. I might be able to parley with him, bring him to our side. Think how unstoppable we'd be if the Iron Fleet harassed the Lannister coasts. Then we wouldn't need to kneel to Stannis." Jon stiffened. "That's not the plan. We've already accepted Stannis's terms. Besides, your father rebelled once before. He may not help us. He might see the North's moment of vulnerability as his chance to strike." Theon made a face. "Which is why I have to go. Let me talk to him, remind him that the North fosters me. That might not help." Jon recalled how Balon lost 2 sons in his failed rebellion. Theon had been taken as ward. "He could resent your ties to us. Or he might pretend to join us only to seize the North while our armies are away." Theon's eyes flicked with frustration. "And if we do nothing, the war might drag on. Think of how it ends if the Iron Islands side with the Lannisters or strike our homeland. The North would be ravaged. Let me handle it, see if I can secure an alliance with my father. We can fight on the same side." Jon studied Theon's face in the brazier's glow, seeing the conflict behind his bold grin. Perhaps Theon truly believed he could help. Or perhaps he yearned for recognition from his father in ways that threatened the entire cause. "I can't decide," Jon said carefully. "Robb is the one to judge. But I'd advise caution. If your father is untrustworthy, we risk the entire North. Sansa's life. Everything." Theon waved him off. "You worry too much. I'll speak to Robb. If he consents, I'll sail home and fix this. Then we'll see who truly helps the North." He strode away, leaving Jon uneasy. That night, Theon cornered Robb with the same proposal. Catelyn overheard and vehemently opposed it. "We can't rely on Balon Greyjoy," she insisted. "He's treacherous. He'll strike the North in our absence." But Theon pressed, calling it a chance to keep the Iron Islands from aligning with the Lannisters. Robb wavered, uncertain. Jon caught pieces of their argument. Theon's voice raw with a desire to prove himself, Catelyn's voice growing sharp, Robb trying to weigh the pros and cons. In the end, no immediate decision was made. Time wore on. Day by day, the northern host swelled as bannermen arrived. On the 10th day, as agreed, horns blared across the camp, the muster was complete. Robb declared they would march east in staggered columns, sweeping aside any Lannister resistance. The plan was to push for the King's Road, then pivot south. Harrenhal's garrison under Roose Bolton would coordinate a pincer move. If Tywin tried to block them, they'd engage him while Stannis advanced from Storm's End. If Tywin turned to face Stannis, the North would strike his flank. A buzz of anticipation filled the camp. Men folded tents, loaded wagons, polished arms. Jon stood with Robb on a slight rise, watching the bustle. The Great John supervised the vanguard, Karstark the rear guard. 1,000 small details whirled. Through it all, an undercurrent of somber determination gripped them. Surrendering the northern crown might have stung, but they still carried the name Stark, the dream of vengeance for Ned, the hope of saving Sansa. The men murmured that if they must follow a southern king, at least it was for the sake of justice. Then, on the eve of departure, Theon Greyjoy slipped away in the night. No farewells, no requests for permission. His tent stood empty come dawn. A startled sentry reported seeing him riding west with a small retinue carrying spare saddlebags. The news rocked Robb at breakfast. He fled, he muttered, baffled. He never said goodbye. Did he go to Pike to treat with his father, or to betray us? Catelyn's face tightened. If he's gone to woo Balon Greyjoy into an alliance that might turn on us, we can't count on him returning. Karstark scowled, calling Theon a snake. The Great John spat on the ground. Others whispered that the Greyjoy's loyalty had always been shaky. Robb sighed, burying his face in his hands. One more worry. Let him do what he pleases. We have a war to fight. So the northern host marched, Theon's defection a silent omen of potential betrayals yet to come. Columns of men snaked across the roads, hooves pounding the dirt, banners snapping in the wind. Supply carts creaked under their loads. The command staff rode near the front, Robb flanked by key lords with Jon close by. Unsettled clouds drifted overhead as though nature itself mirrored the uncertain times. Yet the men seemed eager, trusting that the alliance with Stannis guaranteed a real chance at finishing the war. They advanced methodically, capturing minor Lannister outposts or scattering small pockets of resistance. Messages arrived that Tywin lurked near Harrenhal's region, feinting toward the Blackwater. Some rumors said he was racing to reinforce the capital. Others claimed he meant to defend the gold mines around Casterly Rock. The confusion served Robb's plan well. If Tywin scattered his forces, the approach to King's Landing might be open. Still, the journey was anything but easy. Week by week, they traversed muddy roads, forded rivers swollen by summer rains, and clashed with raiding parties. By the time they neared the King's Road's main corridor, men bore fresh scars and the supply wagons had suffered breakdowns. But morale remained surprisingly strong. If this ended in the city's fall and Sansa's salvation, it was worth the hardship. At last, they reached a vantage point overlooking the King's Road where the great highway stretched south toward the Crownlands. Dust clouds hinted at travelers or armies beyond the horizon. Robb made camp in a defensible position, sending outriders forward to gauge the presence of any Lannister or Crown forces. Word came back that King's Landing had not yet seen a major siege, implying Stannis had not arrived or was delayed. On a brisk morning, as the northern lords conferred, a rider galloped into camp with news from House Tully scouts. Stannis had indeed marched from Storm's End but was slowed by storms and local resistance. He was rumored to be near Hayford, a day's ride from the capital. Renly Baratheon's whereabouts remained unclear, though some whispered he circled Bitterbridge with a Tyrell host. Meanwhile, Joffrey's court apparently braced for attack. Cersei had begun frantic fortifications. The city trembled on the edge of riot, short on bread and trust. Robb conferred with Karstark, Bolton, and Lady Mormont. The plan: keep pressing south. Let Tywin remain uncertain where to respond. If he left the city to help Cersei, they'd intercept him. If he marched elsewhere, Stannis could assault the walls unopposed. In either scenario, Joffrey would be trapped. The only question: could Sansa be secured quickly before the fighting turned bloody? A hush gathered that evening as men realized they were truly on the threshold of the capital region. Eddard Stark's murder had begun this conflict. Now, the North was poised to avenge him, allied with a man as unyielding as the storms that battered his keep. Jon found himself recalling the last conversation with Ned before the old war councils. Ned had always stressed caution, tempered by justice. If only he could see the North's unity now, even if it meant kneeling to Stannis. Night fell. Fires glimmered across the hills, each marking a northern company. Jon walked among the tents, greeting archers he knew from previous battles. Their faces shone with anticipation. Tomorrow they'd break camp again, push closer to the heart of the realm. The chance of a final confrontation burned in each man's eyes. He passed the Greyjoy's tent, hearing booming laughter within. Karstark's was quieter, his men murmuring in subdued tones. Roose Bolton's men camped a short distance away, a chill hush in the air around them. At the center, Robb's pavilion stood with the Stark banner fluttering. No longer labeled King in the North, yet the banner remained a potent symbol of their cause. Ned's memory lived in that direwolf. Jon ducked inside, finding Robb hunched over a map with Catelyn. A single lantern cast their shadows on the canvas walls. They looked up, beckoning him close. "We move at first light," Robb murmured. "It'll take 2 more days to reach the outskirts of the Crownlands. Then we see if Stannis has begun the assault or if we must coordinate a joint siege. Either way, we can't delay. Sansa is inside those walls. Catelyn nodded, eyes dark with worry. If they threaten her, perhaps we can parley. Exchange Jaime or vow no harm if Joffrey surrenders. But who can guess how Cersei will react? Jon's chest tightened. We do our best. At least if Stannis storms the city, he might quell Joffrey's men quickly. Or we surround it on the north side while Stannis attacks from the south. The city's watchers can't hold two fronts, especially if Tywin's not there. Robb's jaw clenched. We'll strike fast. Tyrion Lannister is rumored to be the hand, but how loyal are the Gold Cloaks? We'll see. Let's pray we reach an accord before they harm Sansa. He paused, forcing a steady breath. Thank you, Jon, for everything. If not for your journeys, we'd still be floundering. You've carried more than your share. Jon inclined his head. We all do what we must. Let's end this. So the final push began. Dawn saw the northern host on the move, a rolling tide of steel and banners. They followed the King's Road through farmland turned half-deserted by the Crown's conscriptions. On the second day, outriders reported that Stannis' forces had clashed with Crown loyalists near Rosby, driving them back. King's Landing's gates were locked, and Joffrey cowered behind the city's high walls. Spirits soared. The men marched faster, the dust of the road clogging their throats, but adrenaline kept them going. By midday on the third day, they crested a low rise. In the hazy distance, the silhouette of King's Landing rose. A massive sprawl of towers, walls, and spires. Smoke from countless chimneys stained the sky. Even from here, Jon sensed the city's tension. This was where Ned had died, where Sansa was kept, and where the war would reach its climax. Robb halted the column. Trumpets sounded to a range camp in a broad swathe of rolling fields north of the city. We'll not rush blindly. We scout. We see if Stannis is in position. Then we plan the approach. Another day or two and the final move begins, Robb announced. Men cheered, though the note of caution in his voice was evident. They found a vantage in a ruined watchtower from which the city's northern walls were faintly visible. Tents and banners outside the distant gate indicated some defenders, but not a vast host. Perhaps much of the city's garrison remained inside. The Gold Cloaks were rumored to be restless, short on pay. That might favor a quick collapse if the assault went well. As dusk bled across the sky, a messenger arrived from Stannis' lines. He claimed the king welcomed the northern host, urging them to circle to the west. Stannis was encamped near the Iron Gate on the city's eastern side. The Crown's loyalists had tried skirmishes but were outmatched by the Baratheon discipline. Joffrey's main strength was inside the walls. Tension soared, the siege could start at any moment. The question was whether they stormed the city or demanded surrender. Night blanketed the fields. Torchlight dotted the horizon, marking the city's perimeter. From a small rise, Jon watched torches flicker along the black outline of walls older than Aegon's conquest. The place felt like a sleeping giant. He tried to imagine how Sansa fared within those labyrinthine streets. Fear for her gnawed at him. Robb and his council decided to attempt to parley first. Perhaps Cersei would return Sansa if they threatened to unleash both the North and Stannis. Maybe Jaime's captivity could tip the scales. If that failed, they'd lay siege. The next morning, Robb sent envoys under a white flag to the city gates. None returned by dusk, fueling worry that Joffrey might simply kill them out of spite. That evening, the men prepared for battle. Catapults were readied and the north assembled lines of archers. Stannis' messages indicated he was nearly ready to assault the southern walls. The city was about to be pincered. Sunrise came, tinted red as if the gods themselves warned of bloodshed. Jon stood with Robb on a low hill, scanning the city's northern gates. Movement flickered along the battlements. A distant horn sounded. Then, to their surprise, the gates creaked open. A small party emerged under a white banner. Robb tensed. Someone comes. Jon grabbed his helm, nerves on edge. The northern lines parted to let the visitors approach. Robb rode out with a few lords, Jon at his side, to meet them in no man's land. The party from the city consisted of Gold Cloaks in battered gear, along with a tall man in the Lannister crimson surcoat. At the center, a small figure in a pale cloak, hair the color of flame. Sansa. Jon's heart lurched. He recognized her slender build and the set of her shoulders, though she looked thinner, older than her years. She stood rigid, flanked by guards. They halted 100 yards from the city. Robb dismounted, stepping forward, hand raised in greeting. The city envoy also halted, a knight with a scowl. We come under truce, the knight barked. We bring Sansa Stark as a gesture of good faith. King Joffrey desires terms. Jon felt his pulse thunder. Sansa was truly here. She looked terrified, eyes wide. The gold cloaks held her by the arm. She wore a simple gown, no finery. One cheek was bruised. Robb's face flooded with emotion. Sansa! She saw him, tears brimming. She tried to run to him, but the guards jerked her back. Let her come, Robb said, voice rough. The Lannister knight hesitated. Then, after a tense moment, he released her. She stumbled, half fell, then rushed forward. Robb caught her, arms locking around her trembling form. Jon stood close by, fighting the sting of tears. This was Ned's daughter, at last out of that cursed city. She sobbed into Robb's chest, words incomprehensible. Robb stroked her hair, whispering, "You're safe now." Jon approached carefully. Sansa turned her tear-filled eyes on him. She drew a shaking breath. "Jon," she managed. He gently took her hand, heart clenched with both relief and sorrow. She felt so frail. Bruises marred her wrists. He wanted to hold her, but the moment belonged to Robb. "You're safe," he echoed, voice low. "We're here." The Lannister knight cleared his throat, impatient. "Joffrey sends a message. The city wishes to avoid bloodshed. If you and your ally Stannis will stand down, accept Joffrey's rightful rule, we can talk further. Otherwise, we defend King's Landing to the last." A hush. Robb's face hardened, tears still bright in his eyes from Sansa's embrace. He pulled her behind him protectively. "Joffrey is no rightful king, and you know it. The pact with Stannis stands. We will not bow to a bastard born of incest. But I thank you for returning my cyst." Did you hope to appease me? It's too late for that." The knight's jaw tightened. "Then war is certain. I was told if we return the girl, you might." "Not after my father's murder," Robb snapped. "Not after you tortured my sister. Not after you scorned all parley. If you want to surrender, open the gates. Otherwise, we fight." Tension coiled in the air. The gold cloaks exchanged worried glances. The Lannister knight spat, "Then I'll convey your defiance. Joffrey will see your head on a spike as he did your father's. Come, men." They retreated swiftly, mounting and galloping back for the city gates. Jon noticed Sansa flinch at the mention of Ned's head, tears cutting new trails down her cheeks. He moved closer to her side, though Robb still held her tight. "It's all right," Jon murmured. "We'll protect you." She nodded, chest hitching in sobs, words a tangle. But the relief in her eyes was tangible. They led her gently back behind the northern lines. Soldiers parted, some gaping in awe. Catelyn rushed forward, face crumpling as she embraced Sansa, sobbing uncontrollably. The entire army seemed to exhale an undertone of sadness for what Sansa must have endured. But behind that, fury simmered for the cruelty that had befallen Ned's child. If Joffrey thought handing her over would quell them, he was sorely mistaken. They returned to Robb's command tent. Catelyn wrapped Sansa in cloaks, trying to calm her. Sansa's voice trembled as she spoke of her captivity, Joffrey's threats, the daily humiliations, how Tyrion Lannister had shown occasional kindness but no true rescue. She knew little of the city's defenses except that the gold cloaks were half-starved and the gates heavily guarded. Word of Stannis' approach had thrown the city into chaos. She had been locked in her room until this morning when they dragged her out for this negotiation ploy. Robb's jaw clenched. "They gave you over hoping we'd yield. They underestimate our resolve." Catelyn stroked Sansa's hair, rage burning in her reddened eyes. "He threatened to kill her a dozen times if we didn't stand down." Jon's voice shook with anger. "We'll pay them for each threat, for father's death. And now we're allied with Stannis, so Joffrey stands alone unless Tywin returns, but we'll see about that." Sansa just wept softly, relieved to be among family. They coaxed her to eat some broth, though she grimaced as if swallowing lumps of fear. She told them Arya had vanished from the city before Ned's execution. She'd heard only rumors that some guards had tried to chase her but failed. No one knew if Arya lived or died. Catelyn's face went pale, but she murmured prayers to the gods that Arya's spirit had kept her alive. That afternoon, ravens flew between Robb's lines and Stannis' camp, coordinating the final siege. Stannis reported minimal resistance from the southern gates. The city was near riot inside. Tyrion, as hand, struggled to maintain order. Joffrey's cruelty had turned the common folk hateful. The Lannisters might break from within if a direct assault came. Stannis suggested they attack at dawn in unison, forcing Joffrey's men to defend multiple walls. If Tywin reappeared, one of them would pivot to intercept. Meanwhile, Sansa was safe, removing the Lannisters' last bargaining chip. That night, Jon found little sleep. He lay in his tent, hearing men rustle outside, final preparations for war. The memory of Sansa's battered face fueled a dark rage, but also a sense of relief that she was free. If Arya lived somewhere, they might find her once King's Landing fell. Dawn approached, the hour of reckoning. War had led them here from Winterfell's quiet snow to the capital's threshold at the side of a new southern king who demanded their loyalty in exchange for vengeance. Ned's ghost hovered in every breath. When the first pale light crept over the horizon, trumpets sounded in the northern camp. Armor clinked, swords rang free of scabbards. Officers barked commands. Robb mounted his gray warhorse, wearing mail and a wolfskin cloak. Jon rode beside him, heart-pounding. The great Jon, Karstark, Lady Mormont each commanded their contingents, lines of spearmen and archers. Catapults were positioned on a gentle slope giving view of the city's northern gate. Far across the fields, beyond the city's eastern flank, Stannis's banners presumably readied for the southern assault. Drums boomed. The northern force advanced at a measured pace. The city loomed ahead, King's Gate standing shut, archers visible atop the walls. The sun rose higher, gilding the spires of the Red Keep in a deceptive glow. Joffrey's banners, a crowned stag and lion quartered, fluttered from the gatehouse. No sign of surrender. No sign of Tywin. The hush of destiny gripped the field. Then, with a thunder of hooves, the Greyjoy's cavalry broke into a gallop. Northern archers let fly a volley, forcing the wall archers to duck. Behind them, catapults hurled the first stones. The city's defenders fired back, but their response seemed disorganized. In that instant, miles to the south, horns echoed faintly, telling that Stannis also moved. The siege began in earnest. Jon urged his horse forward, sword at the ready. Robb gave the order, and columns of foot soldiers rushed the gate, carrying heavy shields to fend off arrow fire. Ladders came next, though they might be battered down. War cries rose, Stark. Winterfell. Vengeance for Ned. Stone crashed, smashing into the parapets. The city walls groaned under repeated catapult strikes. Fire arrows soared overhead, lodging in the gate's timbers. The gold cloaks returned desperate arrow volleys. Some northern men fell screaming, pinned to the ground. But the rest pressed on, unstoppable. Lannister loyalists on the ramparts retreated from the fury of the assault. At Robb's side, Jon spurred closer. He saw a cluster of men with a battering ram approach the gate. Braving hot sand poured from murder holes. They roared in pain but refused to yield. Another catapult boulder crashed near the battlements, toppling defenders in a spray of mortar. Bits of debris rained down, striking shields. The smell of smoke and blood mingled. Horses shrieked as arrow wounds took them. Men scrambled over the dead. Jon shot arrows at the ramparts, picking off gold cloak archers who popped up to loose a shaft or toss pitch. The adrenaline pounded in his veins, each shot a step closer to avenging Ned. The gate shuddered under the ram. Plumes of black smoke curled from flaming arrows. The city's defenders shouted curses, threatened to pour boiling oil. Another northern volley forced them to duck. Inside the walls, chaos likely reigned. Minutes bled into an hour of fierce assault. Cries of victory and agony alike filled the air. The battered gates, already scorched, began to crack. Meanwhile, from the southern side, distant booms suggested Stannis hammered at the iron gate. Joffrey's men could not defend both flanks with equal strength. More stones crashed. The northern lines advanced, stepping over bodies and rubble. A final monstrous blow from the ram splintered the gate. Men cheered raggedly. They poured forward, hacking at the remains, forming a wedge into the city's outer courtyard. Jon followed Robb through the breach, a tide of steel surging around them. Inside, gold cloaks and some Lannister men tried to form a defensive line. For a moment, the fighting was savage, sword clashing on shield, screams echoing in the tight space. Jon's arm shook with each parry. He deflected a spear thrust, slashed across a gold cloak's chest. Another lunged for him, he blocked, bashed the man's face with his shield. Blood sprayed. Robb's horse reared, trampling a defender. The great Jon burst in from behind, bellowing a war cry. The meager defenders crumbled, turning to flee deeper into the city. Shouts of "The gate is ours" rose. The northern host flooded inside. The path into King's Landing lay open. They had truly broken the walls. The city, unprepared for a two-pronged siege, reeled. Smoke rose from sections near the southwestern wards, presumably Stannis's assault. Panic spread among the small folk, who scattered, some cheering for liberation, others cursing new invaders. The gold cloaks that hadn't died or fled were surrendering in pockets, dropping weapons with trembling hands. Tyrion Lannister might have tried to impose order, but the wave of combined armies was unstoppable. Robb ordered the men not to slaughter civilians. Spare those who yield. We came for the Lannisters, not the small folk. But in the chaos of a sacked city, not all listened. Some men let anger guide them, bashing doors or looting. The great Jon bellowed curses at any who tried to pillage. Karstark's knights pressed forward, seeking high-value targets. Bolton's men glided in unsettling silence. Above them, the Red Keep rose, seat of Joffrey's ill-gotten power. Jon stayed close to Robb, weaving through narrow streets crowded with frightened peasants, strewn debris, and the wounded. They fought sporadic pockets of loyalist resistance near major intersections. Flames licked at wooden shops. The stench of burning cloth and flesh choked the air. Jon's ears rang with the din of battle. He saw a weeping woman clutching a child, soldiers stepping around them. A butcher brandished a cleaver at passing knights, only to be disarmed. By midday, Stannis's banners appeared from the southern ward, merging with northern forces near Flea Bottom. The combined onslaught ensured no corner of the city remained beyond their reach. Gold cloaks threw down arms en masse, some shouting curses at Joffrey for ignoring their plight. Rumor claimed Cersei and Joffrey had barricaded themselves in the Red Keep with the Hound, the Kingsguard, and a scattering of Lannister men. Many commoners spat at the mention of Joffrey's name, fed up with the Boy King's tyranny. At last, the final standoff converged on the Red Keep's gates. Stannis himself arrived on horseback, flanked by Ser Davos, Melisandre, and a mass of Baratheon soldiers. Jon glimpsed that austere face, set like carved stone. Robb dismounted, meeting Stannis near a broad courtyard littered with broken masonry and bodies. The two acknowledged each other with terse nods. Words were few, overshadowed by the primal chaos around them. Their alliance had forced the city's gates. Joffrey's last bastion lay behind the Red Keep's thick walls. "Let me lead the approach," Stannis declared. "I am the rightful king. Cersei will yield or die. My men have siege rams. We can breach these gates as well. Unless the boy surrenders at once." Robb's eyes flicked to the high, rust-stained walls of the keep. "Joffrey's too cruel to yield. He might do something rash. We must ensure Sansa is safe." Then he paused, remembering Sansa was already rescued. Relief flickered across his face. He has no more hostages. He is only the King's Guard. Let's end it. Stannis spurred his horse forward, shouting for the defenders to hear. "I am Stannis Baratheon, your lawful king. Open these gates, cast down the false boy, or we storm the keep." Archers on the battlements traded anxious looks. A moment later, a tall, blonde figure in white armor stepped forward. Jaime Lannister? No, Jaime was in captivity. This had to be the Hound or Ser Marantran. They said nothing, brandishing spears. Stannis turned to the catapults, gestured. The siege resumed. Combined ranks battered the Red Keep's outer gates while archers fired up at the ramparts. The defenders fought back bravely, but outnumbered, they had little chance. Another hour of fierce pounding weakened the gate. Stannis urged more men forward, determined to be the first inside. The North aided them. At last, with a deafening crash, the gate splintered. A tide of men poured in. The courtyard beyond rang with steel on steel. Royal guards in white cloaks tried to hold. The Hound Sandor Clegane was rumored to have deserted or vanished. Some said he'd fled the city. Others claimed he'd roamed off in the chaos. No matter. The defense collapsed. Robb and Stannis advanced. Cersei was found cowering in Maegor's holdfast, screaming curses, while Joffrey, pale, trembling, was seized by a cluster of Baratheon knights who pinned him to the floor. Tyrion Lannister was discovered in the Tower of the Hand, wounded from an earlier fight with gold cloaks who blamed him for their misery. He offered no resistance, only a weary sneer, as men disarmed him. And so King's Landing fell. In the keep's throne room, once shining with regal splendor, the shattered remains of Joffrey's rule lay strewn about. Toppled banners, battered columns, the Iron Throne looming. Stannis strode up the carpet, ignoring the carnage. He commanded men to drag Joffrey forward, the Boy King's face twisted in terror. Robb stood close by, eyes fixed on the trembling youth. The watchers formed a ring. Melisandre's eyes glowed with fierce satisfaction at the downfall of incestuous monarchy. Off to one side, Cersei howled, forcibly restrained by Baratheon soldiers. She shrieked about monstrous traitors, about tearing them all apart if Jaime were free. Robb noted that with a cold stare. Stannis glared at Joffrey, voice echoing in the ravaged hall. "You are false-born, a product of incest. By that crime, you forfeited any right to the throne. You stand accused of regicide, the murder of Eddard Stark. Do you deny it?" Joffrey stammered, eyes darting, face splotched red. You have no proof. I am the king, my father was King Robert. Stannis's gauntlet smacked Joffrey across the face, sending the boy sprawling. The watchers murmured. Sussy screamed, tears streaming. You beasts! That's my son. Stannis pointed a sword tip at Joffrey's chest. Confess or I end it here. Yet even if you confess, the outcome is the same. The realm condemns you. Eddard Stark died by your order. Thousands perished in your name. There can be no mercy. Robb's voice cut in, quiet but firm. He must stand trial, as we agreed. Let him be judged openly for Ned's murder for the realm's sake. My father deserves the justice. Then you can do as you will. Stannis grimaced but nodded. Yes, a trial. I promise the North justice. We'll convene it soon. Meanwhile, Joffrey and Cersei remain in custody. Lock them away. Let no one free them or they'll pay with their lives. Men seized Joffrey, dragging him off, ignoring his shrieks. Cersei collapsed, sobbing hysterically, yanking at her hair. She spat vile threats, but no one paid heed. The Red Keep was firmly in Stannis's grasp. The city outside roiled with looting, fear, and a handful of vengeful commoners. But the combined Northern Baratheon forces pressed for order, striving to stop the city from burning. Tyrion, half unconscious from his wound, was carried away to a tower under guard. Jon watched all this with a numb sense of finality. The Lannisters' monstrous rule had cracked. Ned's sacrifice had led to this day. Sansa was safe, Joffrey in chains, the war presumably near its end. He felt no elation, only a heavy relief, overshadowed by sorrow for the lives lost. Robb and Stannis had succeeded, though their alliance's future was uncertain. The day belonged to the victors, yet the realm's wounds ran deep. Hours later, after the last pockets of resistance died out, Robb summoned Jon to a courtyard behind the keep. The city's sky glowed with partial fires, though squads of men worked to quell them. Sansa waited under guard, trembling from all she'd endured, Catelyn holding her. Robb stood near them, exhausted, stained with grime. A hush surrounded them. Ned's family had regained this piece of their own. Sansa was free. The city had fallen. We did it, Robb said, voice raw. But at what cost, I wonder? Father's gone. The North gave up its crown. The realm is shattered. At least Sansa is here, safe. Jon gently embraced Sansa, feeling the fragile ribs under her gown. She managed a watery smile. Thank you, she whispered. All of you. Robb's gaze swept the scorched battlements, the columns of smoke rising from the far streets. We must help restore order. Stannis claims the throne now. He'll want the North to finalize its vow. We keep our side of the bargain, pray he keeps his. Then, maybe we can find Arya. Maybe we can go home. Jon's heart ached at the mention of home. Winterfell seemed a world away from these battered stones. We will. Let us bury father properly in the crypts as he should have been. Then find peace if the gods allow. Catelyn brushed tears from her cheeks, guiding Sansa inside for rest. The dawn's light crept up again, illuminating King's Landing's battered skyline. The once imposing walls now bore gaping breaches, the Red Keep's gate splintered. The sound of crows and faint weeping drifted on the breeze. Yet in that gray morning, the hope of a new chapter glimmered. Joffrey dethroned, Ned's murderers facing justice, the North spared further ruin, Sansa freed from torment. Standing there, Jon silently invoked Ned's memory. The cost had been high, the struggle brutal, and the outcome uncertain. But the Child of Ice had carried the torch of the father's honor through the storms and flames of war. The battered capital lay at their feet, a testament to the realm's fragility. Over it all, the newly risen sun cast pale rays, hinting that even amid ashes, life might begin again. And though the North had bowed, perhaps it would stand taller in the aftermath, forging its future free of the ghosts that once bound it. So concluded the war for the capital, yet the tapestry of Westeros's fate was far from finished. Other threats loomed, alliances might shift, the Iron Islands stirred. But for this day, Eddard Stark's children could breathe freer, one step closer to mending the wounds of betrayal. And if winter's chill still lurked on the horizon, they at least had claimed a fragile respite, a slender promise that the dawn might break in something other than pure darkness.